Oh! Hello. Welcome to the D Zone. How we doing, guys? Is the talk with Signal still happening or single? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. He's been like he's doing a ton of shit. I can't say anything about it. So.
Can someone explain to me why my weights make this sound? Can someone explain to me why my weights make this sound?
Seeing the Ukraine pushback, it's happening, it's big. I can't tell what's real anymore. I saw a bunch of tweets this morning saying all of this was like Ukrainian disinformation to fuck with Russia. I don't know what's real. And then I heard people saying that the disinformation was disinformation from Russia.
Aren't the Chinese threatening Taiwan at the moment? What are we going to do without chips? I don't know what these people are thinking. What are the environmentalists thinking? We love the planet. It's like, do you? We love the poor. Do you? Okay, let's pit the planet against the poor. Who wins? The planet. Okay, you don't love the poor that much. Do you love the planet? Or do you hate capitalism? Let's pit those two things against each other. Oh, well, it turns out we actually hate capitalism. How can we tell? Because you're willing to break it. And you know what's going to happen. So what's going to happen in Sri Lanka with these 20 million people who now have nothing to eat? Are they going to eat all the animals? Are they going to burn all the firewood? They're stockpiling firewood in Germany. It's like, so is your environmental globalist utopia going to kill the poor and destroy the planet? And that's okay, because we'll wipe out capitalism. Aren't the Chinese...
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Does he do any tricks?
I guess we can. Just tricks. Tricks.
Yay, all right. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
So you're gonna hit somebody.
Do you do any tricks?
Jesus.
Final winner, going home with $5,000 and the title as our State Farm Cosplay Contest winner here today.
Oh no. Oh no.
Get to the worlds. Leonaka in Dragon Sorceress Siren.
How did I know she was gonna win? No, wait, what is happening? There must be more to the there must be more to her cosplay.
Cosplay contest winner here today, and round trick it to the worlds.
Did she say round trick it?
Round trick it to the worlds. Leonaka in Dragon Sorceress Syra. Congratulations. One.
What the fuck? Damn.
Oh my god, it's all coming together, huh?
Typical Twitch political streamer debates where it just turns into interpersonal drama that they have between themselves. Of course, Destiny gets brought up because Destiny evil. We need to make sure that everybody knows that Destiny is evil because he makes fun of trans people occasionally, despite, for the most part, supporting the ideology. But, you know, once again, he's on the left.
Who are these people?
But he's just slightly not left enough for these people.
You saw lots of people.
Destiny actively lurks on my Kiwi Farms thread. Like,
Bro, half the fucking world leaks on your fucking Kiwi Farms thread. It's got like 20,000 fucking pages, okay? Jesus Christ. Yeah, no shit. I'm gonna be totally honest with you guys. This is my engagement. This is my engagement with her Kiwi Farms thread, okay? I open it, I see people talking, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what they're talking about. And then I click previous page, and there's like 50 posts in a minute. And I'm like, well, this is a waste of fucking time. And then I close it, okay? That's the extent of my interaction with Kevil's Kiwi Farm thread. Here's something that I don't know why these fucking morons don't understand this. And Kevil's did this initially when she accused me of leaking info from her Kiwi Farms thread. I don't watch her Kiwi Farms thread. That shit is moving at 20,000 miles an hour. I can't fucking follow it. 99% of the time, it's impossible to find the beginning of any discussion thread. Yeah, I know, it literally is. Anytime I'm posting shit on Twitter, she's like, he mined my Kiwi Farms thread for info. Bro, I don't have time to go through your fucking shit. Are you serious? The fuck out of here. People send me shit on Discord. That's how I post stuff. Most of the memes and shit that you see me post on fucking Twitter, either come from people DMing me on Twitter or DMing me on Discord. That's where 98% of my shit comes from. This idea that I'm like perusing all of her fucking Kiwi Farms thread, going through the 7 million page. Get the fuck out of here. I don't have time for this shit, dude.
okay, hold on a second. I said I wouldn't bring it up, but like, I need to show you all something. Just like, here's the reason why I don't really engage with him. So like, the reason that I have a Kiwi Farms thread in the first place is because I got into a fight with Destiny and they started posting about me in his Kiwi Farms thread. And the moment that started happening, he started talking on his stream about me being brought up in his Kiwi Farms thread. He's posted
What is the only organ in women that stays warm?
Your mom. Since woman after death, my dick Obama. Gotcha.
Chat multiple times, encouraging his viewers to get involved. Talking on his stream about me being brought up in his Kiwi Farms thread. He's posted the thread link in his chat multiple times.
Okay, and she always does this half-truth bullshit. Fuck, I hope. We'll see. Give me a week, we'll see where we're at. We'll see where we're at on those memes. She's lying! Okay, part of this is half-true. She might have gotten a thread on Kiwi Farms because people were initially posting about her in my thread. That's how a lot of threads on Kiwi Farms start, though. People will be talking about somebody in a thread, and then all of a sudden another character will kind of come into the orbit and be like, oh, who's this? We should start a thread on them. So that might be how her thread started, although I'm not 100% on that. It might be. She was also fighting with other people. She was also fighting with other people on the internet. There's a lot of people that don't like her, even before me. But the reason why I posted her thread in my chat wasn't to drive people to it. I did that in response to her allegations that a whole bunch of transphobic harassment was coming from my community. That's not true. It was coming from fucking Kiwi Farms. You can find my logs. Somebody can find the logs in my chat. I think I linked her thread one time. And when I linked her thread, I literally said, hey, I don't know why she's accusing my community of being transphobic when you can literally see, here's her thread. It's already got like 200 pages in like 1 week, and she's accusing my fucking community of being transphobic. It's all coming from Kiwi Farms, obviously. Destiny. Also today, she said most of the harassment she receives is from this community, so you're going to play into that narrative. I don't know if she actually believes that or she's just trying to throw you under the bus for everything. Punish Fury. She is a subhuman cretin fucking filth lying about that. She has zero evidence, and she has over 400 pages of thread on her on Kiwi Farms, and then I link her thread. It's 1,000,000% obvious the harassment is coming from there. This is the only time I think in my history in my chat I've ever linked her thread, and it was just because she was accusing all of the transphobic harassment coming from my community, which wasn't true.
Encouraging his viewers to get involved.
When do I encourage my viewers to get involved? Bro, before this whole drama started, and here's the ultimate irony, before this whole drama started, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna say probably 90 to 95% of my audience didn't even know what the fuck Kiwi Farms was. Like every time we talked about it or spoke about it in the beginning, like in the first like week or two of this, everybody's like, what's Kiwi Farms? What's a Kiwi farmer? What's a Kiwis? What's a Kiwi farm? Like, Like nobody, I don't even know how many people in my audience right now knows what Kiwi Farms is. Like, Jesus Christ.
Farms thread. He's posted the thread link in his chat multiple times, encouraging—
That's a lie. It's only one time. My logs in my chat are public, you lying fuck.
Put aside petty shit, and you could have saved me from having an assault rifle.
No one can save you from yourself. You are your own worst enemy. You are worse of an enemy than anybody could have ever. You're an enemy to everybody around you. You are the hellspawn that I spoke of for years, worrying that it would be clobbered together from the far left, crazy fucking activist communities online. You are the one that has come. You are the doomslayer that everybody was worried about.
To me over the last several months. He had a point, you know? He could have put aside petty shit, and he could have saved me from having an assault rifle pointed at my face. But
you didn't have an assault rifle pointed at your face. Why are you still lying about that? And how could I have saved you? Bro, threads start up all the fucking time off of other cow threads or whatever. That's how this shit works. People find somebody that comes into somebody's orbit and then somebody makes a thread on them. My Kiwi Farms thread has probably spawned like 8 other threads on Kiwi Farms. Pretty sure, I think Mike from PA might have gotten one. She who must not be named got one. I don't know if they made one on Lauren or not, or if that already existed. Did Ralph come from mine? Probably not. Ralph's been involved in other shit on the internet already. Vosh and Mr. Girl might have gotten one. I don't know. I don't have Tor or any of that shit installed, so I can't go and look. But like, this idea, yeah, like this is how like threads start.
But he's a sociopath. You shouldn't get involved with him whatsoever or take anything he has to say seriously. And he has no future past streaming, so once he retires, he'll be completely irrelevant. So let me just pull this thing up.
Once he retires, he'll be irrelevant. I mean, isn't that definitionally true? Isn't that what retirement means?
So, okay, on March 26th, and this is important to realize. So the first post on my thread on Kiwi Farms was on March 26th. And this is a clip from Destiny's stream on March 26th.
This Keffel's, so Kiwi Farm, okay, so, real quick, I'm sorry. So the past like 30 pages of my Kiwi Farm thread have been them obsessively, because Kiwi Farms hates trans people, actually, right? You wanted to see transphobia, now Keffel's is seeing transphobia. It's not my community, okay? But I'm sure my community will get blamed for it. Kiwi Farms,
like gleefully saying, I am going to see transphobia as a result of him.
So no! How do you misread that? How does she read the 180 opposite thing of exactly what I'm saying? It's because of Kiwi Farms. That's literally what I just said. The past, like, every time Kiwi Farms, like, you wanted to see transphobia, now Keffel's is seeing transphobia. It's not my community, okay? But I'm sure my community will get blamed for it. Kiwi Farms,
like gleefully saying, I am going to see transphobia as a result of him.
So the past, like, every time I fight with trans people, my Kiwi Farms thread, they like me more and more. So now I think they actually have a favorable view of me because I fight with so many trans people now.
Like laughing, saying that Kiwi Farms has a favorable view of him because he fights with trans people.
It's funny because my thread fucking hates me. It's funny because they've literally tried to dox me and my fucking child in the past. That's the joke. It's a humorous turn of events. Like, do you think I'm supporting transphobia? Throughout this whole fucking thing, I still haven't resorted to it, despite you lying about me using 41% comments. Like, it's such, it's just like lie after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie.
He sounds excited about all of
I sound excited? You're literally fucking, like, going off every time, like, oh, I'm getting doxxed and I get to do all these interviews and I'm so relevant and blah, blah, blah. Like, look at the logs between you and that winter dude. That's the cringiest shit I think I've ever read in my entire life. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. You underestimated me. That was Joshua's fatal flaw. Come the fuck on. You're like main character syndrome, except you think that like the story is the Bible, okay? Jesus Christ.
Of the things that he has had to put me through when he could have backed off, knowing that this is something that could have happened.
And I can't back off on anything. Once your thread spun into existence, I don't even know who I'm talking to right now. I guess I'm just talking to you guys because she knows this. I think she is knowingly lying about all of this. I think she must be knowing, unless she's really that stupid. I can't tell. It's impossible to tell. It's been like the past, yeah, they've been railing the Keffels person a lot. They made Keffels her own Kiwi Farms thread because apparently there's a lot of like crazy information about her in the past. She used to be, I guess, like a porn star that like worked for some commie fucking party, and she was like taking money and using it to like spend it in her like sex cult. And apparently she ran like a cat farm server that had like underage minors and shit in it, and she's like deleted accounts so that people can't. There's like a whole bunch of like crazy shit. That's like, but so they created her thread this morning at 5 a.m. and it's already got 47 pages in it. Holy fucking shit.
He's so excited, knowing that I was about to become the target of stalking and doxing and swatting. And still to this day, he continually goes on about how I deserve all of it.
The Catboy stuff is real. Yeah, I've heard back and forth, and I haven't like dug into it much yet, but Jesus. Vosh said in a video that r/Destiny is the same as Kiwi Farms because he's never been to Kiwi Farms.
Okay, you get the point. So
You get the
remember that this is the context to me getting mad at him over the past several months. And the context of this clip was Stardust.
But this descended into some into some nonsense. So I thought I'd play the clip of the end of this debate, so you could all see what Josh and I were missing out on from refusing to debate this person.
Ina was on that spreadsheet.
Okay, but Gappy and I are smaller than you. And
I know, and Gappy and you both defended Destiny, who also engaged in my fucking Kiwi Farms thread, and I have the screenshots for this.
I have every right to be mad. I had every right to yell at her. Anyone who is downplaying the severity of what Kiwi Farms has done to my life can fucking eat my shit. I literally do not care.
They literally gave you a career. What are you talking about? You suffered no harm. You scammed $100,000 out of your audience. Now you're globetrotting, doing interviews with all the mainstream media publications. Like, does she not understand that her life is literally Kiwi Farms? Like, she has no engagement on her YouTube. Her Twitter blew up because people like to ratio people. She's got no engagement on her YouTube. Her subscriptions haven't like grown at all. She has literally no value or no life or no anything, no presence outside of her obsessive fighting with other people on the internet. I don't even know how she's complaining at this point.
Put aside petty shit, and you could have saved me from having
into some nonsense. So I thought
defended Destiny, who also engaged in my fucking Kiwi Farms thread, and I have the screenshots for this.
I have every right to be mad. I had every right to yell at her. Anyone who is downplaying the severity of what Kiwi Farms has done to my life can fucking eat my shit. I literally do not care. If you downplay how this has affected me, you are a sociopath. You are denying my humanity actively, and I do not care about you.
Did he post docs of you?
No, he doesn't need to. It's a fucking group harassment thread.
Okay, but again, people...
I already
you
told you,
slandered me.
stupid
Keppels.
Jesus
You
Christ.
have slandered me as a white nationalist, as a white supremacist, as a
care.
neo-Nazi.
I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, it's nice to not care when you do things, huh? Who cares?
You've done that to such
because you are groups.
You've done that to
groups.
hundreds of people. I am such a smaller content creator than you, and you think that it's okay.
I love how like that's the crutch of it. It's like you're a bigger content creator than me, therefore you deserve this.
That's not what she said. She was complaining that you were a bigger content creator than her and you were like fucking slandering her. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. And then she later went on to go on a whole bunch of Destiny streams. Just completely ignored
A whole bunch of, I feel like Stardust has been on my stream like 5 times this year. How many times have we even talked to Stardust?
me, not viewing me as a human being. That is what it was. Thinking that the things that happened to me and all of the things that I have had to do were justified. That I have to leave the continent for my own safety now. I've been doxxed 3 times. I've been swatted. Shit is fucking hell. And people try and tone police me over this.
Okay, for you to slander me as a white nationalist, as a brown woman, by the way.
3 times, yeah, and Stardust just sits there processing it all.
Okay, well, guys, that was that.
Keffels just hangs up after a freak out. And to be fair, let's be fair here. Keffels in that moment displayed what I can only describe as an incredibly feminine temperament.
That is true.
In being contradicted, immediately freaking out, not taking responsibility for your accusations that you're throwing out, and then immediately hanging up. No, I've met a few women like that.
I'm sure you have. You get negative pussy, dude.
Let's be fair. Hysterical and illogical? Okay, you're starting to win me over.
Oh my God, it's all...
What is this?
Information.
I think she went to either friends or family's homes that were outside of the public eye that hadn't been doxxed, but then Taylor Lorenz, there were photographs of her showing up at random people's homes that were connected to libs of TikTok, like friends and family. She was going around trying to collect as much information as possible without recognizing, well, without...
But wait, libs of TikTok didn't have their home address leaked. Like, Kaya Rychik did not have her home address leaked. Doxing involves revealing a home address.
That's not true! You don't have to leak a home address for a dox. Why are you even talking about anything? Oh. Give me a first and last name and you can probably find the address of almost any motherfucker on the planet. Like...
They just leaked the name. I had my home address leaked. That is why I got swatted.
Acknowledging that there are obviously, as she points out here in...
Hold on, I'm doxing someone in my chat right now. Whoever you are, Andrew Johnson, you just got doxed. I just leaked your name. Get fucked.
fact, IRL consequences, in real life consequences for doxing somebody, harassing them, harassing their family, especially when it's somebody as contentious as Libs of TikTok, when, you know, groups like Antifa and even parts of the online trans community have shown the links that they will go to silence political opponents. And, you know, you would think that with somebody like Libs of TikTok, the people you'd want to be silencing are all those people, those idiots posting TikToks, just basically saying your evil plans out loud. But no, it's not their fault for broadcasting this.
Wait, exactly which TikTok was encouraging your followers to send death threats to the healthcare workers at Boston Children's Hospital? I forgot which TikTok that was based on. Libs of TikTok has barely anything to do with TikTok anymore. That's not what the thing is for. Libs of TikTok is used as a big platform in order to hurt the trans community.
Complete nonsense, but it's...
What is this?
Up. Go for it.
So I know you like talking in circles and wasting everyone's time, but let's actually have a real conversation where we don't have a bunch of nerds talking. So first of all, let's get some Z's in the chat. Now, what do you have against Russia, number one? And number two, why did you mock Dogina's death?
We already have at least 2 nerds talking right now, though. Don't you feel?
No,
like
you're the fucking colonizer. That's the problem, right? You have a colonizer mindset.
But am I a nerd?
Yeah, you're a fucking nerd, bro. You're a neckbeard.
Oh, are you
a
a
redditor.
nerd?
No, I'm the king of Lebanon.
I see. The king of Lebanon. King. Wait,
Yeah.
why would a leftist support a monarchy?
King of Lebanon. So let me ask you a question. Why are you against Russia? Why are you against Putin? What's wrong with Putin?
Because I think they're cringe and gay. Why do you like them?
Well, because Putin's been running around
Oh,
liberating...
I used the gay word and now he's using the gay word? Okay, Vouch. Still watching my content. Make sure to like and subscribe.
From Nazis who've been killing Russians for 8 years. And the Queen just died, by the way. Rest in peace, the Queen. You celebrate people's deaths. You celebrate Dugina's death. You're like pro-death. Why?
Because I'm edgy like an anime character.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, Bosch. You have no fucking pushback at all. You attack the top G. Listen, what's wrong with the top G?
You're throwing in too many. You're throwing too many root vegetables into your soup, my friend. The troll would be more believable. If
Bro,
you
actually engage. You have to. Because you've been boring the whole audience, bro. You've been boring everyone.
This is a common mistake in the drive to be as intolerable as quickly as possible. You jump into too many tropes. You jump through too many.
Done? All right. So let me ask you a question. Did NATO expansion cause Russia to intervene? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, and can you explain why?
Because Russia has demonstrated a willingness to engage in imperialism west of its border anyway. NATO's expansion was a pretext, but in reality, it seems like this was going to happen one way or another. They attempted to do this without direct conflict through Yanukovych, since he was a Putin puppet. But after Euromaidan, of course... Yanukovych. I'm very tired. Yanukovych. Well, he's
oh my gosh, get it out.
Anyway, after he was ousted, of course, you annexed Crimea, the Donbass gets invaded by Russia. So,
okay, so let's explain. Let's go through that. Crimea and Donbass. So, did Crimea and Donbass want to be with Russia?
Well, I don't know what you could possibly cite to indicate that Donbass wanted to be with Russia, because every
it's simple, because the Donetsk people's... What are you saying?
Because every indicator available at the time of the invasion...
Actually, never mind. Let me cut you off. So here's the thing about Donetsk. The two parties in Donetsk are the New Russia Party and the Donetsk Political Party, both of which support either independence or Russia. They don't support Ukraine. So how come there's no pro-Ukraine parties in Donetsk?
What political parties?
You have the New Russia Party, which is annexation. They want annexation by Russia. And then you have the Donetsk People's Party, which is like they want independence.
Those aren't...
Okay. Boring Russia arguments. We've been there. Done that. I'm sorry. Jesus. I've almost got agility mastered, guys. Like 3 more, and then 100% mastery. Ooh. Are you allowed to restream the single podcast? I don't know. Quick 910. Yeah. I can go ahead and throw one down real quick, sure. I just wanted to go for an even 900 today, you know? An even 900. That King of Suede thing is fucking with my head now. It does. It actually measures the time between beats. It doesn't keep a consistent tempo. That's why, so like when I'm late here, or when I'm early here, and I'm trying to get back on time and I hit the next one, it says I'm late on the next one. That's actually such a stupid fucking way of measuring time. How bizarre. That's why it swings back and forth so much. Did you see this? Yeah, we watched this at the end of the stream. I thought about tweeting out a challenge to Shkreli that if we had like 3 months, I'd box him. But I think I'm actually like literally like 30 or 40 pounds heavier than him, so it wouldn't be fair. And then if I put out a boxing challenge to Shkreli, I think a whole bunch of people would want to box me, and I don't know if I'd feel like doing that. So I don't think I could do it. I wouldn't be able to tweet it out. Wait, what the fuck?
It's really disappointing that Steven can't distinguish corn syrup Coke from sugarcane Coke, while claiming his abhorrent food takes are correct.
What? There's no way that any... What military is this? Do people really train this way? Why are people saying they're blanks? They're clearly not blanks. What are you talking about? Beirut? Russia. Russian flag on its arm. Oh, I wasn't even looking. This isn't unheard of, yeah? This seems wild. Fuck that shit. Oh my god. Blanks still fire gunpowder. Dummies don't fire. There was something similar in the Marines. Hold on. Blanks... Okay. Blanks trying to fire gunpowder. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. I think when a bullet fires, you have a primer here. A thing will come, it hits this, and then it causes the gunpowder to explode here, which causes a projectile bullet to fire. I think a blank is a normal cartridge with just no... It either has no bullet, or it has like a... Is it a squib load sometimes? I think they call them. But a blank will not be projectiling like things like crazy. That should be happening. You could kill yourself if you fire a blank like right near your head, because the gas that comes out might like fuck you up. But like... That's not a blank. That's just a... That was a rifle round, my dude.
À défaut d'avoir suffisamment...
Ils font semblant comme s'il y a un objectif ennemi devant.
Would your appreciation of a hypothetical album you liked be diminished if you found out that it was AI generated? You know what? This is really lame. I think it would. And it shouldn't. I used to listen to this group a long time ago called like Balmoria, I think. And I don't know why, but Nick walked back everything he said to you, Destiny. Check it out and walk back what? When I listened to this group, I assumed it was like this group of like string players or piano players or like a cool mixed group of like interesting people. I don't know. I had this like impression of them. And then I saw a video and it was like 3 guys that looked like they did theater. And as stupid as it is, it actually shaded a lot, or it reshaded a lot of how I viewed their music. As dumb as it is. And I'm like, oh, I don't know now. Feels different, man. I hated theater kids. God damn it. But I mean, if I really like a song, I'll probably still like the song. But it does change the way I view it a little bit. VOD of Nick walking it back on the pod. Did you just leave me a 2-hour show? Wow, thanks, dude. Why don't you just tell me what they walked back? What? 9.5-hour video. Oh my god. Cool. Well, thank you. Thoughts on this? AI generated.
Well, you know, I got no idea. I got nothing to say. It's all wrong. And I like to get on going. Trouble is showing with this song. I have seen it all, but it doesn't show one bit. My mind never rests, except for when he says
Is the whole song AI generated? Did somebody go through and clean it up, or?
With a woman's heart and this man on my mind. Couldn't open my eyes, but that's just fine.
What about like I doubt the singer is AI.
Me and my brain full with no
I
chance.
don't know. I'd be curious because how much is intervened by humans is gonna make a big difference here. Just walk back everything in Lights House. I disliked him. So Destiny's lying and being disingenuous because of how he treated Keffels. Okay. What? Wait, what happened? Oh. Oh, it got hit by a missile. Follow the news with your crate. Yep, what we've heard. A bad Noah take. No one never gives bad takes. I understand where he's coming from. It's like kind of like half true. Is that an alligator? Crocodile? Okay. $564,000 attempts? What the fuck?
I started it. What's up?
Boy!
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing, dude? I'm good. I'm good.
They got you working here, bro? What's going on?
What do you mean they got me working?
He is not working.
I gotta.
He just went live.
I am busting my ass.
7
I'm
minutes?
busting my ass out here. I'm telling you, my job is so
Where's
hard.
HR, bro? This guy needs a break right now.
I
bro.
know. I'm studying. I'm on my lunch break. It's fucking.
Shit. Oh, you're gonna coast through the files, huh?
Yeah, I am.
Oh shit. Hi guys, what's up?
Dude, if you want to take over for my extremely difficult job, I have to go out for a trophy ceremony in like an hour.
Really?
It's gonna be absolutely
I can down for you.
saying that. I'm just gonna be crying out there. It's just gonna be backbreaking work, but I'll tough it out, and you can actually sit here and stream for me.
I can hold down for a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You can set up the workload if you really want.
You
and Lena or something.
Lena T, where you gonna tap in, bro?
It's my day off. I've already been working actually worked for 4 hours.
To be a half-blood.
Oh, I even read this line.
It's dangerous.
No fucking way.
It's scary. Most of the time, it gets you killed.
I read that. They stole this from my audition tapes. What? I did that line so much better. I should have been the star. The other day. Where do I start? I think it's right here.
I didn't want to be a half-blood. If you suspect you might be a half-blood, then this book...
Okay, they cut this part.
Just go ahead and close it and believe whatever lies your mom and dad told you about your birth. It's easier that way.
Where does it pick up?
Being a half-blood
There
is
it is.
dangerous. It's scary.
Sometimes it gets you killed.
It gets you killed in painful, nasty ways.
That is so much better than that, kid. Why didn't I get the role? Literal chills.
I can beat this game. Easy. Oh, interesting. Why are you already in here, dude? We're not even doing call-ins, and you're just waiting. Oh, you're not saying anything. You're just...
Hey,
oh.
I mean, yeah. I actually, does my mic sound any better? I realized I learned something last night, that my mic is undermining my public speaking. Oh fuck, hold on. It might still be undermining it. You might have to drive me back in 1 second. Because I can't hear anything you're saying. God damn it, dude.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, I can hear you now.
Well, I wasn't talking, so...
Oh, you're... Okay. You know, like, people pause your stream, and they don't know if you're, like, fucking with them.
Well, I was fucking with you, so you just got fucked with.
Yeah, alright. Okay.
Yeah? Is it?
I needed, I mean, yeah, it is, okay.
Okay.
I needed you last night. I needed a moderator.
Well, it started off hot, and once Max is hot, it's over, so...
I realized that, and, yeah, I was, like, realizing we would never get to, like, the point of my, like, argument, but I have a mission now, and that's to try to finesse this idea of meaning is use and, like, in relation to language, that if Max could kind of get on board with that paradigm, it would just make this so much easier. It'd make all the conversations so much easier, because you could maybe, like, cut through, like, a barrage of meta stuff. But I was also thinking that maybe the meta stuff is like his brand, and he can, like, kind of just get out of any conversation by just, like, yelling "shut the fuck up" in a way that's, like, slightly self-aware, but also, you know, obviously really unproductive to whatever the argument is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think you probably agree with me, or at least with the way that conversation was going. If you were picking a side. Is that true, or was it actually, like, really unclear what was happening?
I don't even think you guys got to any point to where anybody could pick a side. Conversation was fucked.
That's kind of fair, but actually I think he fucked up, like, irreversibly. There's a few things he said. Yeah. Even though I didn't get to the point, like, there's still like a significant loss of ground, I think, in his view. I mean, the 2 points I would say that make that form that opinion for me, at least, is his hypothetical, where a society was, or cars in society were powered by babies, you know, and he was suggesting that was a society that was bad, that was untenable. It was just, like, simply a bad society, and he's wrong. That's just wrong. Do you, I don't know, that was kind of at the end, but do you...
You guys didn't even get, like, far enough into the call for me to stake out, like, a strong position.
No, it's fine, You don't have to, you don't have to...
Yeah, I mean, like, I understood where you were going, and I'm sure that you could, like...
Well,
like, your hypothetical... No, yeah, I know, I'm just saying, but, like, you didn't get anywhere in the hypothetical, so I'm not going to take a side when you guys didn't even begin to have a conversation.
Yeah, it wasn't fair for me to ask you to take a side. That's not really what I'm going for. But I'm just, like, I think his hypothetical, he made a really strong point about that. And if the conversation went any longer than it did, he would have just gotten blown out. Because there's no future for that line of argumentation. I should have bitten the bullet more aggressively. I was like kind of ironically pissing him off, but I was trying to stop because I realized, like, whoa, like, he's actually just gonna kick me, and he did. Kind of at the worst moment, because society. The point that I would make, and that is just, man, I want to say objectively true, is that there is no alternative to the society where the cars are powered by baby suffering. That is our society.
Well, you can't say it's objectively true. You're asking moral questions, right? Like, some people would reject certain things, like, out of hand because they don't have, like, they're not viewing it, like, in this kind of consequentialist framework, right?
Let me try. I do think I can actually say this is objective. That's, like, such a high bar, but the point I'm making, objective is like a signal flare in the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. The point is that he's saying a society where baby suffering is, like, needed to keep things moving is just bad. And the point I'd make is
I can't
okay,
believe
fine,
I
you
have
could
been
say it's bad,
banned
maybe you dislike it, but it's an utterly pointless thing to say because his hypothetical isn't even a hypothetical. You know?
Sure. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Listen. I understand what you're saying. I don't want to. I'm not gonna run down his whole side of his argument when he's not even here to do it. There's no point in like. Yeah.
No, that's fair. The point I was wanting to get to was I didn't know if you actually disagreed with kind of like the line of thinking that we didn't get to yet, and you kind of see how it's falling into place, you know. But I think I could make an argument against the 8th Amendment if you want to do it like politically or like even like with less kind of like edgy and provocative demeanor, you know. I do think there's an argument against it is better than an argument for it, frankly.
An argument against the baby suffering car thing?
Oh, well, I thought we were pulling off of that because you didn't want it to be.
Or
so
wait,
close
what was
to
the argument? Or argument for what? And exactly, what is the?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was prepared. Yeah, the baby car thing is a home run in my view. I think I have that slam dunked, and if you don't want to talk about it because he's not here, that's fine. But my thoughts there are that his hypothetical is poorly drawn because it's not even a hypothetical. We are in a world right now. Our society, literally right now, is one that is comparable to the society where cars are powered by baby suffering, and it's simply because cars contribute to the pollution of the environment and cause like underlying conditions, and we all like there's all kinds of cars blow up sometimes, like baby suffering and the use of cars is from his hypothetical is like really closely tethered already. So we are already in that society. So for him to suggest that the society is just like plainly bad because there's this connection between like it's
yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. He's not here, so I can't represent his moral argument.
Yeah. All right. So
I can pose a bunch of hypotheticals. Here's something to consider. Okay, here's something to consider. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say that 10,000 children die every year in car accidents. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with the ultra strict consequentialist point of view. Okay. In one world, 10,000 children die every year just by virtue of having cars driving around. In another world, 10,000 children are lined up against a wall and shot so that we can all have cars, and no children die in car accidents. In the ultra strict consequentialist sense, it seems as though these two worlds are equivalent, but intuitively, they feel very different, right?
Yep.
So when you ask that question, and you feel like it's like the killer example, you're pointing towards a world that has the former, but Mr. Girl feels like you're talking about a world with the latter, and he feels intuitively that there's a big distinction between these two worlds. And it almost feels like you're trying to say that they're more or less the same, because at the end of the day, the total amount of quantifiable suffering is the same. It's probably not the case, because it's probably a different feeling there. Yeah.
I totally agree with that example. I disagree with that example. Well, I suppose that's not what I'm trying to say. So I agree with your example. I don't know that it applies to.
Well, because you're trying to say, like, do cars run off baby suffering? Not really. Now, there might be an external effect of, like, baby suffering or children dying, but they're not killed to make the cars work, right?
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that cars operating off of baby suffering is insufficient to say that it's bad. That's what I'm trying to say. That was his hypothetical that he created.
Oh, sure, yeah, but I think he would say that it is. He said that would be sufficient to make it bad.
I know, and he's just wrong because of the example you just gave and the response I just gave, which are like.
Well, but it depends on what I mean by baby suffering. I don't think anybody would accept a world where 10,000 children are lined up against a wall and shot and killed to make cars work.
Okay, I think I'm gonna bite that bullet. I think you're saying nobody would accept that world, but your kind of underlying assumption is that the society that's making that evaluation is already better. What if in that society the standard or the expected cost of cars working, and they need cars for whatever purpose, is 15,000 kids dying, right? Or maybe it's a world where the cars are so inefficient that one car operating is literally just like scarring the earth and leaving a trail of nuclear like reactive fallout, right? So you're kind of the point here is that your assumption is about the society we have, but it's not to say that version of the world where 10,000 kids are shot just to get cars to work is actually bad. It's all completely relative to the alternatives, right? Does that make sense? So you can't say it's bad, and he couldn't say that his hypothetical was bad. There is no like innately bad hypothetical. There's only better and worse outcomes, based off of the society that you're drawing in the comparison from.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying there are going to be some types of actions that people won't accept regardless of the trade-offs. Like intuitively, they're just never going to feel acceptable.
Okay. Intuitively, they're never going to feel acceptable. That's true. But,
like using your framework, could we not theoretically justify slavery? If the affected population was small enough, and if the payoff was great enough.
100%.
Yeah,
you could
but people aren't going to intuitively
totally
feel okay about that. There's going to be other things at play here.
Oh, I know. So the reason people don't intuitively accept it is because they can't pull their brain out of the conditions they find themselves in, the conditions they wake up in and the conditions they go to sleep in. Like people are very closely, their sense of everything, of ethics, of purpose is kind of like stamped into them from their upbringing, and really just like it's an imprint from the society that they're born into. So my point is, if you evaluate these things, if you can ever get out from under that crippling weight, then the conversation changes significantly. So could you justify slavery? 100%. Slavery was justified for most of human history. We're not so different than the people born into societies where you didn't think twice about slavery being a reasonable outcome. So, if our society more closely resembled the state of nature, we would have no grievances with slavery. And I think in future societies, people will look back on our time and they'll say, hey, you guys had like literal slavery, even though you think you didn't. And that would be because the working conditions maybe of like the kind of like class system you see in the US, or a literal caste system that you see in India, were more akin to slavery than like some kind of like future state, right? So it's like, my point is that there is no, well, my point in response to what you just said, not my broader point, but it's like you can't say that this is bad and this is good. It's just so it's just pointless to say that. And like you're saying, people intuitively feel like they won't ever agree to slavery, but I disagree. I believe, given sufficient interest, mutual interest in arriving at truth, you can bypass that. I think if you and I talked, and I think you're saying most people feel. I don't think you feel that way. Do you understand?
Well, my feelings are relevant. I'm just saying that I think that we can point to there is a different feeling and action between things that appear to have the same consequences. And sometimes I think that our intuitive feelings can lead us to things that rationally might not make a lot of sense. So for instance, if I could show you two societies, one where like 80% of the population was enslaved, but their material conditions were all vastly improved, and another society where everybody is like free, but the material conditions are quite a bit worse, I think most people might opt towards the latter than the former, even if it doesn't really make sense to.
So that's interesting, because if it was a hypothetical exercise, I agree with you, because we've really poisoned the well with like concepts like slavery. Those things just are like as close to like ontologically evil, as I said the word, as possible. So I agree with I agree with you to the extent you're talking about feelings, but I think in practice, all people care about are material conditions. If you were living in the society as a slave,
I think politics shows that that's not the case, right? People don't make like rational, when I say rational, people don't make like fully informed, logical, rational decisions about, say, who they vote for. Look at how many poor Republicans think that like Trump is their friend and they vote for it, right?
I know. Yeah. So yeah, to the extent that this relates to feelings, yeah, I agree. I'm saying though that like in practice it boils down a little differently. If you just to keep it to again the hypothetical you just gave, where like there's a society that has a lot of slavery, but the material conditions are pretty good for all. I assume in that society you're talking about the material conditions, including the slaves, right? So like it's even though they are slaves, somehow the material conditions are pretty good. Is that what you intended to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then the other society, material conditions are dog shit, but there's no slavery. Woo, right. So, and you're saying hypothetically, yeah, people are going to really dislike that. But I think the reason they dislike that is because people have an allergic reaction to concepts like slavery, because they're brainwashed by like this Western individualism. So, I think I would make the case that if they're closer to those societies, if you're paying the price of those material conditions, you would do anything to improve the material conditions of your everyday existence.
Maybe, yeah. But it'd be hard to know.
It is hard to know, but that maybe, yeah, it's like, I mean, that's a pretty big that's a change of, I mean, you gave that example to suggest that maybe that wasn't possible, right?
Well, no, I'm not trying to say anything is possible. I'm not making a hard argument. I'm just saying there's a lot to consider. That there's like a lot of these interactions, the way that we view freedom, and like, because I just defended the concept that like people like freedom, and that's true. But I mean, there's also like the concept of like the paradox of choice. The more freedom you give somebody, sometimes the less happy they are with the decisions that they get.
True.
And then also sometimes I believe people really just want the illusion of freedom sometimes too. They want to feel like they're freely making choices, but in reality, it's all kind of like they're not really making many like independent free choices at all. They're just like doing, you know, totally. But so I'm just saying that like these are all things to consider. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, all that's super. I totally aligned there. I guess the interesting part of this is there's a divergence between the expected outcomes let me clean up my language. There's a really big difference between the hypothetical exercise here with average people and the lived reactions here with average people. So I think it's easy. I think it's intuitive. It's reasonable for me to suggest that somebody in poor material conditions would basically pay a steeper price to escape those conditions than somebody who's like hypothetically thinking about this, right?
Yeah,
so,
maybe.
Meaning that so the price tags are going to be really different. And you kind of that you see that in the state of nature all the time. That like people do things they never thought they could do to survive when it comes down to it, right?
Sure.
And it's the same with like survival is more or less equal to just improving material conditions. So like even if you're not under duress, like even if you're not like escaping a bear trap and having to like, you know, somehow like remove your leg from your body so you can like have a chance to escape like this thing.
Sure. All right. What are we? Okay. Yeah. Okay. What are we getting towards? What do you want to?
The reason I got on was was in the waiting room was because I want to to argue on behalf of a society where torture is like a known quantity and kind of priced in, you know. And right now we have a society that has an allergic reaction to torture, and I think the society where it's priced in, meaning it's equitable, it's fair, it's kind of weighed out into the best of our ability, kind of rationalized into something that's acceptable to talk about and deploy, is better. And I think most people probably disagree with that. I think if I make my arguments, like, minds will change potentially. So that's why I'm here. I don't know. I can't tell like if you disagree with that claim.
I don't think I had a very strong position on it. I think you'd have to show me, like, I'd have to think about it a lot more. I'm not sure. Yeah, I just don't have strong positions on it.
Yeah. Okay. That's a responsible answer. You know, for what it's worth, I've listened to your content for a while. We don't disagree on a whole lot. You know, there's been a few times where I wasn't in a position to like call in or whatever, but where I wanted to. But I think this might be like a good argument. I don't know if people are interested in it, but if it's interesting to you, form a position on it, and I'll go to bat for the argument the stance that I just drawn out, that the society with torture priced in. I am fond of that language because what I'm trying to do is bundle in the concept that it's not just like recklessly abundant torture. It's torture deployed strategically, right? It's torture as part of a function, right? It's a feature of society, as opposed to right now we just have, it's not a feature of society, right? Like torture is just a bug in society, right?
Okay.
So
okay, I'll think about it. I'll keep it in mind. Okay.
Okay. Fine. All right. Hi, chat. I'm emailing you all the time. Send like 3 emails total, so it's not like all the time, but I'll email you about this probably once a week, and you can figure out if you don't have that. All right, have a good one.
Have fun. Wolfgang, you're in. What up?
Shit. Okay, 4 inches away from my face. We got it. All right. Initially, I was gonna give you a shit time for, in my opinion, letting that girl walk away with the quote-unquote personal comments, but spoke to some friends. Makes sense. You don't want people harassing her, whatever. Good call. Now, here's the second question. You have a lot of people that talk a lot of shit about DGG, the community in general.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Yeah. I think you do a good job on stream saying that you hold people to account, but I feel like maybe there's an alternative for you kind of giving DGG better optics. And I feel like that could come in the shape of community showcases, which I don't think you should do. You're a busy man, sure. You don't got the time to be doing that stuff. But it could be a good idea to get somebody in your team to maybe make like monthly community showcases of like creative stuff and just good stuff that the people do. You know what I mean?
Nope. Give me an example.
Okay, well, I can tell you for a fact that I follow a lot of artists on Twitter, and incredibly enough, there are some artists that I never heard of that I find that are insanely talented, and then I'll go through their tweets, and then for some fucking reason, there will be like a sketch that they've done of you, but they won't name you, and then somebody in the comments is going to be like, is that the D-Man? And then the artist will say yes. And these people are incredibly talented. I've seen this happen twice. Sure, it's just twice, but there might be many more out there. It could be a good idea, at least just because I talk about visual arts, to have a community showcase of visual artists, to have a showcase of people that do music and stuff, and to really advertise these people as part of your community. Maybe it could be shitty because if you have people like Keffels, it could paint a target on their back to be harassed. But this whole idea happened before this whole Keffels thing kind of blew up. I think it could be good for you to grab onto these people that make really creative stuff and for you to showcase them as part of your community. It would help, I think, people have an opinion that like, oh, these people aren't just weird fucking trolls that harass people.
Do you think just having artists in my community would change people's mind on that?
I think it would help because what do people think about DGG? Like when you talk about them with people that don't like them, they're just fucking people that harass people online. That's all that they think, in my opinion, at least from what I see. They're just harassers.
But I don't think we have like, I mean, we've got like a lot of artists in our community. I don't think people, I don't know if that would warm people up to us.
Maybe not. I just feel like, okay. So the reason why I bring this up, and these communities are way smaller, so it might not work. But when I watch people like Booksmarts or Erudite, it feels like there's a huge chunk of the community that's well known for like being like having like movie club, and they'll join into movie club and they'll talk about movies, or book club or art club or whatever. Erudite has like a community of people that are very into philosophy and shit like that. But I feel like these get advertised so much, it feels like there are people that join and participate in the community for these, I'm gonna call them extracurricular activities, right? And again, it might be that the community is so small that it's easy to pay attention to that, and it could be that it wouldn't work with yours, but I just feel like it could be beneficial. Like I feel like it could have a better look. It wouldn't stop people from hating DGG, but it could have people in the middle be like, oh, okay, they got like artists, they got musicians. Just helps to give like a good look, in my opinion. I don't think it's gonna magically solve everything. It's just a plus, okay?
I'll keep it in mind, okay, bud?
Oh, you'll keep it in mind. You'll keep everything in mind.
I do. I got a lot of stuff in my mind.
Oh, you got a lot. Okay. All right. You know, you can keep it in your mind.
Thank you.
I'm gonna look, and I'll fucking annoy you. Okay.
Okay.
I'm still thinking about that Sekiro debate. You're gonna get.
Oh, you mean the game that the Dark Souls clone?
Oh yeah, the Dark Souls clone. Okay, Chifo, listen to me. I feel like it's incredibly reductive of you to ignore all the fucking gameplay design stuff that makes any fucking normal player walking to that game automatically be funneled into playing more aggressive without realizing, right? Bloodborne does a similar fucking thing. It's pretty fucking good. I feel like the way you fucking describe this is so reductive. It's ridiculous, all right?
It's not reductive. The cameras are the same, the movements are similar, the enemy patterns are similar, the combat rhythm is almost identical. The what?
Okay, the combat rhythm being identical, I very much disagree with. And I feel like if you look at the focus on specifically pairing, because again, Dark Souls is a way more defensive game. The game, well, you can play aggressively, absolutely, but the default person that plays Dark Souls, in my opinion, any of the three games, are gonna get funneled into playing like this defensive style. The rolling, the putting up the shields, which I know that you fucking hate, fine. But you look at a game like Sekiro, and it takes the average fucking player that would be like super risk aversive, I don't know what you call it, that would like they wouldn't deal with risk, and the game, the way it's designed, the way the combat is made, it makes it so you won't succeed unless you take risk, unless you like fucking play in the offensive, which I think like it's worth making that distinction when you talk about the game. When you say these are just the same, I feel like it's incredibly fucking reductive.
They're not the same. They're obviously like different games.
Yeah, I just hate the way that you talk about this because
sure, that's fine. They're different. They're different games. I agree with you for that, of course. But like they're very clearly like Souls games.
They are. But why? Why not?
Like if nobody told me that Sekiro was a Souls game and I picked it up and started playing it in like 2 minutes, I'd be like, oh, this is a Souls game, 100%. It's
Sure,
From Software, absolutely, 100%. It's like this. There's
You know
so
what?
so
Write
so
me
many.
off as a salty fan. Write
What?
me off as a salty fan. No, listen,
I don't know what you even mean by that. I'm a fan of all the games. I love these games. I've like literally played and beaten all of them on stream. They're all fun games.
All I'm saying is that I recognize that I just want you to maybe talk a little bit more about the good things, but you don't have to.
Well, nothing that I just said is a bad thing. Them being Souls games aren't bad things. I liked all of them.
Don't you feel like when you say they're the same, it's kind of, well, okay, you explain it. Oh, I don't literally mean the same. Okay, never mind. Listen, I'm good, okay? Are you good?
Well, I
We're
mean,
good.
like, they don't take very many risks with their games. Like, they've got their gameplay loop figured out. And then from, like, Dark Souls 1 onwards, they've played it pretty safe in terms of, like, the combat system and everything. They've expanded, like, the exploration a little bit more. But, like, yeah, I mean, you can call that a criticism if you want. Or you can say, like, they've identified, like, a successful gameplay loop and they just build on that. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Like,
Listen, I figured this out. I am just a baby boy, and I want you to say the things that I want you to say. And you know what?
That's
I'll take
okay.
it. That's
I'm
fine.
glad you admit
That's
that.
fine. That's fine. Look, just wait until they come out with Armored Core, and you're gonna play that, right? Like, they're working on a new Armored Core game. You're going to play that, aren't you? Or are you gonna put it in your mind? With the
I mean, I
50
played
things
Armored
that
Core a
you're-
lot growing up. I love those games.
So
Armored
you're
Core
gonna
2,
play
Armored
the
Core
new
3.
game. Yeah, you're gonna play the new Armored Core that they're gonna make. Good,
I might,
good.
yeah.
It's good to hear. All right, good. We're good. We're good. Me and you, we're good. We're buddies, okay?
Okay. Sure. Yeah. All right.
Many kisses.
When Destiny talks about playing games, I don't know if he enjoys it. Yeah, the reason is that I describe things in a lot of ways, but a lot of people here, I just have to be more aware of this. You guys normally load every single fucking word that you guys talk with. Every single word you say has like this fucking moral weight behind it, and it's impossible for me to describe anything without you thinking I'm passing judgment on it. Like, somebody might like, what do I think about like, like this song. This is an incredibly simple song. Very simple, one instrument, single melodic line, almost no harmonization. Like, I feel like I like this song. It's a good song. But people will hear a word like simple. Oh, you think it's simple? That means you think it's fucking dog shit. You think it's trash. You think it's fucking horrible. Everything needs to be complex. No, it doesn't. It's just a simple song. But it sounds really good. You can like simple songs. Simple isn't bad. Simping isn't bad either. Woo yeah. Like, there's nothing bad about something being simple. Or same things with like the Souls games. There's nothing bad about them identifying a successful gameplay loop and then like reiterating it over and over and over again. There's nothing bad about that. That's fine. Bro, how much fucking lubricant do I need? Oh no, not lubricant, heavy oil. It's not your words, it's your tone of voice. Okay, I'll sound more excited. Dark Souls is repeating the same gameplay through a lot of the games, and it works so well. There you go. Is that better for you? Does that make you feel better? Does that make you happier when I say that? Shower, what do you want?
All right. You know, I'm glad that the rhetoric flattening has come to the point where we care about Souls game rhetoric. Like,
Yeah, well,
right?
that's welcome to my fucking shit-ass fan base, so.
Yeah, can you get rid of the steam engines and boilers out of your inventory? They've been sitting there for a while, and it's
Yeah,
it's wasting space.
I don't know if they're ever going to be used for anything.
They're not. Just throw them away, please.
Never? You really don't think they ever will be?
Just throw them away. No, throw them away. Another one. Did you ever... So you know like the Micro Brown shit, Ferguson?
Yeah, what about him?
Did you ever actually go over that on stream?
On stream, I don't think so, no.
Okay, I was just making sure because I didn't remember seeing my opinions from there, so I just wanted to make sure. You want to hear about something that you're never gonna do?
Sure.
Yeah, a research IRL stream. So like, you know how you talk about how like you
going
used to
to the
have to like go to
library?
the library? Yeah. So you used to like talk about like, oh, we used to have to go to the library instead of like Wikipedia.
Mhm.
But like an IRL stream where you just like kind of sit in like one of the like soundproof booths
just
and like just start like grabbing shit or ask like the person in the library like, hey, do you have like a source on this? Or like, hey, can you like find this article from like whenever? It would have to be like an old topic, right? Like something that's like not like some like new internet like random shit. But it'd have to be like some old thing. I don't know. I thought it'd be interesting, but you're never gonna do it. And then just, you know, one thing to cap it off is Satisfactory is trash Okay,
Why
there's
is it
nothing good about
trash?
it. It's just not a good game. Factorio is better in every way. People who come on stream saying you should play it are just dumb. They
That's
don't know what
probably
they're talking about.
I can agree with that.
It's just like you might as well just play like what Rift Breaker or whatever. Where like
True.
that
was a fun game. I liked Rift
Everything
Breaker,
can
okay.
go everywhere. Yeah, but it's like you don't have to think very much. It's just like
Yeah,
this
I
goes
kind of had the
here,
same
this goes
feeling with
here.
like. Did you play Dyson Sphere Program?
No, I haven't played it.
As soon as you can make things 3-dimensional, it kind of ruins the puzzle solving aspect because you can just
Yeah, like all
stack
like the
everything
3-dimensional shit. It's just like I just have to connect this to this and this to this, and it's like it's so simplified.
Mhm.
Oh wait, was that the one where like you had like the 20 levels of conveyor belts?
Yes,
where you can
yes,
just-
that game, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
where
like,
like
everything
you stacked
becomes,
the
like-
storage to infinity, and it's like
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. All that stuff kind of breaks the whole point of making the factory. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Wait, have you beaten this mod yet?
What? No.
Fuck.
No, you want me to start up a solo run, beat you to the end? Tell you what.
There's a lot of shit going on in this game.
Yeah, it looks like it. I don't really have time for these types of mods anymore.
Wait, then you don't even know if these boilers or steam engines will be useful in the future.
They're not.
How do you know?
Because I'm telling you they're not.
Oh,
Just
well.
throw them away.
I
They're
did,
it's
but-
literally like iron.
Okay.
Just throw them away.
I did. But I'm just saying, you don't know.
There you go. Good job.
Okay, well, anything else you got for us, Chief?
Obama.
Boom, 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 boom. I have this fucking song stuck in my head. Hello! Hello! Hello!
Hello?
Shit, I didn't mean to make fun of you. Hi.
Okay, wait, no, sorry. I have like 200 ping, so I might be lagging. Am I
Okay,
clear?
well, I have like 300 pings, so now what?
I just wanted to talk to you about Steins Gate, to be honest, if you remember anything from that anime.
Of course I do. It's one of my favorite animes of all time.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. I heard in some VOD that you liked it a lot.
Yeah.
What do you like most about Steins Gate?
I don't know. It's just well done. Usually when you have time travel shit, usually it sucks ass because usually time travel is a way to like remove consequences from any story. Whereas it felt like in Steins Gate, the time travel kind of added consequences to the story, which I thought was like a unique way of doing time travel. So yeah, I don't know. I liked it.
Okay. Yeah, I just watched it like 3 days ago. What do you think about how they did with like the butterfly effect and stuff? Like with the Ruka gender change?
Yeah, I thought it was all done like really well. I mean, obviously that isn't real, like the position you have sex
Yeah,
in or
of
whatever.
course.
Yeah, but I thought it was all done like really well. Yeah.
So like when I was watching with my friends and I was like, if they really wanted to apply this butterfly effect thing, a lot more would be different with the character. Do you agree with that?
Well, what do you mean?
Like, so I feel like if something as drastic as your gender was changed in your life, like a lot of stuff you would do would be different. So like maybe he or she, the Ruka character, wouldn't even meet like the main character Okabe.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's like, well, no. So the idea is that one, when they're traveling world lines, they're picking realities that are pretty close. So yeah, maybe if they were a male or female, maybe they're like would be far, 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 far different, but then they would have to move to a farther world line, right?
Gotcha.
And then I think the point was that in the world line where they were in, that character was already extremely feminine. So like whether if they were actually a woman or girl, that sounded transphobic. If they were a cis woman or cis girl, then their personality and everything wouldn't be that far removed from what they already were. That was kind of like the point of the character, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, then second question would be like regarding CERN. I thought CERN was they built up CERN to be so menacing, but the way they like showed CERN, like the actual like organization, didn't feel very intimidating at all. Like when they tried to ambush them in the lab when they first showed up, I found it so goofy that they were just wearing masks.
Yeah, this is totally, I have no reason to believe this. or unless I was given a reason to believe this, but I just think of like, I just thought of that as like, it's a large organization and they just hire out like small groups of thugs to like get jobs done, because it's all kind of like, they do something like that. Like, I don't know, those people are like actual like CERN warriors or something. That would be like my guess, but I don't know if that's that important of them.
Yeah, they built out CERN so like Okabe kept getting texts like like you're being watched, or you know too much. But then I just felt like slightly disappointed with how they did CERN, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they weren't really it feels like they weren't as big a part of the show.
Yeah, the story, yeah. Would you watch Steins Gate Zero?
Would I watch Steins Gate Zero? No, fuck no. But maybe
Why?
someday. I don't know. I really, really, really liked Steins Gate, and I'm worried that the fucking whatever that Steins Gate Zero shit is gonna be stupid as fuck. But I don't know.
That I have that worry too, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. So
really,
yeah, it's quite highly rated too on IMDb, MAL.
Okay, I tried watching it and I got like 7 episodes in, and I might totally be making this up and maybe I was wrong, but it felt like everybody's boobs got way bigger, and I was like, this is so stupid.
But what about the plot though? Or do you just only watch the?
I don't know. I started watching and like Kurisu or whatever came back as like a fucking AI or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll give it another go, but.
Okay. Any other anime that you've seen or is your favorite?
My top 3 are like, my anime tastes are very accessible. My top 3 are like Cowboy Bebop, Death Note, and Steins Gate. So I mean.
Okay. Have you? I'll just recommend ReZero. I don't know if you have time nowadays to watch stuff, but ReZero is really good.
Okay.
All right. That's it. Bye.
Bye. Fuck, where are the cables? Am I fucking blind? I thought they were on this page. Oh, they are. I am fucking blind. RTBA lol. Destiny, open and watch after call.
Hey,
Everybody.
Where did Dalton leave? I'm
No,
still
he went to get a beer and Wanglin went to go pee.
unreal.
Yes. There-
Yeah, what's up?
What's going on?
Hey. Hey.
Good cast. Now everybody's nervous because you're here.
It's a great cast, yeah. Yeah, how about the Ralph stream today? That was interesting, huh?
What a comeback. What a Ralph delays content for 2 weeks and then just goes in. His meter's all charged up.
You did good.
Yeah. I gotta say, I allowed myself to be gaslit, because I went on very strongly last night saying that, Destiny's making excuses. He's blowing it out of proportion. He doesn't really believe that. And, he drags me in today to be like, well, I've never lied before. So why would you think I would lie?
Why does he always... Oh... I don't even know if I want to watch it. I'm trying to think if is he doing this for optics reasons or is he really that stupid? I don't know. I can't tell if he's like engaging in this bad faith or if he's just kind of dumb. I don't think he's dumb, but it's more disappointing if he's just like blatantly lying every time. I've never in my life said that like I've never lied or never been wrong. I'm sure there are plenty of things that I've been wrong about. I don't know if I'd say lie, but there's plenty of things that I've been wrong about. I'm not a perfect actor. It's so annoying. And then every time he rephrases, he's like, oh, Dustin says he's never lied his whole life. I think, okay, like, nice.
He drags me in today to be like, well, I've never lied before. So why would you think I would lie to you now? And things that are just really kind of like a non sequitur.
It's your fucking fault for saying the word Bayesian in a real conversation. Somebody made a post on my subreddit, and I actually think it was actually really good. I just don't know how to approach it without being autistic. Fuck, how do I... It didn't really get much engagement, but it was this post. Stop running away from potential epistemic divisions. This guy basically made the post, kind of tired of seeing you hit this wall with people over and over and over again. I get it. You want to divert away from debate, bro, tactics, blah, blah, blah. But 99.9% of socio-political, philosophical disagreements will come down to epistemic differences. If you're not willing to address these discussions on the level, you will go in circles and conversations every time. And you do just that. Viking is the most recent example. You're clearly utilizing a Bayesian framework to frame your thinking and arguments about Fuentes' potency. But if your interlocutor isn't cognizant you're doing this, doesn't know what a Bayesian framework is, or disagrees you're utilizing a Bayesian framework, or has holes in their understanding of the framework, etc., should be obvious why someone would interpret you as being weaselly or disingenuous without clarification or context. He's kind of a dick in this post, but like what he's saying is correct. Saying Fuentes probably believes in Holocaust denial doesn't have the same ring in a colloquial sense. It's hard for me to tell if you're intentionally sidestepping this, invoking rabbit hole avoidance, or you're just not conscious how necessary it often is to actually expose and address epistemic differences in these discussions. Yeah, this is probably a conversation that I need to have more like, Oh, I don't think this guy realized he was responding to me. Destiny has himself said, paraphrasing, once people start calling... Oh, I just realized that. He didn't know he was talking to me. That's kind of funny. Sorry. Yeah, this is something... But I don't know how to, like, get into... Because most people don't even... Like, as soon as you say, like, epistemology, people are going to sleep. Nobody gives a fuck. Maybe this is something I should explain on stream more. But, like the way that I kind of, like, make decisions is that, like... There's some like I should actually learn like the formal there's like some formalized way of talking about like Bayesian probability. But there's like what are the chances of an event happening ever? And then you have like what's like more information that would adjust the probability of this happening up or down. And then you have at the end here some likelihood of like a given thing actually happening. I think Xskills was the one that formally introduced me to this like kind of thinking. So like if somebody says like the president like the president of the United States called somebody the N-word on League of Legends. Well, if we look at this prior, how many times has it ever happened in the history of the United States? Like never. This is an unprecedented event. So our prior is we're starting at a very, very, very low probability, like 1% that the president does this. And then when we adjust up or down, well, what are things that would make it more likely or less likely? More likely. We're getting further in time, so presidents are getting younger. Maybe that might boost a little bit. We know that the president has an active League of Legends account. That might boost it a bit. We know the president has been permabanned from League. That would boost it a lot, right? So I adjust up or down based on like these different pieces of information that are presented, and then at the end here, I'm spitting out some like probability where it's like, oh, okay, this is probably like I'd say this is like 85% true, or this is like 95% true. So usually when I speak in terms of probability, like this is kind of what I'm saying, like, oh, they're probably like when somebody asks me like, is Nick Fuentes like anti-Semitic? I would say probably, yeah, he's probably like, oh, it's over 51%. I would say based on everything I'd see. Right, like given his past behavior, given like new information that I've gotten, none of that seems to change it. Like, yeah, it's definitely like, this would adjust. Like I say probably, but it'd be higher too, probably like 85%, 90%. But people, I don't think people are. This is like a framework that is all like inductive, I guess you would say. Like, it's inductive in that I'm taking small pieces of information, I'm making a best guess. But I don't think people don't natively think probabilistically. People think deductively. So whereas that's my framework for putting together something, somebody else's framework internally, they'll be running like syllogisms without realizing it. It'll be something like this. Anyone who makes anti-Semitic jokes is anti-Semitic. Nick Fuentes makes anti-Semitic jokes. Therefore, Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. This will be like a syllogism that's running in their head. So then when they ask me, like, oh, and I realize this, and now I realize this. Now this has kind of been like put in front of me. When we're having an argument, they're arguing deductively, and I'm arguing inductively or probabilistically. So when people start arguing, they're like, do you think Nick Fuentes is a Nazi? Or do you think Nick Fuentes is blah, blah, blah? Well, in their mind, they've got like 1 or 2 or 3 premises that like deductively lead to a conclusion, and it's yes or no. It's deduction. Deduction doesn't work on probability. The conclusion either logically follows, meaning the logic builds towards it and it's true, or it logically fails and it's false. Probably just sounds like a weasel. It sounds like a cop-out. You don't say probably. If A, then B. If B, then C. If A, probably C. No, you don't say that. Probably doesn't exist in prop logic. I don't think it does. There is no probably. It either does or does not logically follow. And so I think when people's minds are running kind of these like deductive frameworks, whether they realize it or not, they probably are running these deductive frameworks. And I'm approaching things from a probabilistic framework. Every answer that I give is going to sound implausible or weaselly or stupid because we have like, there's an epistemic divide between how we come to conclusions. Are you using this equation to attribute motive to a person? Well, no, this is how I use this for everything in life. Just when I think of like anything, I'm always thinking in terms of like probabilities because you could always be wrong about something. Like somebody could do something different or something different could happen. Or like even like you can ask Melina, and I guess it drives people in real life crazy when I do this too. Melina will ask me a question like, oh, this person said that and that and that. Like, do you think that they hate me or whatever? And it's like, maybe they might. But there could also be something else going on. Like maybe they're on their fucking period. Maybe they just stopped taking antidepressants. Maybe they got into a fight with somebody else. Maybe, right? There's a whole bunch of other things they're going to do. Okay, well, but like if they said this, they must hate me. It's like, I don't know if they hate you. They might hate you. There's a good chance based on that and that. Maybe they do hate you. It's like 80%. But there could also be other stuff going on. Like this is how I approach like every single event. This is just how I tend to think about things in my life because there's like so many different crazy things that I deal with and like there could always be other explanations. I get scared about running deductive frameworks because there's nothing scarier than deductively committing to a conclusion that ends up being false because it fucks your mind and I think it undermines your confidence in the world. Whereas if I'm more probabilistic with how I see things, I've got room for error without undermining like my confidence in understanding anything, right? Wow, thanks Jillian Seed 83, buddy. Because you need to present the prior that is currently giving your opinion. That is what loops other people. Yeah, maybe. A good example of this could be when you want to see the rest of a video to see what provoked something. Like, what is the likelihood of this happening? Okay, pretty low. So there's something that happened before the video changes like that. It's not exactly how you think of it, but it could be from that. Oh, no, that is pretty similar, actually. I'll always do that when we get, like, cop videos that are fucked. I'll be like, yeah, like, well, what could have happened before this? You know, it looks really bad, but could we conceive of some events that happened before this that would make this not bad? Sure. Is there a harm where you think someone is 70% plus a label in your system to just label them flatly? Well, when you label people flatly, 70%. Okay, you should understand this as gamers. I understand this from poker, okay? 70%, there's a lot. 30% is a lot of the time to miss a hand, okay? That's a big fucking number. Even in video games, like 5% is a really big chance. If you're farming mobs for any rare drop in any video game ever, right? 5% drop, that's some shit you farm in like 20 minutes, okay? Or if it's a boss, maybe like a few hours. 5% is a lot. That's a big chance. 1 out of 20? That's not even rare. 5% is not even rare. Yeah. Is it necessarily bad to make a wrong judgment? I understand that thinking for online dialogue, but for practical real life purposes, I think commitment to positions is almost necessary. Depends on how hard you commit. If you're only 70% sure of something, you shouldn't commit 100% to it. You should commit and leave yourself room to navigate, assuming the 30% comes to fruition. That's what I think. Oh God. This is a long time ago.
Okay.
This is back when I used a cancer mic.
Forward and take a peek.
Yep.
Up the ladder and go right. Come right back up. No, I already saw him heal the one dude.
Shut up.
Is that guy back?
Okay.
Back the fuck up.
Stop skipping. I don't want to listen to me talk for 2 minutes. It's cringe.
99%.
Ugh.
What? No!
This dog shit fucking cuck bullshit ass fucking game, dude.
He's under partial cover. He's gonna die.
He's gonna die. Wait. Oh, there's another dude.
There's 3 left. He's gonna die, dude. He's gonna fucking die. I can't even believe it. I can't even fucking believe it.
Oh my God!
Oh my God. You can't dodge a second one, dude. I wish you would, man. Can you fucking dodge it? There's no way.
Oh my God!
He dodged it! He fucking dodged it!
I hate this game. I'm getting PTSD just watching.
It's balls to the wall time. It's balls to the wall time.
90% chance.
Recover both. I need you to fucking do this. Take him out. Take him out. What the fuck?
The funny thing is that people think that this is missed. I missed like 90% in a row. Not to shatter the illusion, but I think what actually happened here was I aimed the rocket too high. It didn't even miss. It just wasn't aimed low enough.
You to fucking do this. Take him out. Take him out.
Oh man. Oh, wrong elevation. Oh, anyway. This guy. Maybe you should start using different words depending on the percentage chance. I think they all sound Weasley. I think that's the issue. Anytime you're working from like these deductive frameworks, anything, I'm confident, probably, almost certainly, like... Nick and the cozy people are psychoanalyzing you. Start from 454. Wait, is this the same clip that I was just given?
Yeah, how about the
Okay, good one.
Caricature of a histrionic Jew, and if that guy is squealing and hysterical and calling me a Nazi, then that, frankly, makes me look good. I mean, quite frankly, it makes people that call me a Nazi look ridiculous. So I don't support deplatforming in that case. But, you know, then Destiny's gonna go and say, oh, well, gotcha, we saw a clip.
Why does he keep... I hate how childish... Dude, one of the things I notice as I engage with these political communities, I'm trying to have like higher level conversations, it's so annoying how childish they look for like these, gotcha, I gotcha on the thing. Bro, just back up and like engage with what I'm saying. Like have an adult conversation. I'm never trying to gotcha at any part of these conversations, right? I'm just having a conversation about like, how do we feel about deplatforming? What is your community stance on deplatforming? Like that's all the conversation is. Nobody's going for gotchas here. Like,
of big tech, we have a 80-second clip of big tech doing this, which means you support deplatforming, which means...
I never even said you support deplatforming. I'm just saying that your community's doing it. You came out, he took a stance against it. Now, he seemed to support it earlier when Ralph was fighting too, which is one of the things I talked to him about, but...
means, you could deplatform anybody, which means... And it's like, whoa. It's like, I didn't support... Mr. Girl being banned. I don't support him being banned now. I never said I did. And we've had a good relationship. And, I said that I don't support it going forward. And I'm saying, so what do you want from me? I hate that gotcha shit where it's like, we got the, it's like, got the clip. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Go back in a time machine and catch the stream and say, hey, he's telling me, well, he's on your platform. Don't you invite everyone on your platform? Yeah, you're right, Destiny. Let me get in my time machine and not just set the date to the day that the report happened.
No one is even saying this.
Let me go back in time to before we accepted big tech on the platform, and anticipate that he would be on here and I would be endorsing everything he said. I'm like, I disavow. Like, what more do you want from me? Obviously, if he's your friend and that's a red line for you, obviously we'll accommodate you. But when we go on the Ralph stream and he says, oh, I omitted the fact the entire time that I was mass reporting Keffels last week on Twitter.
First of all, we never mass reported Keffels. There was the one stream that we went after. And I don't know if Keffels is like the go-to example there when she's literally like at fucking terrorist war with my fucking community. We've never gone and spam reported all of her shit. We've never gone to take down all of her thing. There was the one fucking Twitch stream that you put. And you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Sure, but these are not even remotely comparable to, I'm gonna go through all of Mr. Girl's old fucking videos, or I'm gonna DMCA people I don't like, or I'm gonna fucking do, it's not even remotely comparable. I can't believe that Keffels is the one that they're like hooking themselves onto, like Keffels is your savior now. Although I guess to some extent she probably is, because these guys all hate Kiwi Farms as well, so.
Twitch. And it's even better. He didn't say, I mass reported Keffels because Keffels tried to kill me. Or he goes, I mass reported Keffels because he was lying about me on a stream, on a platform that I'm banned from. It's like, so not only is your free speech position not absolute as recently as a month ago or a week ago, but your justification for deplatforming is in fact weaker than the reason Big Tech gave for reporting Mr. Girl. Because, you know, if you want to say, well, Keffels can be reported because A, lying, B, utilizing a platform you don't have access to. Well, Mr. Girl is A, lying, B, lying about us in a platform we don't have access to, and C, I mean, effectively inciting violence. In the sense that when he goes out there and says, not only is it a lie, but it's the legal definition of libel and defamation. There's a special category if you accuse somebody of committing a crime. There's a handful of things like adultery and criminality and tax fraud, I think. There's a few things in defamation law that particularly you can't falsely accuse somebody of. Like, I believe even if they're a public figure. So anyway, that was just the most, that vindicated everything I said about the that it's bad faith, that if you omit that fact, you're coming on the stream and saying, I completely changed my position on deplatforming, and if your friend reported my friend, you're culpable because it's your community. It's like, my friend, you mass reported somebody last week for the same reason, and you didn't think to bring that up. Ralph,
What does he ever say this because of free speech absolution? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like it's like a ton of cope. I don't even know what the cope is for too. It's not even like I'm telling Nick that like I'm holding you accountable. Like he keeps describing all these positions I don't have. Like I'm never saying that like I'm holding you personally accountable for this. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, hey, can you guys not like spam report like people that I'm like.
To get the receipts and confront
Nick, when Nick has to go when Nick has to always go back to his community to come up with a new narrative to why he lost. His community knows what they saw. That's why he needs to come up with a story for them. Maybe, I don't know.
You would call you on it, and you saw like he just melted instantly when Ralph brought that up. Destiny was just like, wait, no, and he just starts. It's off to the races with the motor mouth, and it's like, yeah, like we got you, buddy. So I was, I should have.
Okay, I guess I'm pro deplatforming, guys. Okay. Based.
Did they know me from YouTube at all? No, and that's kind of cool, because then it doesn't feel like I'm abusing a power dynamic.
Hello?
So I'm not dating a fan. But they are a fan of both Alex and Destiny.
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing much. I wanted to talk about this phenomenon that's happened to me before.
Is it ghosts?
No. It's sort of music related, sort of. When I was a bit younger, I used to, whenever I heard a new song that I really liked, I used to listen to it on repeat just to get it out of my system and stuff.
Okay.
And I did this once right before I went to sleep. So I had the song on repeat while I slept. And when I woke up, the song just sounded completely different. I don't know what exactly happened. The song didn't change, but it just sounded very different, almost like you could like notice every single note or whatever. I don't know, it's hard to explain. But ever since that happened to me once, I tried doing it several times, and it's worked almost every time. I think it has something to do with getting into REM sleep while you do it, but it's like a really interesting phenomenon. I don't know if you've experienced it before.
Nope.
It's I don't know. I'd almost recommend it. It's kind of it's really trippy, but yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Also, I don't know. Every time you mention that Steins Gate is your favorite anime, I kind of like don't really understand it because it's been a while since I watched it. But every time I try to remember it, I almost always remember it as being kind of shit. But I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion.
Maybe you just have shit taste.
No, it's just I don't know. I just felt like nothing really changed by the end of the show. Like everything was the same, but the status quo didn't change. So I was like, what was even the point of this? But yeah, whatever. Maybe that's just me.
What do you mean nothing changed? He saved the one girl's life.
Well, yeah, but like nothing. Like the characters remained the same. All the relationships remained the same.
The main character changed.
It didn't act like it.
How did he not act like it? What are you talking about?
Like he went back to being like the goofy, retarded dumbass that he was before.
Yeah, but before he was actually a goofy, retarded dumbass. In the middle of the show, he pretended he was a goofy, retarded dumbass to cover up his pain. And then at the end of the show, he kind of acts a little bit goofy, but he's like matured now because he's gone through a whole adventure.
I guess.
Fuck
I
you.
don't know.
What's your favorite anime?
My favorite anime? Oh, that's a tough one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is, because you know you're about to get judged.
No, I think it's the Rurouni Kenshin OVAs.
You're such a loser. You picked like
What?
the easiest
What do you
fucking
mean?
answer. You're picking a safe answer because you know you're
No, it's not. Like the OVAs, I don't know. They're really emotional to me.
Yeah, no
And-
shit. It's one of the best like animated things ever. So you're being safe because you're a fucking loser. Congratulations.
Okay, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, that's kind of sums up everything I wanted to talk about this time.
Okay.
Thanks for listening, and have a good stream.
Yep, love you, babe.
See ya.
Hello, what's up? Okay. Dr. Darko, hello.
Oh, hey. How's it going?
It's going great. How are you going?
Oh, you know, pretty all right.
Okay.
So first off, big Asker's energy, but I feel like I undersold my space exploration progress last time we talked.
Okay. Update me, babe.
I have an old save where like production and utility science like used to be on the ground, but I updated my save. Or rather, I started playing again. So like, I don't know, you know, sorry. But yeah, I have a big ass fuck you space, and like, I have a lot of things.
Okay, but it's on an
automated.
old patch, so you know, is it really that impressive? Like, do I really care that much?
True.
It didn't even look symmetrical. Like, I don't know what you want me to say that, but okay, go ahead.
Random thing. Do you own a percussive massager?
Like like a vibrator?
I mean, yeah. I guess
Yeah, we
technically.
have like a Hitachi thing. What about it?
Oh no, I mean like a massage gun. Like it's not like a sex
no.
toy thing.
No.
Oh, for sure. I would recommend. So like, there's some kind of weak data supporting it. Like helping get rid of like scar tissue.
I doubt
'cause
that.
it can.
No shot.
I-
Is what
I-
it
as I said,
stimulates the muscle and regrows bullshit, or what?
No, it just because like when scars form, the collagen like like is in like a weird like network that isn't in like in line with everything else, and like as you like push and massage it, like it can like realign the matrix. Again, like it's pretty like weak data, but like
My understanding is that your skin it's like a whole thing. It's got like a matrix that where it's all connected and it works well. And that whenever you cut something or you damage your skin a lot and scar tissue forms, it's necessarily disruptive to that matrix. So scar tissue will be thicker and a little bit more resilient to like cuts, but it's not going to be like as pliable or flexible because it's like not part of that matrix. It's like a patch almost. It's covered up. I'd be surprised if we could undo that with a massage gun, but
yeah. As I can I don't have the paper in my citation manager, but I can find it and send it to you if you're interested. But and as I said, like it's like pretty like weak data. A lot of it is like surgical scars and like that kind of stuff. I don't know like if it necessarily like works for like stretch marks because it is a type of scar, but it is like different than like a cut or all of that.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to mention you can still run audio filters like through OBS, like even if you are running things through like a channel strip. So like you can still have like an expander or like a noise gate or like.
Why the fuck would I use a free shit software when I have a $300 channel strip? I like my audio.
I mean, because you don't have like a noise gate or like an expander, or I mean, I think you have a compressor built in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. I like the way my audio sounds. I don't want it to sound like fucking Hassan's, okay? It's over-processed. It sounds like garbage.
Well, I mean, like, it's just literally like stopping like background noise from coming in rather than like
Yeah,
actually
that's part of my
altering the
environment.
audio
You get the
signal.
authentic stream experience, okay? What, you want me to green screen myself next?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, please just turn up the construction work in the background, like whenever you can.
Well, listen, that's my life. Okay, you have to live it too. Fuck you.
Cool. I'm giving a talk on the philosophy of science in a few weeks. Like it's kind of like a little mini class thing. I was wondering if you had anything from there you found like most interesting.
You're giving a speech on philosophy of science?
Yeah, just kind of like the
To
history
who?
of like the scientific method. Just some friends. It's an event thing, and I don't know if they have like a classroom.
Science people or are they philosophy people?
Not like they're just humans, just normal people.
Why the fuck would they care about the philosophy of science? I don't even know how many science people know about philosophy of science. I don't even know how many philosophers know about philosophy of science. Why would normal people want a speech on this?
I don't know, because it's interesting.
Okay, I feel like it's gonna be really boring, but good luck.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't know if you had anything in particular you think would be cool to share.
That's like accessible to like a normal person with no. I have no idea. Yeah, I'll just say good luck. Okay.
For sure. Sorry, and you can yeet me out whenever you want. You've advocated for price discrimination for access to college, and I was wondering, because I come from like a similar family-ish background from you, where like kind of have like a lower middle class family, like living like an upper middle class lifestyle, and like advocating for price discrimination like wouldn't have helped you like with financial aid, and I'm wondering, I don't know if you think there's anything that could like ameliorate those sorts of things.
It wouldn't have helped me with financial aid. Probably not. But I would like for my situation, I'd say the changes to the FAFSA probably should have happened. But
wait, like what changes?
Well, when I was a kid, it was really, really, really hard for them to go by. Like they demanded to see your parents' income, which was pretty frustrating because like I'd been financially independent from my parents since I was 16. So the idea that I had to put their income down on my FAFSA when I'd been filing taxes on my own and everything was really, really, really fucking annoying.
Right. Yeah. So there's like no solution besides like just people going through the process of getting emancipated, and that's just
either that or getting married or joining the military, or having a kid. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I guess there does exist a solution there.
But that would have been my big change. But yeah.
Right. And then I have some new old COVID memes. If you're
hit me up. What do you got?
So masks. Do you think that masks are good or that they work, that they're effective?
Yeah, as long as everybody's wearing them, probably help a little bit. I mean, it's not gonna be like 100% protects you from everything, but probably better than not.
Right. Do you think that like how infectious the new variants are affects that at all?
Assuming the Omicron one didn't that have like an R naught of like fucking 17 or some shit. At that point, I don't know how much it's actually helping, but.
Right. Yeah. There's again, I have some papers. Well, a couple preprints, but like one from the Lancet about like how like mask, like if you look at data from counties with a mask mandate and like without them, then like there's literally like no difference. And oh god, what's the other one? Oh yeah. And do you think that the COVID numbers are, or the COVID hospitalization numbers specifically, how or do you think that those are overcounted at all?
What do you mean by overcounted?
Do you think that the hospitalization numbers are inflated?
I don't know, like that more people have COVID than they're saying, or less people have COVID than they're saying, or what do you mean by that?
So like being in the hospital because of COVID, rather being in the hospital like with COVID, is, I think.
I don't even know if they record those numbers, but just say your point. Go. I have no idea.
But yeah, there's like a lot of anecdotally, a lot of health departments are coming out saying that like how they count hospitalizations is weird. It's like if you're hospitalized with COVID symptoms and like test positive, then they count you as a hospitalization, but like they don't count like whether or not you've been like intubated, because you could have like cardiovascular symptoms and like they still count that as a hospitalization. There's actually like a paper that came out about like where they're saying like 15% of hospitalizations are like like not actually due to COVID.
I mean, Yeah, maybe. It would depend on the context. I don't know what the relevancy of this is. Like, my understanding is that you code for certain things in hospitals because you need to get reimbursed for certain things because there's going to be like procedures or protocols related to certain things. So, for instance, if you have a COVID patient, there might be a set of things that you have to do as a precaution for having a COVID patient, and you need to be able to bill insurance companies for said precaution. So, if you've got a COVID patient and they might occupy some resources or do some things, like you need to be able to bill for that. So that's why they code them the way they do. And then I've heard accusations that like people lie about how they code things or whatever, but I don't know if that was ever proven. But
it's not so much how like lying about how they code things. It's just a matter of so like the CDC, they're currently using like the community levels as like the metric for like how much risk like COVID is in any given area, and it's a function of like how many people are hospitalized and like number of new cases. And so like there's a lot of areas that are like in the red where like, you know, people are going in for like heart problems and like, you know, they're calling it COVID when like, well, there's not actually like any hard data to like support that it's COVID related. If that makes sense.
I'd have to see what specifically you're talking about, but
for sure. Yeah, I can email you the paper. It is still in preprint, but like it seems pretty solid, at least in my opinion.
What is it published? Or is it submitted anywhere?
Yeah, it's in Nature. I want to say. Hang on, I can.
I'm just curious where this. I'm not reading it now. I'm just curious where they try to submit it to. But
yeah. I want to say it's in Nature, but I might be wrong. Like there's a couple of preprints that I've been like staring at. But yeah, I don't remember where it was submitted to,
okay,
but I do have I have the thing. Yeah, I don't know if your chat works in here, but I just dropped it in there. Or I guess I can put it in DDG. Also, random relationship thing. You've like brought up a few times how like, or rather you and Erudite have brought up how like women tend to like focus more on their feelings than like their partners. Where like, you know, like if they do something wrong and they get called out, like they like get upset that they did something wrong, and like then you need to like create space for them to feel bad about the thing that they did.
Okay.
I don't know like how to like remain calm like during that, where it's like I'm upset because like I was wronged, but like now I have to like deal with this like other person's feelings when like I'm already trying to deal with my own. I don't know, it's just like frustrating.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a skill you got to learn, or find a partner that needs less emotional space. There's not like there's no shortcut to that. I mean,
right, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Why can't things just be easier?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's all I got. Thanks for all the stuff you do.
Right.
Have fun.
I love you. Stay safe, buddy.
Yeah.
Gameplay student, what's up?
Hey, I am here looking for tips on communicating better. We had a couple call-ins at this point, and I didn't explain myself very well, I felt, but I feel like I don't know, I just feel like I always have trouble getting my thoughts into words, and I'm looking for advice.
I mean, just practice. Figure out like what's working, what's not working. I don't know. That's what I did. I practiced a lot. I'm sure there are books you can read on being an effective communicator, but yeah, I don't know. I just practice a lot.
Sure.
That's I don't have like great advice for you. That's all I did is practice a lot.
Cool. Well, other than that, good anime suggestions?
Good anime suggestions. I don't watch any anime. I don't have time to watch anything. Okay, watch the new Lord of the Rings show and watch the new Game of Thrones show. Isn't that what everybody's watching right now?
I guess. I don't know. I haven't tried either, but all right, I'll give them a try.
Yeah, do that. That's the new hip thing. That's what everybody's on right now. Okay.
Oh, is that what we're supposed to do? Just watch what everyone else is watching?
Yep.
All right, cool. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Have fun.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello? Hi. I'm so sorry. I keep looking at my mic. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, yesterday I was in the car, and then today I think if you're in another room and you're muted, and if you move back in here, anyways, it's a whole thing. Are you okay with me talking about the stuff I was talking about before, or do you think you don't want to talk about that? I could talk about other things.
Go for it. Whatever you want to do, man. We're here for you.
Okay. you remember the thing where, okay, so just as a recap, I'm the person who was helping someone out financially a lot. And, okay. Okay, I guess from your perspective, just trying to get your perspective, have you ever, like, given up on anything? Like, that was, like, really important to you?
I guess playing my saxophone, yeah.
Okay, but did you have a good reason for it? Or, like, something, like, you actually cared about and, like, you wanted to do, but you're just like, this isn't gonna work, and then you just didn't do it?
I don't know why. Just get to the next point. What?
Okay, because this is something, I mean, I talked about, like, I said how, like, oh, like, what I'm doing is just stealing to help out, but that's actually not, like, the full thing. The full thing is that, for the most part, I've been doing what I can to help out, just because I feel kind of, like, I kind of feel trapped in this situation where it's like, I'm financially committed, kind of, but also I'm emotionally committed to this situation where, like, I almost feel like I'm kind of held hostage, where if something happens to this person, I'm basically fucked. And long story short, before, I made all the right moves. I did everything right, or, like, I did everything. And basically, over the past couple of years, whatever, and I worked a miracle. I made it work. It wasn't, like, the kind of horrific thing I was talking about before. Like, in terms of what I did, I worked a miracle, and then it's just happening again. Where I came up with it, and now it's happening again. And I don't know how, like, I don't know how it's possible for someone to be like this, where, like, yeah, so basically I worked a miracle to help someone, and now they've gotten themselves into even more trouble, and this is something I don't think I can actually fix. And basically, it sucked.
Okay, I mean, it sounds like it's time to abandon this person then, no?
Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know if I have that option, because, like, I don't know. Like,
I mean, you
okay,
do.
so
You can. You can just
in terms of my
not,
past,
right?
in terms of my past, basically, sorry, go ahead.
You could just, like, not, right?
Yeah, but, like, I don't think I could handle it. Like, if they die, like, I'm just fucked. Like, I couldn't handle that.
Okay.
Like, even getting revenge or something, I thought, like, oh, like, maybe I would just get revenge or something. No, that's not what it is. And, okay, so long story short, before all this happened, I kind of, very intentionally, I kind of isolated myself. I used to be more social and all that stuff, but I kind of isolated myself because I'm like, I wanted to figure out what I want to do with myself, blah, blah, blah. And basically this person came into my life, and I'm just like, okay, no big deal, to just bring this person in, and then a little bit. But then I think whatever mental problems I have, and this is where maybe I feel like some kind of responsibility for it, I feel like, I don't know if I messed this person up. Like, I don't know if because of whatever, whether it's ADHD, anxiety, all that other, like, not anything specific, or just whatever problems I have, I don't know if I'm the reason why this person got fucked. So I kind of, even though I've been ridiculously helping them, I kind of feel responsible for it in a way. And so, like, I don't know. And then also it's just like, shit. Okay, so going back to you, so have you ever, like, abandoned someone or something?
Don't worry
In
about
general?
me. Just talk about your thing, because my situation, it's not relevant to this, I don't think.
Okay. All right. Because the thing is, like, I don't know. I really do feel like God's, like, fucking with me and just, like, putting everything good right in front of me and, like, dangling it in front of me and then just taking it away. But that's irrelevant. Okay. Do you think if someone makes the same mistake over and over again, there's some kind of way that it could be fixed? Like, that someone can actually change and do better?
I don't. There's, like, this is an impossible to answer question. I would need, like, way more information.
Do you know any adults who've made, like, who were really fucked and made
it's too
significant
vague.
changes?
I can't. All these are so vague. I can only deal in the, like, concrete examples. Like, these are way too vague questions.
Okay, so if someone's, okay, let's just say more concretely, someone has a problem of borrowing ridiculous amounts of money and trying to do crazy shit with it.
Yeah,
and
that
then
sounds
it just
like
fails.
a gambling problem. They can't be helped unless they, like, go to, like, fucking Gamblers Anonymous. They need, like, probably some professional help. Gambling addiction.
Okay,
are one of the
I
hardest ones to break.
agree, and I have tried to get them to do that and all that stuff. But the problem is, like, it's not at a point where, like, oh, like, they owe money to the bank or something. If that was the case, then I could just be like, hey, you know, you got to hit rock bottom or whatever. It's the same, like how you said how, you know, there's problems you can deal with and there's problems you can't. Like, if I could leave this person with problems they can deal with, then fine. But if it's problems they can't deal with, then, like, I don't know.
I don't know what your. I mean, it's not
Okay,
your job. It's not your responsibility to help them figure out their gambling addiction or their whatever, right?
Okay, it's not my responsibility, but, like, it's in my interest. So
It's clearly it's
it
not.
seems
If
like-
you're calling for the 5th time asking for help on this, it's obviously it's not in your interest at all. It seems like it's damaging you quite a bit.
So just to clarify, the previous times when I was calling, I think it kind of changed since last time. The previous times I was calling, I was kind of doing a retrospective where I'm like, okay, things are settled. Because things were settled for months now. And now things are unsettled again.
But it sounds like things have never been settled. You make it sound like this person keeps going over and over and over again into this issue.
Yeah, I guess. Fuck.
So I don't think the issue is ever settled. I think it's just going to keep coming up over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay. I guess if my goal then is to just be more authoritative and basically just stop them from fucking around, is there any kind of way to do that?
Are they your child?
Like, have you... Yeah, or let's say a child, or have you ever had a friend, let's say, who was like
Don't
a drug,
ask me.
or was it
No.
an addict
I'm
of any
asking you,
kind?
is this person your child?
No.
Then you can't. No. They just have to make this. They're an adult. They have to make their own choices in life.
Okay. Fuck. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna get the answer I need here for this, but
Well, what are you? You're looking for me to validate your shitty life decisions. You're making bad choices. You're empowering this person to make bad choices. They're clearly not getting better. They're running the same loop over and over again. And you're trying to come to me to get me to say like, oh, everything you're doing is great, buddy, but it's not great. It sounds to me like, and no matter what I say, you're gonna keep doing this loop over and over and over again, probably for years and years, until that person either dies or kills themselves or ends up getting you in huge trouble, and then you're fucked and other people have to pull you out of it. That's the road that you're on right now, whether you see it or not. But I mean, like, if you want me to say like, oh, well, keep it up, great job. I don't know, like, the fact that you're so desperately seeking external validation on this shows that you even inside probably know that like shit is pretty fucked. So I don't know what you're expecting me to say about this.
Okay, but what mistake? Like, if you, let's say from your perspective, if you genuinely care about someone and you think that you can give them $10,000 or whatever, and you can help them out, would you do it?
If you genuinely care about somebody and they're having an issue, then you let them sink. If you genuinely care.
Even if it means that they're gonna die.
Sure, if that's what it comes down to. Yeah, if you genuinely care. Right now, man, have you ever read a book by a great guy called C.S. Lewis? It's called The Great Divorce. Ever heard of it?
I've heard you mention it a ton.
There's a mother trying to get into heaven, and she's arguing with somebody else that's already made it into heaven. And one of the weird things that this mom is dealing with is it sounds like she's not being allowed into heaven because she loved her child too much. And it's a strange predicament because in the mom's eyes, a mother's love for her child is one of the most good things you can ever possibly have. God should be smiling down on you for this. He should be happy that you are elated that you have such a love for your child. But the problem is that she became obsessed with her child, and after her child died, she ruined the life of every person in her family around her because she was so obsessive about her child's death. And when she got to this purgatory area and she's starting to have an argument over whether or not she should be allowed in heaven, she was trying to argue that my love for my child is a good thing. And the person arguing against her was saying, well, actually, it might appear good, but it was actually a selfish love. It wasn't the true selfless love that a mother should have for a child. It was an unhealthy obsession that she had for the child. And it's a fundamentally different type of thing. What you're in right now is you seem to be of this mindset that if I'm doing something for another person, it must be good. That's not true, and that's not even what love means. Sometimes people can do incredibly horrible things to children, oftentimes out of love, because they think that by spoiling them or by giving them things, it means that they really love them. That's not true. That's not what love is for somebody. Love is a deeper thing that carries with it some level of responsibility or culpability for those actions. A parent that spoils a child is not a parent that loves their child. That's not what love means. So when you empower this person to make bad decisions over and over and over again, you're not doing it because you love them. You're doing it because you're selfish and it makes you feel good. That's what you're doing. But you don't want to hear that. You don't feel that way. You feel like you're doing it for them, but no, you're not. You even said earlier in this call, you try to justify it by saying that you're self-interested in doing it because you're getting a big emotional kickback from your investment in this person. But that's not what's happening right now. You're doing it because it makes you feel good.
So I agree that what I'm doing is selfish. I completely agree that I'm being selfish. I'm not trying to say that I'm a good person and that this
No, we're not
is
talking
like
about a good person.
some
I'm just saying that if you truly love or care about this person, then it sounds like they need to sink or they need to be fucking committed somewhere, and you can't just keep bailing them out over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay, sink or committed. There is no sink or committed somewhere in this situation. If that was the case, I've suggested that. I suggested to this person, hey, why don't you just either go to the cops or get yourself arrested for something, or I don't know, like just file for bankruptcy, whatever it is. That's not an option. Like the sink,
how is it not an
and
option?
from my perspective, as far as the selfishness, it's not like I'm getting something out of this and then it's amazing. It's more about preventing a negative for myself. That's the selfishness. It's about I don't want to go through the bad thing happening, and that's why I'm doing it. It's not necessarily because it's a good thing or anything. and I'm not like doing any kind of like extra to
just cut ties. What like? It
But
seems like that's.
I like emotionally. I don't. Is it possible to like if you? I don't know.
Is it
I don't know,
possible
it's not
to
easy.
cut ties with somebody emotionally? Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, so someone who you consider to be family and just like give up on them.
Yeah, you can do it, but I mean, first you have to make the decision to do it, and you're not even willing to do that. So I mean, like, once you've made the decision, then you can begin the work. It's going to take work to do it, but you're not even at the point where you've identified that that's what you need to do. So of course it feels impossible. A journey can feel impossible when you haven't even taken like a first step onto the path, and you haven't even decided that you need to take that first step. So yeah, you're going to sit here constantly thinking like, is it possible? Can I do it? Well, it doesn't feel like it because you haven't even decided you need to do it yet. But once you've decided that you need to do it, well, then you can start taking the steps necessary to get it done. But you have to make that decision first.
Okay, but why wouldn't you just try and fail in a situation? Like, I would rather try and fail. I mean, really, not even that. I don't know.
Because people are mistaken sometimes in life in that they think that a failure is a one spectacular event. But failure doesn't have to be one spectacular event. Failure can be the sputtering and the continual fail that can last for years and years. That's what real failure is when you invest time and you fail over and over and over and over again for years and years and years. It doesn't sound like this is something that's ever going to like burn out for you. It sounds like it's something that's going to like occupy the rest of your life. Or a good chunk of it.
I'm more of a failure than anyone in the world. I could say that pretty concretely in terms of like I feel like I was theoretically born with.
When you call yourself this, hold on. When you call yourself this, when you say this, okay, I'm in your mind right now.
So nothing to do with her.
No. You don't actually feel what you're saying. You're using this as an excuse to not take action.
No.
Now, yes, it is.
No,
okay?
I'm
if
really
you
not.
accept that you failed in some way, then the next step, assuming that you either kill yourself or you make the decision of like, okay, well, I'm going to improve myself, I'm going to do something about it. But you're not taking an acceptance of failure as a means to take steps in a positive direction. You're just saying like, oh, I'm a failure, and then you're using that as an excuse to continue justifying future dog shit actions. Like, that's what it sounds like you're doing. Like, who cares? Like, don't just say like, oh, I'm a failure, so now tell me how I can like keep failing. No, fuck off. Like, if you accepted that you failed, then like you can take steps. How old are you? Didn't you say you're like 20 something?
No, I'm in my low 30s.
Okay, you're 30 something. Okay, we're young people. You got plenty of time to like do shit and change shit or whatever. You don't have to keep committing to a dog shit course of action for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but okay. The thing is, these are permanent consequences. Like if this is like a temporary thing, I've dealt with more temporary consequences of failure than anybody, and that's a whole other conversation. Like I really have. I'm not talking about like this is a failure or anything. It's permanent consequences for this, and like. How am I supposed to deal with just like let's say 10 years from now I'm a huge success, but then she's dead. I'm not gonna feel good. Like,
why would you stake everything on that one probability in the future? What if somewhere in the future, what if you're talking to me about like, oh well, she got in this situation and then I agreed to be like a co-signer to her debt. Now they're coming after me.
I mean, isn't that the like, if that was an option and that I could, because I know I could pay it. That's the thing. Like
you clearly can't because you can't pay it on her behalf right now. No,
not on the timeline that they're suggesting.
So then you can't pay it.
Okay, well, I can't pay on that. I could pay a reasonably timed thing where it's just like I got to make some monthly payments or whatever, and I can figure shit out.
Okay,
like I know that I could.
You can't pay it. Anybody can pay on a time frame. A normal person could pay off $1 million debt if it was stretched over 70 years with no interest. That's not what we're talking about, though, right? Debts typically have a dollar amount and a time period that they need to be paid by. Right now, on the current debt, because there's going to be future debt, you know this. Like,
yes. So I guess it's two separate conversations. One is it trying to figure out this, and then two is it how to stop it from happening. I really thought because the last one was so traumatizing. That one lasted 2 years before it was eventually paid off. So that was 2 years of horrible trauma for both of us. And I thought after that would be enough to where it wouldn't happen again. And somehow it's happening again.
Why would it not happen again? Your friend is acting rationally because she knows that if she keeps fucking up over and over again, you're going to bail her out. It's going to happen again in the future.
She was really traumatized by the last one.
Who cares?
Like
whatever the reward is from her borrowing or doing whatever is obviously that short-term pleasure in her mind is outweighing whatever long-term trauma, and she knows she's got you to bail her out over and over again. So
I mean, she claims it's not, but the thing is, she doesn't like. She knows I'm broke. Like she doesn't think that I'm just rich and I'm going to, like, and like she doesn't think I enjoy this.
But you're trying to do it. It doesn't matter about you enjoying it. You're still trying to bail her out.
Yeah, but I'm trying. But I'm failing at bailing her out. I even the last one for about a year and 3/4 of a year, I had no idea how I was going to do it, and then I found a miracle.
But she's probably waiting it to happen again. That's how it works.
But that would be so horrendously irrational from her to rely on this quickly. Because this
People
isn't
with
like the last one
addictions
where we
and
could-
problems don't always think 100% like logically outside of themselves. They just know there's a certain set of actions they can do, and they typically survive doing it. Like that's how drug addicts and people like work or whatever. Like it's not like they're thinking like in a perfectly rational state of mind. They just do the things that they're rewarded for, and you're rewarding them for a behavior.
Yeah, but who's this irrational? Nobody.
Every single addict ever. What do you mean?
It's not a drug. It's not a drug addiction.
Is it a gambling addiction?
It's not gambling. It's like trying to make a successful business addiction slash like.
I don't. Yeah, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. It doesn't make any sense. Trying to make a business and they're borrowing money from fucking mob people or whatever.
Yeah.
No. That's not what it is. Unless they're lying to you when they say that and you actually believe it. Nobody's lending money for small businesses where the consequences of not paying the money back is murder.
Okay, no, okay. Sorry. When I say small business, I'm not saying.
Is it a small drug dealing business? Is it a meth lab?
Well, that would be a kind of business that someone would borrow from that kind of thing for. But I'm not saying anything because now I'm suddenly aware that I'm on stream. But yeah.
Okay, I don't think whatever it is, it doesn't sound like they have a healthy engagement with it. So.
Oh, they definitely don't. Like, that's the thing. They're fucked. And, like, okay, so my two concerns is one is that I don't know how I'm going to fix this one. I think they might actually just be fucked, and I just have to, like, accept it. Okay. And then the second thing is, even if somehow I find a way, I have no idea, like, they're even now, they're pretty much openly saying, like, yeah, this is just, like, I don't know, like, somewhat even openly saying, yeah, this is just normal. This is just how it is. Which is not what she said for the previous amount. Fuck. I don't know. It's just I don't think okay, it is because as I said, I isolated myself from everybody. I meet this one person and I just wanted to have a casual whatever thing. What are the who is like this? There's nobody like this. Even if I'm not sure everybody.
There's plenty of people like that. I don't know why you keep saying that. There's plenty of people with addiction issues and other things.
Who aren't addicted to drugs and aren't addicted to like any of the,
my parents sold Amway and Mary Kay for like fucking 20 years. Yeah, people get addicted to all sorts of
to the point where they would borrow from loan sharks to do it. Who gets into hundreds of thousands of debt with loan sharks? There's very few people who do this.
Yeah, there's probably not that many when you get to that levels, but I mean, like, there's gonna be people that do. Like,
I feel like what are the odds that this would have happened? Like,
I don't know the point of that. What is the point of that question?
I'm trying to see where I fucked up here. I don't know where.
The fuck up is you bailing this person out that's making their own mistakes over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's the.
Okay, but I'm not bailing it out because I'm just like, oh, you know, I want to like if it was one thing if I was like super rich and I'm like, oh, I'm bailing you out and I'm gonna like put you through college or some kind of shit like that. All I'm doing is the amount needed to like not die, and then from there you could figure out the rest.
Yeah,
like,
but I don't know why.
Doing anything.
I don't know why you bail them out at all.
Because I don't want them to die.
Okay, but it's not your responsibility. Tell them to go to the police.
Yeah, but who cares what whose responsibility is? Like, I'm the only one.
Well, that's kind of the point because it's your
could.
responsibility is pretty important here.
No, but I'm the only one who would or could save her.
She can go to the cops. There's other resources available for her.
They can't.
Well, then she's fucked. That's her life. Or you can throw your life away doing it. But I mean, that's where you're at.
I mean, okay, like in theory, there are people, and I'm not even at the point where I have my regular family who I would care about much more than I would care about her, and I can't wait. I want to get to that point. I thought I was going to be at a point where I was going to get to that point, but there are people I'm sure who you'd be like, you would risk your life to save them. I'm sure.
Yeah, people that I've accepted a responsibility for, like my child or like Melina.
Okay, but even if you haven't, what if it's just someone who, even if it's not that you have a responsibility for any kind of good reason, you're just like, if this person died, I feel like my life would be fucked. Like in that position, wouldn't it be rational to do whatever you can to save them?
I don't know. It would depend on the person. It would depend.
Like,
that's like a really hard thing to generalize. I need a lot more information.
Well, like I don't feel like I'm responsible necessarily. I mean, sometimes I try and like be like, oh, maybe I caused this or whatever, some kind of bullshit. That's not actually it. I don't feel like I'm responsible. I don't feel like I've caused this. I feel like I'm as responsible, quote unquote, than anybody else. But at the same time, it's just there's a result that's going to happen, and if that happens, I'm fucked. So I just need to find some other way around it. Is that?
Yeah.
I don't think that in itself is so rational to care about someone enough to where you don't want them to die.
Okay. I think you're right. You should send all your money to this person and keep doing it over and over and over again. I think that's the rational play.
Right. But I think you would do it in a similar situation. I feel like
I would send all of my money if they needed it over and over again, and then steal from my family to do it, especially if they keep getting in trouble over and over again. I think that's the rational play. Maybe the 5th time it'll be different. I think.
I mean,
right? Maybe the 5th or 6th time or 7th time. Maybe it'll be different.
okay, well, here's the thing. For 2 years, it wasn't happening. Like, because there was
2
just, okay,
years.
so basically,
Yeah.
there's
Maybe
been
next
one
time
big
it'll
one
be
for a
3
long
years and it
time.
won't happen, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe they'll get right back
the
into it
thing-
again. Who knows?
The thing I'm really hoping, and I'm really hoping I'm being scammed, because if I'm being scammed, that would be the best thing in the world. So at this point, the reason I'm not freaking out, because I used to cry a ton. Like and even now I'm kind of back to it now that I found out that things are kind of going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hoping I'm being scammed, but I'm not. That's the thing, because I don't know. I think the whole thing, like, I think one thing that I definitely learned is that I think if I let someone get too close to me, I care about them way too much, so I gotta be really careful about who I let close to me. But I feel like I wish I would learn that lesson in a better way than this. Also, if there's any really rich guys out there, she's really hot. So.
Well, I'm pretty rich.
And I'm
Damn,
not.
Wait, hold on. How hot are we talking here? How old is she?
Actually, well, legitimately, she's at like 10 out of 10 hot. Like, not even kidding.
Okay. If she's 10
Like,
out of 10 hot and she's giving you these issues, she's scamming you.
So I thought that too. The thing is, she knows that if she was scamming me, that she wouldn't get away with it.
I'm gonna give you the biggest red pill shit I've ever said in my entire life, but girls that are 10 out of 10 hot don't ever have financial problems in life. They don't.
Oh, so that's the thing that fucked me up, is that I think I accidentally, like, made her... Okay, so it's complicated. So that used to be true until she kind of met me. And the thing is, I know how she lives. She has financial troubles. I've seen her credit. I see how she lives. She's not well financially. I think accidentally, like, she used to, like, fuck around with all kinds of... She used to find ways to get money, but then she got it easier through me, and then she lost the ability to get it through other people. So that was one thing I kind of felt guilty about, where
Is
I
she
maybe
still
fucked
hot?
her up. Oh, yeah.
Then she hasn't lost the ability to get through other people. There's a reason why when you
Right.
see homeless people, you don't see hot women, or usually almost any women that are homeless. There's a reason why.
Yeah, but what about, like, dead women? Dead women can be hot.
Is she dead?
Supposedly she would have been if not for me. If you're saying, I know you're saying it's a scam, whatever. As I said, if it's a scam, no one's going to be happier than me. And I wish so much of the scam. I really do. Like, I wish I had just thrown away all this money. That would make me so happy. But it's not the case. Oh, by the way, I think maybe it's confusing when I said, I'm not saying I'm going to kill her or anything. I'm just saying...
You
that,
know
like,
what? Here's the solution, okay? Get her on.
Oh, she never would.
Yeah, get her on. Tell her. I can help her. We can fundraise.
Do you think actually... That is one. The thing is, I think she'd be willing to.
Yeah, of course she would.
No, okay, if I'm being honest, there's no way she'd be willing to.
Oh,
Honestly,
so it's not a life or death situation then.
Oh, okay, so this is the thing that fucks me up. And this is the thing that's kind of what she feels. It feels like she's willing to die. She's just like, fuck it, like, I'll just
Then
die.
why the fuck do you care?
Because I don't want her to die. I don't care about what she
Bro,
wants.
if she doesn't even care about her own life, what the fuck? She's not a kid. She's not
I know,
even-
that's the thing. Like, she's just like doing not suicidal shit, like self-destructive shit. But yeah, legitimately, she is very, very hot. So if you want to pull something, or if anyone rich,
Yeah,
feel free to
tell
hit
her
me
to come
up.
on stream. We'll chat with her. We'll fix her problems ASAP. If
and
she's not willing to
she's
come on
very
stream,
well-
she doesn't care about it.
That is possibly true. Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, so
do you know this person in real life?
Yeah. I'm only in real life. In fact, I know her only in real life and not online. Kind of weird, but.
Does she have an Instagram?
I'm definitely not gonna especially because of everything I've said. I can't publicize anything. Yes and no. I mean, she has one, but.
Okay, just curious.
Wait, okay. So the main thing is, I do know her real name, and I know the the thing is, I know that if anybody told me this, I would tell them they're being scammed, 100%. And as I said, I wish so much that I was being scammed.
Wait,
Nothing would
can
make
you
me happier.
link me the Instagram? I'm curious. I won't link it.
Oh, I don't have the link.
How do you not have the link?
Oh, she thinks that I'm like creepy and she's scared of me. Sometimes, she gets paranoid about it.
Wait, so she has social media, but you don't even know what it is?
Not very public, and she took it down for a while just because she was scared of loan sharks and stuff. So.
Have you met any of her friends or family?
Yeah, but not that much. Like, I've talked to them.
How?
Like, I've talked to them.
Like in person or?
I met a couple in person.
Like in what
okay, I know enough about. Like, I know her real name. I know where her family lives and stuff.
When you say you know her real name, you mean you know the name she's told you is her real name?
Well, I've seen IDs. Okay, so I've seen multiple IDs. I've seen like online documents. I've seen government documents, like on government websites.
How? Did you ask for an ID?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like multiple times. And she doesn't like doing it. But
why do you ask her for an ID?
Oh, because I still thought, like, I've thought the whole time, oh, there's a chance that there's some fucking shit going on, like, for sure. Like, I'm well aware that anybody would think that it's a scam, and if it is a scam, if it is a scam legitimately, and if she's just like a multimillionaire who's just like robbing me, whatever, I'll get my money back. That's not a question.
How are you gonna get your money back?
Because I don't want to say, but I would get my money back. Like, she would. It would be very irrational. Okay, let's say hypothetically, you're a multimillionaire, you're super hot, you're super rich, you got all kinds of stuff going on. Would you fuck with someone who's got, in my case, for example, nothing to lose, and fuck with their family to this extent, just for a little bit more money?
It sounds like they were gonna give you free shit over and over and over again. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but if it is a scam, like, I think she would have to understand that it's not gonna pay off.
Well, I don't know. It sounds like you're willing to deal with a lot here. Maybe it would pay off.
Okay, if it's real, then yeah. Okay, I almost don't even want to get into the if it's a scam thing, because as I said, if it's a scam, nobody would be happier than me. And anyone who I've ever told about this always tells me I'm being scammed, which is fine. I don't mind. Like, because if it is a scam, then I'm just making sick interest on this money I've given her.
Why do you think you're gonna get the money back if it was a scam?
Because I wouldn't. Okay, what I would do, I wouldn't kill her. And I wouldn't even hurt her or anything. Just to be clear, I actually legitimately wouldn't. But I would get the money back. I'm young, she's young. I got 50 years plus to get the money back.
How do you think you're getting it back? If she was willing to scam you for this much?
Okay, hypothetically, if you knew someone who did steal money from you and you wanted to get the money back from them, you don't think you can get the money back from them?
Not if they're in league with people that are killing people for loaning the money. Probably not. I'd probably just have to cut my losses.
Wait, you really think so?
If they were friends with people that are like murdering people, yeah, I don't think I would risk my life on that one.
Also, so you're saying, oh, like she's in league with them and like...
I mean, that's what you're telling me.
Well, okay, the thing is, even for them, I don't think they would... Like, that feels stupid from them, like, to do this.
Well, how much money have you given them?
Less than $1 million.
More than 100K?
So I feel like... Sorry?
More than 100K?
Potentially.
Okay, that's murder money, pretty easily, in most parts of the United States.
Wait, murder money for who? For me or for
people
them?
In the United States of America, you can get people killed for far less than $100,000.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So if you've already lent $100,000 or given $100,000, I think that's a rational amount for people to protect with threat of death. So
yeah, but okay, protect in that, like, I'm not going to steal it.
Well, how are you going to get it back? You'd have to steal it back, no?
I mean, I have my whole life to get it back.
What does that mean?
I mean, there's anything you can do. If you, like, Okay, really, if you really wanted to get money back from someone, you knew their real name, you knew roughly who, like, you knew shit, you really don't think you can get the money back?
I'd go to court. But if they were somebody that was going to kill me over it, I probably wouldn't fuck with it because that's a kill me amount of money.
Okay, but the thing is, from her perspective, she knows how much. Okay, she and they would know how much they fucked with me, and I think she knows I'd be willing to die to, like.
Yeah, and they'd be willing to kill you. That's not a good combination of factors. They'd be willing for you to die as well. Like.
Okay, for example, I could also name names and be like, hey, if I die, and I've already written all kinds of stuff out, like, hey, if I die, this person / these people are responsible.
Okay,
like,
and what if they say if you do that, then they'll go after your family next?
Then they're gonna kill like multiple people for less than $1 million?
No, they wouldn't have to kill multiple people. They just would threaten it, and they already know that you're not willing to put like certain people out in your life for it. So they probably figure you wouldn't do anything if you thought other people were gonna get hurt.
They don't know that. They think I'm crazy enough to do it.
If you were willing, you're not that crazy because you already said that you were stealing from your family to give them money. So why would you let your family die to get the money back?
Okay, but in theory, then from your perspective, I have the entire legal system then to protect me. And
well, the legal system is probably not going to help much because my guess is going to be that you don't have anything. You probably don't have much in the way of proof for money you've given to this person.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so here's the bottom line. If they killed me, my family would get revenge on them for sure.
Okay.
I mean that's just a guarantee.
Okay.
Like as I said, me and my family are very tight. But as I said, they're not going to do that. It's nowhere near at that point. Nobody knows even my real name. Okay, here's another thing. If they actually knew who I was, they would be doing a much better job of like doing it's the whole thing.
Okay.
Like here's the thing. If they knew who I was, if they were willing to do that, they could hold me hostage instead. Why wouldn't they just hold me hostage and say, hey...
Missing person, everything gets way messier. You get cops involved in shit at that point.
No, what if they just tell me, hey, we'll kill you unless you give us a lot of money? Why wouldn't they just do that?
Because now they're like, why would they wouldn't need to do that. What they've done right now, you've done a totally voluntary transaction. Why would they make threats when you're willingly giving the money up at all? Because
it's the exact same. Because any
it's not
threat,
the exact
like
same thing. Right now, you've given a ton of money to somebody that apparently you really like. The ability for you to pursue it legally is questionable at best, and there's like no illegal action that's even happened here, except for the fact that I'm willing to bet neither of you have reported this appropriately to the IRS. There's nothing even legal that's actionable here. But if people are making threats here, that's a whole different thing.
What's stopping me from saying, hey, they were threatening me the entire time?
You have no proof of it. You'd make it up.
Well, they could threaten me in ways that there are no proof, so why wouldn't they just threaten me now?
Because when you make threats to people, there's going to be some proof. How are they going to make a threat to you? Like,
just
hold on.
Tell me verbally.
If you're going after somebody, you're going to do the least escalatory action ever. If somebody's willingly giving money to somebody, why would you go and threaten that person?
I mean, they did very slightly do it before, even. But
okay, well, if they've done it very slightly before, and you're telling me then they already are willing to do all of this. So then
it was a whole thing. But basically, in the conversation with them, long story short, they said like. I mean, they kind of did, but then they took it back because basically we lied to them and told them, hey, like this threat really scared. I told them this threat really scared me. If you keep threatening me like this, I'm gonna run away. I don't care about her that much, which was a lie, which I told them. But yeah, so they're like, okay, fine, we're not threatening you. So, okay, but why wouldn't they, in a way that can't be traced? And it's really not difficult to do that. They could just threaten me. It's not that difficult. Like she's.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. You're not going to threaten somebody if you don't need to.
But they would get a lot more money a lot faster if they did.
Maybe, but there'd be a lot more risk. Right now, they've got like a zero risk operation. Why would they make it?
How is this zero risk?
Because you're giving money willingly to somebody. You have nothing actionable you can go after them legally for. Like everything is.
Okay, but. No, but even the threat isn't a legal risk.
Of course it is.
Because they've threatened me enough that, like...
A threat is a higher risk than not a threat. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but there's a lot more... Okay, and also I just think it's too much for not that much money. It's a lot of money, but not that much money.
Over $100,000 is way over kill me amounts in the United States of America. You can kill people in some areas for 4 figures.
Okay, but it's
5 figures
it's not
for
worth...
sure. 6 figures is like, yeah, that's huge kill me money.
okay, not multiple civilians who are already very rich.
Okay, then.
Sorry, like if they're
I don't
already
know.
super rich, as you're suggesting.
You should go to the,
Okay, but
go to the feds.
As I said, I really hope what you're saying is true because I would get my money back. But as I said, yeah,
Wait, does this other person? What color hair do they have?
You don't know them for sure.
I might know them. Does their name start with an R?
No.
What about an E?
Okay, I can't say this one, but you don't know her. I'm 100% sure you don't.
I'm just curious if this person exists. Now I'm not sure.
No, okay, I only know her in person. I don't know her online or anything. It's not like, whatever.
Okay.
And if she's really that Meryl Streep enough that she could like act the way she acts, because okay, here's the thing.
No, I don't know if you're schizophrenic. Now that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, me? Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. I've been tested. As I said, I've had enough problems of different things that I'm not schizo. But I appreciate it. But I barely was able to get an ADHD diagnosis. Even that, I kind of had to fight to get that. No, I'm just normal. I'm just really, I don't know. I got a whole other thing going on. But I was about to say something. Okay, so another thing is that she, and I know that this is, people are gonna be like, oh, whatever. It's not like she's like treating me well and I'm like, oh my god, like, I just love you so much and I want to whatever. No, like, it's, if she was scamming me, she would treat me a lot better than what she's doing. And she would like do things to like manipulate me better.
Why? It seems like what's happening right now is working pretty well.
I guess, okay, you know what, being honest, that is what I have thought, is that like, I used to think back when she was like really abusive and stuff that it was like, oh, you know, there's no way that she would be doing this if why are people thinking shit?
Media is not going to raise.
Okay, I did used to think like, okay, like why would, like there would be much better ways of doing this if I was her. But then I just think maybe she's just not smart enough to come up with the better ways of doing it. Because here's the thing, and she's kind of okay in her own ways. She's not like super nice or anything. But sorry, go ahead.
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying something. Okay. So I know that okay, as far as it being scam, if it is, I'm really not worried about that. I would be so happy if this was a scam. Like honestly, I would be, because because in the grand scheme of things, just as far as my whatever, this is not a ton of money. Like I'll be okay. Like I can lose money. That's fine, and I'll get money back.
I mean, you already said you had to steal money for this, so it seems like it is a decent chunk of change for you.
Okay, well, most of the money was money I got myself, although there was a lot of it with that. But not to get too into the weeds, but I stole from a large pool. But okay, then.
Okay, listen. I need some evidence that this person is even fucking real. I don't believe they're a real person right now.
Do you really think I'm that schizo?
I don't think it's a real person. I don't think the girl's real. Do you have a picture or anything?
Do you think I'm hallucinating, or do you think I'm making it up?
I'm not sure. You could just be having normal interactions with somebody and coding all of them way differently. It's all part of a complex delusion.
Okay, I'm not that stupid. Okay.
It's not about being stupid. Hold on, schizophrenic.
Okay, I'm potentially very gullible. If you want to say anything, I'm potentially very gullible.
I'm not worried about you being gullible. I'm worried about if you're.
Okay, I'm actually not. That I know enough about that for sure.
Well, like, I mean, would you know if you were?
Okay, in that case, like my entire reality is gone.
Yeah, that's kind of how schizophrenia works. So I'm just curious. Now I want to see that this person exists. Do they exist?
I wouldn't be able to prove it online because she doesn't keep an online presence. Because given
she has no online presence at all.
Not that I have. I have her real life presence. I don't have her online presence. If that makes sense. Although there is one thing which is there, which is very vague. But as I said, because her online presence, it's not tied to her real name at least. I mean, she has like all the usual social
one
media.
thing that's vague?
I don't even want to say. It was a post that was made with her real name at some point.
On what?
But aside from that, it was a review one, I think.
And that's it?
Yep. Okay, but I met her. I don't want to get into full details or whatever. But you're not gonna post this anywhere, right? I hope. Like, it's not fucking.
Probably not. I'm just chatting with you. I mean, it's on my stream. Like.
Okay. Okay, I've been to her workplace before.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so so going back to the if it's okay. So there's the two things I know. The one thing is that if I'm completely schizo. The second thing is if.
Well, hold on.
Is a
it's
scam.
never been a question of if you know you're schizo. It's about if I know if you're schizo. If you are schizophrenic, I can't trust your evaluation of that, obviously, right?
Okay, well, do you have any kind of tests you can know so we can get that part through with? Because I'm really
the
not.
test is seeing if that girl's real.
So you think that everything else in my reality is completely real except I've just made this one thing up?
I don't know. Like, what does she do for work?
I don't know if she would be happy if I said. She used to do one thing, and now she does the thing which she borrowed the money for.
What is the thing that she borrowed the money for?
It's not. Like, it's a thing you think it is.
The thing I think it is. Okay, so some kind of... Why would a pretty girl need to do anything with starting drug labs?
Well, because she didn't want to do the pretty girl thing anymore. And that's
so
why
she
I think...
No, hold on. She doesn't want to do the pretty girl thing anymore, so now she decides to go into drugs?
Yeah.
Why?
There's a whole culture of people... I didn't believe it at first either. There's a whole culture of people who are very different than nerds. I've never met anybody remotely like this before. Everyone I know is a wholesome, good person, whatever, but there are people who do worship that culture.
If she is a pretty girl, I don't think she would need to.
How else would she get it? Oh, well, okay. So she used to get a ton of money, but she spends it really irresponsibly. And even now, she just spends money really irresponsibly. Like, you can imagine, she was young. She was kept getting free money from all kinds of people. She got accustomed to a certain kind of lifestyle. And as that one misogynist Chris Rock thing went, like, once she got accustomed to the lifestyle, it's hard to be less accustomed to the lifestyle. And she, like, I didn't meet her when she was, like, young and going out. I met her, like, when she was, like, older or whatever. So there's been a lot of things going on before I knew her. And you know how, in that kind of culture, there's money being thrown around, so.
I don't think, something's off here. Something's not adding up.
Do you just think that... So, the thing which kind of throws me sometimes, like, there's no way there's someone who's this irresponsible. But, I mean, it is possible. Like, if someone's in that much of a hot girl bubble, where she's, like, never, like, she just had money thrown at her all the time. She's just in that much of a bubble, and she just has a huge expense problem. Or I'm being scammed, that's the other thing. Which, I know this way.
Do any of your friends or family members know this person or have seen this person?
No. Although, like, they know of, because I told them, because before I did what I had to do, I did ask first, which was horrendously naive of me to think that they would even, like... Okay, that I know enough people who know she's real, because I used to see her at her workplace, so... Like, I know her coworkers. I know her old boss, so...
Was she like a stripper, or...?
Let's not get into details.
Well, we've already gone into quite a few details.
She would kill me if she ever saw this, but, Okay, but... Anyways, she did work, so she doesn't want to do hot girl work anymore, is the point, so... And that was originally, when I first helped her out, it was to get a fucking... I paid $1,000 for a fucking real estate course. I'm like, yeah, sure, you know, why don't I throw this? Because back then I had a lot more money. But, anyways, things kind of escalated. I do think one thing in which I fucked her up is, as I said, like, it used to be, you know, you're hot, people give you money and they fuck you or whatever kind of shit. I never did that. I legit... Because I feel it's wrong. Especially once I found out that she needed the money in life or death. I'm not gonna fuck someone for life or death or whatever. So... At a certain point, that kind of became off limits. Even though there were times when I had a hard time coming up with the money, she'd be like, "Oh my god, I'll fuck you." Is that it? Anyways, but because that wasn't it. But I feel like I kind of got her accustomed to not getting fucked for money, and then I kind of ruined her in that way, potentially. Not that I think like I'm responsible or anything, but
Maybe okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to all of this, my dude.
okay. Assuming it's real, do you think someone like this is changeable?
I don't know what part of this. I'm starting to feel schizophrenic. It sounds like you have no proof that this person even exists.
Okay, I know she exists.
Yeah,
okay.
you do. I don't know,
it's
though.
It's technically possible that she's an entirely separate person, and she's just like the reality that she's fabricated in front of me is just a complete fabrication, and she's just an amazing good actor who like cries and screams and yells about like all kinds of shit. And that's potentially true. No, but okay. I guess how would I prove I'm not hallucinating?
Well, having like any evidence whatsoever that this person even exists would be a good start for me.
Oh, if you see my credit report and you see how broke I am, does that at least show you proof that my money's been going somewhere?
Credit report isn't going to tell me how broke you are. And even if you
Why
were
would it?
broke, because credit report has nothing to do with how much money you have. And
it shows how much debt I have.
Yeah, but you could have debt for a million different reasons.
I guess. Yeah.
I have debt right now. I have my house. Like,
well, what about unsecured debt? If I had a ton of unsecured debt,
how are you getting a ton of unsecured debt to help somebody?
because like I'm as I said, I've done exceptionally well at this.
What does that mean?
Well, before I knew her, I was completely a neat, because I kind of fucked up my life in a lot of ways. I'm like, as I said, I am the number one. I'm potentially the number one failure in the world in terms of, like, I had a lot of smarts and I had a very supportive family and I was generally sane except for maybe some ADHD, whatever. And I fucked up worse than anybody in the world. But that's a whole other conversation. Like, I was a total failure. But then I kind of, for the sake of whatever, I've always felt like, for me, like, for example, like, I could do group projects because it's like, oh, I'm working with a group. But then if it's like individual, I couldn't motivate myself to do it. But yeah. I do feel like, just from community stuff, I do feel like words like schizo were never thrown out. Like, I feel like people who schizo hallucinate are pretty rare. And didn't you even say that people who schizo hallucinate always know that they're hallucinations?
Like,
are there
how
schizo
much actual therapy and help they've had? Those people are pretty rare, but they're probably less rare than the situation that you're describing me right now.
That's the thing. This situation is horrendously rare, isn't it? Okay, even if this person is scamming me, this scam is horrendously rare. Like,
it's super rare, and it's really crazy. Because if it's an imaginary person, you're kind of like scamming yourself. Maybe you should go and see where her bank account is. Maybe you're like paying it to yourself in another life or something.
Because I'm well aware that nobody would give money the way I'm giving it to a random
there are
person.
people that
And
do.
two,
That's how scams work. There are people that would do this.
To save someone else's life like this, or because they think they're getting the money back?
No, there's a lot of people that get scammed for stuff like this, but
for stuff like this,
yeah,
I've never heard of anybody getting scammed like something like this. Like, there's people who, like, they get like financial domination and stuff, and like they do it to fuck, or they think they're gonna fuck. Like, I wish it was because I thought I was gonna fuck. That's nothing to do with this. And then also someone who would scam like this. And plus, this is like the one person I talked to. Like, I didn't talk to people before this. I kind of isolated myself.
This sounds.
I mean,
like
I had
you're
friends.
even more likely a scam victim or target. You're socially isolated, not many friends. Like,
yeah, but of all, like, what are the odds that I would meet? And it was just a pure coincidence that I met this person. Like,
how did
all
you meet
kinds of
them?
different coincidences. I had gone to see someone else earlier, and I didn't get what I wanted from them. So then I went to another, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm never going to see this person again. So I went to another place, which I sometimes went to, but it just so happened that this place had closed early that day.
okay.
So then I
hold
went
on.
to this other
sounds,
place.
So you went to like an escort or a stripper place, and then you saw her there, and now she's getting a ton of money from you.
Okay, well, the first part of the story is that I saw another one first, and then I didn't get what I could from her. Then I went to another place, was my usual place, but then that place closed. So then I just randomly Googled and found a place. I randomly Googled and found another place, which is
That
well
makes it
reviewed,
sound
whatever.
even more like you're getting scammed.
Wouldn't it, okay, assuming that she's not, like, well connected with, like, whoever, wouldn't it be really stupid to scam someone like this?
Why? It
Because
sounds like it's working really, really, really well.
yeah, but there's horrendous consequences. Like I could fuck with her
What
for
are
the
the
rest of her life.
consequences?
Okay, even if I didn't like
How could you fuck
hurt
with her? You're
seriously.
giving her free money.
In theory, okay, there's ways that you could fuck with someone if you knew who they were. You could fuck with them for their whole life.
Why? Why would you do that though? It sounds like you're obsessed with her.
Oh, because if she has the money to pay me back. Okay, so the agreement I made with her.
And it sounds like
is
you don't even
once-
know how to find. If she were to skip town, how would you even find her?
like a PI or something.
A
But
PI or
I'm-
something? It's not. They're not magic.
I mean, I would have my whole life to do it, and I would, because if someone fucked with my family the way that, if this was a scam, she fucked with my family. If it's not a scam, I fucked with my family, but if it is a scam, then she fucked with my family. That's crossing a line. But regardless, I think it would be a very stupid risk for someone to take to scam me like this. And if she had, okay, so the agreement I made with her currently, because I'm being very generous with the I even said, look, if this is a scam, that's fine. Just pay me back when you can pay me back. The current loan agreement is once she has more than 5 times the amount I've given her, then she's got to pay me back. That's kind of
How is she gonna
And if
pay
she-
you back when she has more than 5 times what you loaned her?
5 times the amount. Yeah, so once she's like a multimillionaire, she pays me back with a lot of interest. That's the agreement. And by the way, we're nowhere near that point. And just to be clear, I know I'm not hoping for that to happen. I'm not being like, oh my god, I need to get my money back. Originally, when I gave like the first when I gave the first 4 digits, I thought maybe, but I'm not assuming I get the money back. But like, if let's say she's a multimillionaire and she doesn't pay me back. In theory, could someone not fuck with someone else enough in legal ways and untraceable ways that they'd just be like, you know what, it'll be easier for my life. Let me just give this person their money back, and then they'll stop.
I don't think they're
fucking
ever
with me
gonna
for-
become a multimillionaire. I think you just got scammed.
Okay, but if she's just scammed, or if it's a scam, then she's already rich, right?
Or she's just wasting the money on drugs or some shit. I don't know.
Okay, if it's the case she's wasting money on drugs, that's one thing. That means that goes back to the it's real, but she's really irresponsible thing. But she's not using it on drugs though. Like, she doesn't seem like she's on drugs, except for like the small shit.
Okay.
I don't like okay, and it's fine if people want to think that either I am stupid for caring about this person enough, fine, whatever. Although that's a whole other thing. People want to think I'm being scammed, whatever, fine. But the whole thing, like, I do feel like there is a little bit of a default too much of throwing the word schizo and stuff around at people, like, oh, you're just crazy, whatever. Isn't that a little bit of a like there's very few people who were as schizo as you're saying, and I acknowledge
There's
this.
more schizophrenics than people in the situation you're describing.
Okay, if I've held down a steady job for years, would that be proof
What's your
that like,
job?
I'm not schizo? Hmm?
What's your job?
I work in real estate / accounting.
What does that mean?
Like accounting for real estate.
What do you do for work? Talk to me through your job.
I really don't. I'm really hoping I'm not giving too much personal information.
No, you're not. But just talk me through what does it mean to be an accounting person for a real estate company?
Okay, at a bare minimum, there's data entry. Let's say that. Do you think a schizo could do data entry?
Data entry? My 11-year-old son can do data entry. I don't know what that means. You type stuff
Yeah,
into
but
an
could he if
Excel
he was-
spreadsheet that's given to you from forms, or what do you mean?
Okay, so there's accounting, there's property management, there's occasionally I would do sales, but it was
You
kind
do
of like
property
it was like
management?
full sales customer care.
Okay,
Yeah, and like
hold
customer
on.
care.
Now you sound even more schizophrenic. I'm gonna make a guess. Are you working for your parents? Yes, you
not
are. Yes.
directly. No, okay, not
You're
directly.
working for
but,
what you just described. Is it sounds like you do a lot of general stuff because it sounds like your family employed you in a family business.
It's not a family business.
Then why? Then what do you mean you're kind of working for your family?
Well, I got the job through family.
Okay, and I don't know who does accounting and / data entry / sales. Sales
Yeah,
is
yeah,
usually
it's a unique position.
like created just for you.
Okay, if I got it, hang on, let me send you my fucking university transcript or something. I don't know, because I did very well in my first term, and then I kind of flunked out my later things.
Didn't you? Also, when did you start working this job?
About 5 years ago.
Okay, I thought you said you were a NEET.
Well, I was. Okay, so I worked this job kind of like a sales thing, and then I quit for a while because, as I said, it was like really shitty. And then later on, kind of as a miracle, I got this job again.
Well, it doesn't sound like a miracle. It sounds like your family is friends with the owner, so it's nepotism. It's not. That's not a miracle at all. That's just life.
Yeah, nepotism. Yeah.
Which is fine, but that's not a miracle. That's just.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Miracle, nepotism, whatever. Okay, but anyways. But they didn't even know I needed the money at the time. My family, like, they didn't know because I kind of kept things secret. So the fact that all worked. Anyways, my family doesn't say I'm schizo. How about that? Is that good enough?
I don't know.
If anything, if there's anything in my family history of anything, maybe autism, but not schizo. How about that? Like, I'm not hallucinating or delusional.
Okay, well, I still I don't know if this girl's real. I don't have any proof of it. The next time we chat, you got to bring proof that she's a real person. Ask her to take a selfie with you. Okay? Think you can do that?
And send to you?
Do you think she'll take a selfie with you if you asked?
She would be scared because she's scared that I'm gonna, like, fuck with her. So, but I mean, she maybe would. I don't know. I feel like this conversation kind of getting stuck in this meaningless part of the conversation, which is thinking I'm like schizo.
It might be the most important part of the conversation. That's kind of the problem, huh?
If there's anything that's schizo, it's the thing of me thinking God's fucking with me. Because I think God gave me all kinds of abilities and whatever, but then made me a little bit too shitty so that I could see all the good things I could potentially do in front of me and then completely fuck everything up. And I think that's intentional. Because, like, let me put it, in my family, of, like, my cousins, the doctors are considered, like, the underachievers in my family. Like, they're all really smart, and I was considered smart just like them, and I just fucked it up. And it's because of me being a fuck up. But, like, and I'm not saying this, like, as a brag, because I don't think being born with anything is anything good. I think what you do with it is what is a test of you, and I've done shit with it. So as I said, if I'm number one in anything, I'm the number one failure in the world. But that's a whole thing. Because also I have rich, supportive parents. Rich everything. Anyways. I don't think we got to the main part of the conversation, which is how do I fix this problem? I have thought of a kind of solution to fix this problem.
Yeah, is it antipsychotics or? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do take some meds, and but it's different. I take ADHD meds. Oh, I showed you that I'm being prescribed ADHD meds. Then clearly, like if I'm taking ADHD meds, I'm not taking other meds unless they're giving me both. Like, I'm taking Vyvanse. That's not.
Okay.
Like, they don't give, I don't, well, maybe there's some cross, whatever you can take with that. And, by the way, about ADHD, not being able to read sucks, because, like, I feel like it's really bad, especially with the modern age and how it, like, really fucks through. Anyways, I'm rambling now because you told me I'm schizo, and that's making me ramble and whatever.
I didn't tell you, or I'm just curious if you are, because I don't know if this other person you're talking about exists.
Wait, do you actually think that? I have thought. One thing, by the way, is that I feel like feel like sometimes you do get reads on things. Like, you were just talking about Bayesian probability. Is your Bayesian whatever thing really telling you that I'm completely hallucinating things, or is this just deductive reasoning you're using?
It's all Bayesian all the way down, baby. But both of the priors are very low on the events that you're giving me. The chance of somebody being a drug kingpin, the chance of you being schizophrenic, all these are very low. But we're way out of our normal analysis at this point.
Isn't the most reasonable possibility is that I've just met someone who's horrendously irresponsible and kind of lived in a bubble because she was really hot?
No, that explanation of what you're explaining to me doesn't make any sense. Hot girls don't need to get bailed out from money problems. They always have a way.
I mean, not of it. Okay, would you give no matter how hot someone is, do you really think someone would give her that much money?
Yeah, that's what hot girls do. It's a pretty common scam.
Especially if you're telling me,
especially if you're telling me that you met this girl and she's a dancer. This sounds exactly like the type of scam somebody like this would be involved in.
Well, okay, you know, there's people who, for example, they're dancers and they find God, whatever. Not saying that she was a dancer, but like, for example, there's people like Lab who are like, I don't want to do this kind of thing anymore. Aren't there people who don't want to do this kind of thing anymore? And they're just like, you know. And as I said, I think I'm partially responsible because I was so good to her without needing to fuck her or anything. And then I kind of ruined her in that way, potentially. Because now she doesn't do that. Not that she was ever a dancer.
Well, she doesn't need to, because she has you, her new cash.
Well, no, because even before, there was a good year and a half. She didn't know how does she know how I'm gonna get the money? I told her I can't get. Okay, so there was a year that went. I begged my parents multiple times for the money. They said no, and then I just didn't talk to her for a little bit, and then I don't know. We slowly started talking, and then she's like, "Please, I need to get the money." And then only like months later, even after that, I found a way to actually get it. So she thought I was broke. And even when she thought I was broke, like, she still said, like, hey, I need this much. And even now, she has no way of knowing how I can possibly get this much. Okay, if you want to say fine, the whole schizo thing, whatever, I think that's just a waste of time. If you want to say it's a scam, fine. But I really do think if someone's scamming me, could I not get the money back?
No,
you can get the
you
money
have
back.
No way to, we're looping now. You have no way to get the money back, though. You're never getting that money back.
Can you really? Okay. I really think you could. You really think? What if you just slap someone's tires every morning?
Does she even know how to drive?
Yeah.
Well, guess she's gonna be Ubering to work with the $100,000 she got from you.
Yeah, that'll only last so long. Unless she stays poor. If she stays poor, fine, but that's not a scam then. Then that's actually me helping someone who I wanted to help.
Why would you go and slash your tires every morning? I don't think you're the type of person to do this.
Okay, well, if she was mega rich and she wasn't paying me...
She's probably not mega rich. You could just be wasting the money.
Okay, she's wasting the money, then she's not scamming me. Then she's just being irresponsible.
Well, she's scamming you by pretending that she's like in a life or death situation.
And then she's using the money for drugs or something? Like she's going on a drug binge?
Yeah, or just recreationally. Buying shit, whatever.
The thing is, she doesn't seem like a drug addict.
You literally said that you found this girl outside as like a dancer.
Well, okay, first of all, I didn't say that because it's not quite, but close enough, if you want to say.
Oh, hey, what's up, Lycan?
Hi, buddy. You mind if I?
Go for it.
Oh, hi, Lycan.
Hi, buddy. Listen, okay. I have two theories, and I have a short amount of time because I've got some beef about the stew. My first theory with all this is that you are a very dedicated troll, and you're just cycling through whatever you can to keep the combo going. The other one is the really hard advice, and you don't want to take it. But let me tell you, as someone who's seen some really fucking gullible people get fucked, this person is, I'm saying 99.99% lying to you. And if you cut them off now, they're not going to die. They're going to kick and scream because you've given them all the support, but they are lying to you. And the best thing you can do for your life right now is to 86 them. Cut them out. Block them. Cut them off. You've got opportunity. I assume you're still in touch with your family to some degree because you're working. They helped you get this job. Your life's going to be great. It's going to be fine. You might not get that fucking money back. The most important thing for you right now is to cut that leech off. Pull it off. Teeth and everything. Then check make sure nothing's stuck in you. And then go on with your life.
So I definitely agree that, like, as I said, if I were to cut off, I'm perfectly fine. Like, I'm not thinking like, oh my god, my life is fucked. If this is a scam, I'm very happy about that.
Here's the thing: you're never gonna get the full-on satisfaction of knowing for sure it was a scam. This is where it's gonna be hard. And so if you need to
okay. Well, that comes later. After I cut her off. Okay, assuming that I think it's a scam and I just had to cut her off. After that point, after a few months, once I kind of get my shit together, and once there's some distance, I'll start to work what I need to work to, get to the bottom of things.
I gotta go turn my meat, but just. I'm telling you, man, we're past the point of any possible further advice for you. We've heard a lot, and probably more than we should have, and I am telling you, keep your nose clean and cut this chick out. It's not worth it. None of it.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I agree. From the perspective of believing it's a scam, I 100% agree. I just gotta either believe it's I just gotta believe it's a scam. Which unfortunately I don't. But
there's a song I want you to listen to. Google "Man Up" from the Book of Mormon. Listen to that. Fucking rock out to Josh Gad and live your life, brother. You can do this.
All right, well, there's a part of the conversation which is going to make it a little bit more like. I feel like I'm.
This is the part. I love you, buddy, but this is the part where I think I want to switch back to point one, which is like, are you doing a bit?
Oh no, okay, I'm not doing a bit. If I was doing a bit, I'd do a better bit than this.
Well, Steven...
That's the thing I even told my parents before. Like, if I was trying to... Because they even thought, are you lying to us to get money from us? I'd be like, look, if I was lying to you, mom and dad, or parents, or family, or whatever, to get money from you, I would come up with something a lot better than this.
Okay. Well, so for the sake of chat and everyone else, and this isn't to be rude to you, but I'm going to move it to the next caller. But you have your marching orders, Serenet. I promise you, if you cut this person out, you're going to feel so much better. It's going to take some time, but you're going to feel better. But I'll give you one last word before I go turn my meat.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll find out what's going on within a week for sure. So.
Cool. Report back, please.
And
We
at this
genuinely
point,
care, and we do want to know.
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't have any money to give even. So.
Good.
It's not like
it's like when I was trying to stop drinking and then I got COVID. I had a whole week of taking medicine that I couldn't drink, and it got me on a good start. So you've got no money. Wean yourself off this psycho and be well, man.
All right. Yeah. Oh, one other thing. I just want to say, because I know everybody's going to think I'm trying to fuck her. I'm trying to fall in love with her. I'm not in love with her. This isn't any kind of thing. Listen. I'm better than. Like I'm not like that.
Don't sweat it, dude. No one's judging you that way. I think we all, for the most part, get that. So take it easy, man. Enjoy your Sunday.
Get the selfie.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, get the selfie too.
Maybe.
All right. Bye, buddy. All right, here's your other one. I gotta go. Chorizo, you're up. Bye.
Not a K-pop shitter. What? Hello. Chorizo-ho.
Wait, am I actually on stream?
Yep, you're here.
Yeah, terribly sorry about that. First of all, I prefer to pronounce it Chozoro, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Thank you for having me on. I'm a huge fan. I've been watching for like at least 5 years. Forgive me if I'm a bit nervous. Actually,
you're good.
Well, I'm just really nervous. But there's just as it happens, I actually have sent you a couple of emails over the last several months, just about a couple of
course,
topics.
Yeah.
First one was about a rather controversial figure in the Linux community named Brian Lunduk. I don't know if you remember this.
Refresh my memory. Go ahead.
I was trying to basically see. I was essentially trying to get you to debate him, or trying to arrange a debate with him, just because since 2020 he's basically he's taken a turn toward political conservatism. Spouting a lot of sort of transphobe talking points and so forth. Of course, it's more difficult now because he actually ended up deleting his Twitter account. But nonetheless, I do have his email address. So I guess my main question is: would you be at all interested in debating someone like that?
If I knew the topic and his position, then yeah, I could, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. Well, okay. If that's the case, then I guess the hardest part in that case would be getting him to agree to it, because I think he has become a lot more what's the word? I almost want to say insular. Like he's in these echo chambers, and he doesn't really debate. People on the other
How the fuck is
side.
he gonna debate me if he's in an echo chamber? He doesn't want to debate people.
Well, so there used to be, back when I was a patron of his, there used to be different tiers of subscription, so and if you paid enough money, you could actually reserve a certain, essentially reserve a meeting with him. So I was wondering if I could do it through that. If I paid him enough money, set up a debate with you, either. Well, I don't know. It was just an idea I had. I hadn't fully thought it through. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just just if you can set something up, just let me know. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll see if I can email him, and then I'll go from there. All right. But there's other topics I want to mention. So the second email was about a much more serious topic. But I well, I got the sense that maybe you might not have agreed with me, and actually, I may not have done a good job of summarizing the study that I linked. But basically, I was trying to suggest, I don't know if you remember this, but trying to suggest a different approach, a possible approach to the debates about the Great Reset that you have with like right-wing populists. Basically, there is a technically a sequence of studies dating back to the 1970s from the Club of Rome, basically talking about limits to growth. And basically, I was wondering if you could, or what you thought of the sort of idea of bringing that study up. When conservatives or right-wingers complain about certain talking points like the what do you call it? Like circular economy or circular.
What do you mean? Can you be more specific?
Well, so basically, these studies tracked different metrics like agricultural production and population growth and industrial output. And it ran through numerous different scenarios. There was one called what they call BAU, business as usual, and then another one called BAU2, which I think was essentially the same but assumed a greater amount of natural resources. And I'm pretty sure BAU2 actually ended up tracking better with the actual like results we've seen over the past 3 decades or 4 decades, whatever. Wait, where was I going with this? So
that you're
basically
saying that
in
there's
certain
it's
scenarios,
making some predictions that I should be aware of, so I can use those predictions and talk to the Great Reset people about it.
it was just. I mean, I basically just wanted to know what their answer is, like, because we seem to be facing a very important global problem that we really should be talking about more. So, if our growth rates are unsustainable, surely they would need to have some solution to that other than complaining about elites talking about circular economy. I mean, I don't know. It was just an idea.
I would have to know more about the theory. I'd have to do more research on it, and then I imagine they probably wouldn't know anything about it either. So it'd be a back and forth on that probably.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to remember what else. Sorry, I'm getting pinged on Discord. I'm just trying to avert my eyes from that.
No problem.
Yeah, but just as a side note, I know I'm only one person. Like, I'm only one patron, and in fact, I only recently became a tier 4 sub. But I guess for what it's worth, I hesitate to say this because it's not likely to change your mind. But just for what it's worth, I tend to prefer and appreciate your research streams. So just for what it's worth, I don't know. I think you should do more of those, but that's just me.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe for the JFK thing, we'll do more.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess that's it for today. But thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for telling me about the reset stuff.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
Easy.
Okay, I just need a break from callers for a second. Let me go warm some food up. Let's do that. One sec.
Okay, he left, but none of this counts. This is not going easy on dumb men when they fucking give you money. I just want to say that you guys have proven nothing. All right? Nothing. Wait, fuck, was that a trans person? What did Cherry have to say when she was in here?
Who knows? She called you trans, dropped a hard R. Okay, good job, guys. This guy was on your stream. That one schizo lost a lot of money gambling and took money from his parents to chase losses. Then he made up the story about a 7-year-old's life with the money to appease his parents. And now he's bouncing ideas off you about the whole story, which is a mirror of himself. Oh, that could be it too. That could be it. He's the gambler. Sorry, hold on. My brain is just recovering from all the high-level ideas we've had in here today, guys. And there have been a lot of them. Oh, it turned out as a trans woman. True. My bad. Fuck. Oh.
Rude. I didn't call you trans. I realized I said that you went soft on those tier 4 subs.
Oh, yeah.
They don't count as dumb men, but then somebody said that someone was trans. So I panicked and left.
Nice. What have you been up to lately on stream?
Sometimes I have people on to talk about shit, ask me questions, debate stuff. Recently talking about a lot of like colorism and like racism between Black content creators.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Afrofuturism shit I was talking about with you.
Gotcha. Have you gotten caught up in any President Sunday stuff? Has he set his sights on you yet?
Yeah, I actually was on a panel with him, Stardust Supernova panel. And I mean, we were kind of on the same side for most of the topics. I didn't really see what the schizo was about him.
Mm-hmm.
He seems pretty fine, except when it comes to like you and Erudite.
Well, and Chud now too, right?
Oh, right. Oh my God, that Chud drama. I don't even know what that was. It's something about his editor is super edgy, and I guess President Sunday kind of acting like a fucking white knight for like another community. But that's kind of like playing the game, right?
Maybe. He's pretty crazy. I'm just saying, be careful, okay?
I absolutely won't.
Okay.
But thank you.
No problem. Okay, let me eat while we recover.
Our top winner in the showcase is Gay. And our runner-up today is Jose. And would you please show them showcase number 1?
This showcase begins with this beautiful new living room. Rich show and plush, comfortable design come together to create the Prairie View Durapella Bar Collection from Ashley. Sit back and relax in mission-style comfort from the Ashley Companies. And this new carpeting from Carpet One Floor and Home, 55 square yards of Liz Claiborne home carpeting designed for style and made for living at Carpet One Floor and Home. And for your living room, there's this brand new rear projection high-definition TV. Delight in the bright, detailed pictures of this 46-inch 3 LCD rear projection HD TV. And get off the couch and enjoy the outdoors on these brand new motorcycles. The Kawasaki Vulcan 900 custom motorcycle offers clean styling with exceptional acceleration. And this showcase can be yours if the price is right.
Do you wish to bid or pass, Gay?
I'm gonna pass.
You will pass to Jose. What's your bid, Jose, on this showcase?
I've been on the showcase, you mean everything?
Everything.
Everything.
Give me your bid, Joe. Jose, what do you bid?
I bid 250,000.
$250?
250,000.
250,000? Think about that for a moment now.
Woo! Wait. 60,000.
$60,000? Is that your bid? $60,000 it is. Gay, this is your showcase.
Gay, your showcase can be yours if the price is right.
Was it that you can't go over, or?
All right, Gay, what do you bid on your showcase?
$1.
$1.
What a bitch.
Bid. The audience approves. We'll be back after this. Oh, excitement is running high. Gay, you bid $1 on your showcase. Actual retail price of her showcase, $28,898. A difference of $28,897. Now over to Jose. Jose, you bid $60,000 on your showcase. Actual retail price of Jose's showcase, $20,685. You win, Gay.
Does this guy even know what's going on?
So, and that's right out of there. The other witness, that's the one.
I was gonna say, why are there like 3 9/11 videos today? But probably because it's 9/11. Huh?
a trap back there, though.
Something caved in. It's a collapse. I need some water. Here, give me some water. This guy right here. Water. Do you have any water? Give me one. Bring it back in. Guys! Bring it to the command post.
Hello.
Oh boy, hello.
Oh boy, why are you acting? You're acting surprised.
I had no idea you were gonna come in here today.
You're so annoying. I was gonna flake on you, but then I saw that you put me in the title, so I was like, fuck, I have.
Well, I put maybe on the title, so
Oh.
you know you can still flake if you want to. I don't want to commit you to anything.
I'm just kidding. I wasn't gonna flake. This is very important to me.
What, being sex negative and shitting on OnlyFans girls?
Yeah. Yeah, that's really important to me.
That's all right, we know.
Yeah, I love being a misogynist.
That's okay. All the radical femmes eventually hate women, so.
No, I don't. I'm having a crisis.
Of what? Of being a
Right.
woman and hating a woman at the same time, or?
No, I feel like I've been in so many like feminist spaces now that I think I'm starting to hate feminists, and I'm starting to do my thing where I'm like questioning everything. This is why I can't stick to any ideology. People
That's
pick
good.
up people people pick up on it constantly. They're like, why can't you stick to one thing? And it's like, once I'm given new information, I add it to the repertoire, right?
Well, as long as you're being as smug as possible about it at all points in time, you're good to go. So
That's exactly what I try to do.
okay. Is it like, what is the date? Why do you have a pumpkin in the background? Are you gonna carve up a jack-o'-lantern or?
Well, that's a fake pumpkin, and this is my like autumn setup.
Is a pumpkin a part of that? Is your autumn setup? But it's not even real. I guess it would go bad in a few days, huh? It's October, you absolute
no,
clown.
pumpkins
It's September,
actually last
you
for
fucking
like
moron. How long do they last for? Sorry, go ahead. You're about to educate us.
I think months.
Cool.
If you don't cut into them, I think they're like good for like months.
Okay, so you just have no excuse to have a fake pumpkin.
Well, no, I like the exact shape of this one.
Okay.
It's like very round, very rotund and cute.
Gotcha.
But anyway, back to the serious conversation, Steven.
Yeah, but your newfound hatred of women, yeah.
It's not a hatred of women. I don't hate women. I think that there's just like a lot of feminism that I like don't agree with. Or rad feminism. I think I've watched or I've read over the past week like a ton of I think the catalyst was when I went on Modern Day Debate and I was talking with Rachel Wilson. And I realized that I agree with like a lot of what Rachel Wilson was saying, and I was like, okay, a lot of this is like pretty adjacent to like radical feminism. But there's like obviously some key differences. Obviously, she's like very for patriarchy, which I'm not. I don't think that patriarchy is like helpful.
Okay.
But then there were other people who called themselves feminists on the panel, like Polly. Oh my god, I wanted to.
The one that you were transphobic against?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd do it again. Just kidding. No, I don't think I was transphobic against her.
Okay.
Do you think I was?
I understood what you were going for, but yeah, optically it looked bad, of course, but I know what you were saying.
Optically, who gives a fuck? Like, I'm just so tired of, especially part of my thing is like, I'm not gonna like, spare male feelings. Sorry. Like, if you don't want to hear that you're a male, I don't give a fuck. Like, you are, and
wait, hold on, wait, Jesus Christ, hold on. Wait.
Shut up. We don't need to bring it up constantly, but when we make important distinctions like the difference between males and females, absolutely. Like when we talk about the socialization of females growing up, it differing from males, it's absolutely necessary to bring it up.
Okay, let's.
You can't pretend.
Sure. Okay, hold on. I'm here to help you. Okay.
Oh,
Your husband paid me good money today to coach you through not destroying yourself online. Okay, so I'm here to help you. Okay. You could just say somebody that might have been socialized as a male would be better than saying men versus women. I think would probably be better when you're talking about a trans person, right?
Sorry again. What'd you say?
Somebody that's socialized as a male might have different experiences than somebody socialized as a female, rather than saying like man versus woman when you're talking about a trans woman, right?
So socialized implies that it's something that's like being done to you and not the way that like you just like exist in the world. So obviously like giving your kid like a Barbie is like forced socialization, right? But the way that you just grow up the world around you, like women, I remember the first time I got catcalled, I think I was like 6 or 7. Like the first time I realized that my body was like sexual or like in demand, I was very young, right? So you grow up with like this implicit knowledge of knowing that like your body is sort of like a
okay, wait, hold on, listen to me. I'm 33 years old. I do a lot of politics. I know what you're saying. You're not telling me anything new. I'm just trying to
No, I know.
I'm trying to tell you
I'm just
a
saying,
way that you
I'm
could
just
say I'm just trying to
saying-
tell you a way you could say that idea. That same thing you're saying, you can convey it in a way that is not at all surprising. And it's like, "Oh yeah, of course." Or you could convey it in the most combative, hostile way possible, which is going to get people to fucking hate you.
Okay.
That's all
okay.
I'm saying.
So how do I do it less? Well, to some degree, I like riling people up a little bit.
Okay.
Right?
Here's what you have to decide.
I like
okay?
being a little bit provocative.
When I'm giving you tips and tricks, okay, it's not to.
Oh my god! Did you hear that?
That's
I'm dying.
disgusting.
I'm like The Exorcist.
Stop.
Jesus Christ!
Don't do that.
Sorry.
Okay, that's bad for your joints. Okay, and everything. Okay, that's disgusting.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, I'll crack the rest of my body right
Don't
now.
please.
ASMR. Okay. Continue.
Okay. when you are having these conversations, I'm giving you guidelines to make things easier on yourself, okay? If you want to be as provocative as possible, then go for it. But I don't know if you want to deal with, one, the community consequence, like, of people coming at you on social media and shit, and then two, like, the social consequence, like being excluded from certain conversations or panels or social circles because of things you've said. Because your ideas themselves sometimes aren't that controversial, but they're driving in the most aggressively...
I'm a little inflammatory.
Aggressively painted vehicles, okay?
Maybe I'm the first rad femme on Cozy TV. Who knows?
Is that where you have an account over there? Is that where you're streaming next? Why is your camera doing this tracking thing? Okay.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm trying not to distract you with my feminine wiles.
I'm indistractable. I'm plugged in right now to a political conversation. I'm not being distracted. Yeah. You know what's the most distracting thing I'm seeing right now is that fake fucking stupid pumpkin. Okay. Yeah.
I don't care.
Good. Okay. One thing at a time. So yeah. So for the trans person, you could just say, we're socialized differently. People might be treated differently as a result of that. That's not a very controversial thing, right? Rather than saying like, you're not a real woman.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't, but that's...
No, I think a trans woman can be a real woman. I just think that there's like a...
Sure, I understand. Hold on. Don't argue with me. I'm not arguing with you. I understand your ideas. I'm not disagreeing with your ideas. I'm just talking about the communication. Because what you said in that clip was like, you're treating me like this because I'm the only... What was it? You didn't say real woman. You said something else. I'm the only biological woman on this country. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Do you not think that Alex sees me and Polly differently?
Possibly.
I don't care.
But imagine. I'm just saying. Hold on.
You're not by treating her like a woman, right?
Imagine if me and imagine
her as different than me.
Can you just? I'm not retarded. I don't know why you're explaining this to me.
So obviously, I'm gonna point that out.
That's what I'm trying. That's the part I'm trying to fight you on. Do you know Cherry?
Okay. Yeah, I do.
Let's say that me and Cherry are in an argument, and somebody else steps in and they side with Cherry, and I say you're just siding with her because she's black.
Based.
Is it?
Maybe.
Probably not the way to go. Even if it's true. Probably not the way to communicate that idea, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Be aware of that, because unless you like the fighting, okay? If that's enjoyable to you.
To some degree, I like a little bit of the fighting, but also I wanted him to notice, and I want people to notice that, like, no matter how much they see, like, trans women as women, even, like, females are still treated very differently.
Sure. That's a fair point. When you said that you like fighting, okay, I like fighting too. But I'd rather fight over the ideas that I'm conveying and the things that I feel are important rather than fighting over what I said, right? I'm guessing it would be fun for you, or it would at least be mentally engaging to fight over whether or not trans women and cis women are treated the same. It's probably not going to be very fun to have endless fights about whether or not you hate trans people.
Yeah, it's not very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that like Stardust had like clipped me saying like Lab's transphobic moment, and I'm like, ew, what the fuck? Like, I was not transphobic. You agreed with me, bitch. Like,
sure.
What the fuck?
But I'm just saying.
But it still was like, it was still a thing, I guess. I don't give a fuck, actually. I don't know.
Stop saying you don't give a fuck. Degree. You obviously do care.
Well, no, I care to some degree, but with stuff like that, it's like, I don't know. I care a little bit if there's like a lot of outrage, but if there's like a little outrage, it's like, okay, whatever.
Are you just gonna keep doing the little outrage until something explodes, and then you're like reputationally fucked forever? Is that the goal?
I don't think I'd do anything like that. I don't think I'd do anything that would make any explosions.
I mean, if you're trying to be provocative around like the most sensitive,
well, I'm not.
You are.
Oh God, but people are sensitive about that because they're sensitive in general.
Yeah, sure, but but if somebody's sensitive in general, then they just come off as being sensitive. But if they're sensitive around these issues, they're like a fucking hero. Right? So you have to be careful. You have to pick your battles where you want to fight over.
That's true. But I don't want to like... God, I hate the idea of virtue signaling. I know that we have to do it a little bit as like people online and like the public sphere. But I just like, I find it like so nauseating to virtue signal and to like play optics. Like, it's not my nature. I obviously have to do it, but it's not my nature.
Sure, but I mean like, you always have to do this to some extent. Even in like relationships, you have to placate, or you have to like be...
I don't do it in relationships either.
Really? So when you're on your period, if you're in a bad mood, you just walk around the house and you're like, I fucking hate you. I hope you fucking off yourself. You'll just unload.
Absolutely.
Whatever. Okay, well, outside
Oh,
of
dude, I did that the other day. Where I like felt super sick because I was ovulating. shout out ovulation.
shout out, nice to not being pregnant. Okay.
And yeah, and I was like, don't touch me, don't talk to me.
Okay.
My fiance.
That's a lot
And he was just
different.
like,
That's an okay message. I'm just saying that
Well,
if
no,
you're
I say it all the time. I'm like, you're irritating me. He's just like walking around the house. I'm like, stop, get away from me. I think that's like I think that's normal. I don't know. That's
that can be
growing up
normal.
in a Jewish household.
Sure, okay.
You hate when I say that.
Yeah, because you're using Jewishness the same way that people use like autistic or ADHD. Being Jewish doesn't prohibit you from analyzing, understanding normal human interactions. I don't think.
It might.
I don't think so. Okay, what is your goal with this conversation? What do you want to get out of this?
I don't know. I want to talk more about, because I feel like you're not bought into the whole like sex work is bad thing.
Obviously not.
And I want to talk about that because I don't know how you're so smart and you're like, you think it's like a net good for society. Like, I don't get it.
Okay. There's a lot of different ways that we can go with this. Do you want to have that conversation? Do you want to jump into that one?
I mean, yeah, you're the boss.
Oh, well, if I'm the boss, then we should talk about how you can phrase things and not be needlessly provocative to every fucking person on the internet so that you have fights all the time over dumb
Okay,
shit.
I get it. You tell me this every time.
Well, every time I
get
see
it.
you, you're in trouble for a new thing, okay? You're like a young
Am I in trouble right now?
Destiny.
Did you see my? Well,
okay.
people are very mad at my last tweet, which I thought was hilarious.
Oh,
I thought
boy.
it was so funny.
What
The
was it?
the N-word tweet. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was so funny.
It was okay, but like you're joking around like the.
It wasn't like an actual take. I mean, I think there's some truth to it, right?
Okay.
But it's not like my take, right?
Sure, but it's Twitter.
It
That's
was
how
just like-
Twitter people are gonna people. Human are gonna human on Twitter, right?
Sure, exactly. No, but people were very mad at me for that, and I was just like, whatever. And then people now are saying that I'm racist, and I'm just like, whatever. I guess I don't care.
Okay.
I feel like if you stay, I don't know. I feel like I have I've been online for so many years now that I feel like if you know me, you know that I'm not racist.
Yeah, but most
So I'm
people
like-
don't know you. Have you ever heard of like first impressions?
Yeah, I'm actually notorious for making really bad first
Okay,
impressions.
well, what if somebody's
That's,
first
like, my
impression of you was
shtick.
that tweet?
Yeah, not great. Not great.
Okay.
Maybe you shouldn't have retweeted it.
I mean, I thought it was funny, and I had a good tweet response to it. So.
Yeah. I thought my did I tweet it today or yesterday? I had another good one that was in response to that
Oh, yeah.
that you didn't retweet. So
Oh,
interesting.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was on like a schedule of like if I don't retweet you once.
Yeah,
a
you are,
day-
you are, you
yeah,
are,
Okay,
you are.
my bad on that. I'm so sorry to hurt your feelings that way.
No, but it was funnier. I
Is
thought.
it? Are you acting really entitled because you're Jewish or a woman here? I'm just trying to figure out what excuse they're going with
both
for that.
actually?
Okay,
I think
okay.
it's like a married. Yeah, I think they're married.
Gotcha.
I think my identity being Jewish and woman is pretty.
Wow, that's so
pretty
intersectional, dude. Nice job.
I know. I know. Someone said people kept saying like exterminate women, and I love to Jew bait. It's like my favorite thing.
Okay.
Where I'm like, actually this has weight because I'm Jewish, and then people are like like white people get like really like nervous about stuff like that. Because you
Wait,
can
in
be
response to
misogynist,
what?
but you can't be anti-Semitic. When people are like abolish women,
Oh, like
or
if somebody's
when
like, we
people are,
need to
kill women.
exterminate Lav.
Yeah,
You have to
or,
switch
like,
shields. You take off the woman hat, and you're like, well, I'm
And I
Jewish.
put on the Jew hat.
You're like, you want
And
to
I put on
exterminate
my
all women?
yarmulke.
Do you want to exterminate Jewish women too? Because
Yeah,
there
exactly.
You go. Gotcha.
I love to Jew bait. It's so fun.
Nice.
It's so fun.
It sounds awesome because you use it as an excuse too. So it's just like an all-purpose
Yeah,
shield.
it's like a
to
shield,
Escape
yeah.
all criticism and yeah.
Exactly, and I'm also indigenous, so I can use that one when it applies.
Indigenous.
Yeah.
To what?
What do you mean? The Americas.
How? What percentage?
25% indigenous American, Mexican.
25% indigenous. What was the chief's name? You look like you could be called like.
Well, it's Mexican.
Looks like
That's what
son. Is that? You're. Okay, maybe they had some. Okay.
Well, I'm also Irish, so.
Oh, so like cancels out.
If
Okay,
you
cool.
if you saw a photo of my mom, you would see that she just copy and pasted herself. I look I don't look like my dad at all, but my dad is brown.
Do you speak any Spanish?
No, I didn't grow up around my dad or his side of the family, but his side of the family doesn't speak English.
Can you speak Hebrew?
I used to be able to speak a little bit, but I quit Hebrew school. My parents never made me finish anything I started.
What indigenous tribe was your family historically a part of?
My grandma was Blackfoot, but
Wait, you're not making shit up, right?
No,
Blackfoot? Wasn't that one of the characters on Land Before Time?
I think that's Littlefoot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Blackfoot is definitely it's
Blackfoot
like
that was his urban cousin. Okay.
But my dad is
Okay, people in chat are saying it's legit. I'm sorry, it is real. My bad. I don't know the names of all the tribes. I was just testing her.
You're
okay,
getting canceled for
I was
that.
testing her. I didn't know if it was real or not.
You're getting canceled for that. But no, that's like very little. But it's I think they're like my family's from like a Chihuahua. Like they're just, but so obviously because you can be like mestizo Mexican.
Yeah, I know all
there's
about that.
like
My
white
good friend
Mexican.
Nick Fuente and Castizo and all that shit. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, conquistador. Yeah. So there's like there's like white Mexican and then there's like indigenous Mexican. So I'm half Mexican, but I'm
Okay.
only a quarter indigenous Mexican.
Gotcha. Jesus.
Which is like brown.
That's a lot. I'm just gonna stick with the
Yeah.
Jewish thing. Okay.
I could get free college in California.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you go to school then? Wouldn't that be part of your like feminist arc?
I'm too pretty to go to school.
Man, you love that patriarchy. Man, you really, man, in some ways you love that patriarchy. Eh? Okay.
Well, no,
that's
this is
cool.
what-
Listen,
okay,
hey,
so
if
I
you're trying to
actually-
make some money, I know a guy that'll give you 100K apparently.
Well,
we chatted from
this
earlier,
is,
so.
So this is, oh Jesus, honestly, wait. No, so this is my problem. This is my problem with, also the beard trim looks good, by the way.
Shut the fuck up.
But this is my problem with feminism, I think, or rad feminism, is I disagree with the masculinization of women.
Disagree with masculinization of women. Okay, taking notes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would call myself a cultural feminist.
Okay.
So I really believe that there are I believe that there are inherent feminine qualities that females hold, whether it be like nature or nurture, like the way that we're socialized or the way that whatever. And I think that those are more like conducive to a society that like I want to live in, right?
To have like inherent feminine qualities.
Yeah, like empathy, patience, stuff like that. Things that we're like, colloquially are known as like feminine traits.
Okay.
Or like that side of the brain, right? Like we know that women are more likely to, whatever. What I do believe in is though like democracy, obviously.
Okay. Is that a
like,
male thing
and
or a female
equality.
thing? Okay.
No, that's separate. I'm taking you along my line of thinking.
Okay.
I obviously believe that we should. I think that part of the problem and why I call myself a feminist is because I believe that like traditionally feminine roles are like really devalued in today's society, and I think that's really gross.
Okay.
I think that we should that's my problem with guys like on like Fresh and Fit, right? People who are like women are like nothing. Like their jobs aren't as important, their jobs or whatever. Like that's the problem. And I think that they've just swung too far. But I believe in like a world where, a man can still provide for the family and a woman can be just as valued for what she does at home, or even a man can stay at home and child rear and a woman can do what she wants. I don't believe in like the necessity of a gender role, right? But I think that women are probably just more inclined to want to child rear. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And I actually think that's really beautiful because I think that we're showcasing our best selves when we're doing things that we're best suited to. And I think that this like push with like this like new feminism to like masculine, to make women masculine, like Megan Thee Stallion just came out with a song that's like it sounds identical to like a rap song that like a guy's made, but it's like about men and it's like dick doesn't run me, you're useless, all you are is dick to me. And the first time I watched that I was like, hell yeah, this is dope, like fuck men, right? And then I watched it the second time and I was like, should we be teaching should we just be creating divides? Like this feels like actually like an overcorrection. And then I was like, why did the first time I heard that though I was like, hell yeah, I hate men. And then the more I listened to it, I was just like, because I don't hate men. I really value like masculine qualities in men. I don't value like the alpha male. I think that's disgusting. I think that's stupid.
Is that why
But
we
I
don't
think
get
that,
along?
like,
Because I'm such an alpha male.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
You're definitely definitely alpha.
I know.
But yeah, I think that there's a, and this is getting into spirituality, and so I hope I don't bore you to death, but I do believe in like a divine feminine and a divine masculine. I don't believe that they're sexed inherently, but I believe that they do have to meet each other in order to have like a productive relationship with anything, within yourself, within a you know, intrapersonally. Yeah. I don't know. So this whole like and I like being girly. Like I like, to some degree, like, you know, I like that I can't like open pickle jars, right? Like I like that I have to like get my fiance to open a pickle jar for me. But I also, you know, he also really likes that when he comes home from a long day from work, I'm playing with his hair and analyzing with him how to like get through the worst part of his day, or how to like you know, he uses, you know, we use each other as like whiteboards, as Brittany would say. To like solve problems with each other, like teamwork, partners. And I believe that that is like true divine masculinity and divine femininity. And I think that a lot of that is like lost in you know, the fresh and fit stuff. So I think that I might have overcorrected as a response to like the Andrew Tate sort of masculinity. But I think that a lot of men agree with me, and that they think that women are probably equal to them. But we're different in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I'm just writing down things and I'm listening to you. Okay. Okay. How's your mood? Where
Men
you
who
at?
listen.
Give me like on a 1 to 7, where 7 is you're gonna start attacking people or breaking stuff, and 1 is you're like super zenned out.
I'm pretty zen.
Feel pretty chill right now. 7 is
Mhm.
more like I'm gonna argue and fight with you on every single fucking thing you say, and 2 and 3 is like, oh, I'm pretty amenable, pretty chill.
I'm like 4.
Okay. Anything we can do to bring that down to like a 2 or 3?
Are you gonna say something really controversial that I'm gonna hate?
No, I just want to talk through some things that you're fighting me on every fucking thing. Did you just do the thing
Okay.
where the camera was gonna follow your face around again?
Yeah, I did.
God fucking.
I like it more.
Okay. Oh, because you feel vulnerable the other way?
Yeah, I don't want people looking at my legs.
Okay.
One of your viewers
own
said that it was
pants?
hard to pay attention to me. No, I don't.
What
One
a-
of your viewers said it was hard to take me seriously because I show my legs.
That's
so
cringe. Okay. But okay.
yeah,
Wow. You're gonna want
I'll
to
try
zoom in
not to
again? You
move
want to go
at
to the
all.
third level of zoom, or?
I'll try not to move at all.
Okay. Can you the pumpkin the thing behind you on the desk? Do you see how it's fucked up?
No.
It's like behind your chair. You can't see it right now.
What?
Okay, I just wanted to watch the camera move. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay, listen up. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Are you sure you're ready?
I'll ever be.
Okay. Just gonna talk for a second and I'm gonna make a couple of guesses. Okay, you can tell me if I'm totally wrong or getting kind of warm. Okay. It feels like you've lived up to maybe a few months ago a relatively philosophically unexamined life. Did you just
No.
mirror yourself? Why?
But my
Do you want
camera-
to go
I don't
upside
know.
down next? Yeah. We're gonna have a nice 69 with our fucking boxes on fucking Discord. Okay, stop. You're distracting me. Pay attention to the
Okay,
mic.
sorry.
Hold on. I'm not wasting my words here. I'm picking every word
sorry,
deliberately.
sorry,
I'm
sorry,
communicating with you. Yeah. Are you listening to me?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, flip back. Come back.
I like this one more.
Okay. Feels like you've gone through life. You haven't like really stopped to like super figure out a lot of these like really important fundamental philosophical positions.
Wrong.
Okay. Explain that part then. We're probably going to disagree a lot on this.
I think I'm very like frontal lobe. I've been thinking about these things since I think too early actually. And I think because I'm so open-minded to it, because I've accessed like every philosophy that I could go towards, I'm very flip-floppy. Because I'm very much like a grass is always greener type of person.
Okay, let me rephrase this, okay? I'm not going to say that you're unexamined. I'll say that, like, you have examined things, but they're more abstract or higher level ideas and not very, very fundamental ideas.
Okay, so like what?
So, like, a question of, like, what is my purpose in life? Or what are the things that make me feel happy or fulfilled? Or what are the things that ought
Those
to
are
make
things
me
I
feel-
haven't?
Yes.
Oh no, I know that I have those down.
Okay, let me talk through my reasoning and then you can make this make sense for me, okay?
Okay. Are you saying this just because I'm a young woman?
No, I'm not. I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this, okay? So there's a phenomenon that happens. Usually it'll happen sometimes when people are teenagers. For me, it was when I became an atheist. Sometimes it's when people go through a big life-changing event. Sometimes it'll be when people are in their 30s or 40s or 50s. It just super depends. Everybody's on their own journey. But something will happen that will radically shake the foundation of a person's life. And the more stuff that they kind of took for granted or didn't examine, the more susceptible they are to foreign ideas. So after losing somebody's religion or after losing something, all of a sudden now you're looking around and somebody's like, hey, you know, women and men have a greater overlap than they do a difference, and women and men should both be able to pursue whatever they want, and they're more or less the same. It's like, that sounds like a really good idea. And then somebody else is like, well, actually, the differences between women and men have been seen through all of history. Women feel happier doing some jobs, men feel happier doing other jobs. Like, that actually sounds really good. And somebody like, and you get into this thing where all of a sudden everybody is saying something, and people have thought about their positions for a long time. They give good arguments for all of them, and you find that you're very not at home. Yeah, you feel that you're not at home with anything. And
I
feel
think that so many things can be true.
No,
is my
they can't.
problem.
That's not true, though.
Yes, they can.
No, because a lot of these ideas are going to be contradictory and they'll clash with each other, right?
Well, I don't think that anything that I'm saying is contradictory and clash. Like, I think that women probably more women feel comfortable not being the sole provider of the household, right? I think more women feel comfortable that way.
Let me finish.
But I don't
Wait,
think
hold on,
that there should be like.
let me finish.
I'm more
Sure,
of.
hold on, wait, before we,
let
you
me
can,
let me make it clear
I didn't
that
even
I'm
finish
not
any of what I
talking.
was
I don't want to politicize feminism.
We're not talking. We haven't even gone into politics. I don't care about politics. I'm talking about you as a human being right now. I'm not even talking about ideologies. I'm not yelling.
Okay.
If I was yelling, you'd be crying. Okay. Because I can tell you got a lot of feminine energy coming off you right now. Okay. If you don't have those really fundamental parts of your life, like rock solid and super analyzed, then you are susceptible to other people giving arguments, and then you kind of being pulled in a direction because it sounds good. Now, everything I'm describing that's not a bad thing. It's all part of like our development. It's part of growing up. It's part of learning things.
Jesus, don't talk down to me.
I'm not talking okay, first of all, I can talk down to you because one, I'm pretty sure you're like 3 feet tall, and two, you're like 10 years younger than me. You look like you're 3 feet tall, okay? So two things, okay? So I can talk down to you, okay? But I'm not talking down to you because, like I said, you could be somebody in your 30s or 40s doing this. You could be somebody who's like 14 or 15 doing this, right? You're over 18, right?
Who's to say?
No, you did OnlyFans. I know you are. Okay. So all I'm saying is that, like, if you are engaging with like more abstract level ideas, which are fun to engage with, because at the abstract level, we can talk about things like feminism and patriarchy and social democracy and capitalism and all of that. Those are like very abstract ideas. But the really deep internal stuff of like, what is my purpose in life? What ought my purpose be? What are things that leave me happy or fulfilled? Like, you know, what am I trying to do? Those are deeper questions that can be harder to answer. And they're not as much fun to explore sometimes as like the really abstract level stuff. Okay, hold on. I'm not saying you're a bad person.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I think I agree with you.
Okay.
But I wanted to
Okay.
have a conversation about why I think that is and why.
Okay.
Because I think that this informs a lot of
for sure
what I'm going through right now.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, go for it.
Is that I am, I'm 24. I'm aging out of like the usual.
Hitting the wall. Yep.
Sure. I've lived my whole life as like a pretty girl, right?
Yeah.
And so I started to get I started to get really scared.
Okay.
As like I think most women who grow up, like not a lot of people in my life have like valued anything other than like the way that I look or the way that my body look. And that's like that didn't really bother me until I was like 18 or 19. And then I used it for my advantage. Obviously, I made money with it. And now that I'm not making money with it, I'm like, okay, this is useless to me. Like, what am I? And then I did have a moment where I was like, what is my purpose? Like, who am I outside of this, when all of this fades, who the fuck am I? And I think that quitting OnlyFans was like a huge moment for me. I'd done it for my whole adult life, right? Like 6 years. I've been doing sex work. And then all of a sudden you take away the money and the attention, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what am I doing? But I did have like these conversations about myself. Like I knew obviously a basis of myself while I was doing sex work. Like I knew that I think the purpose of life is to like connect with other people, to like love each other, connection. I think that also informed my like sex work. I also really, I think that a lot of sex work can be like very beautiful, like in-person sex work with people with disabilities or like stuff like that. I think that could be actually like very beautiful.
Okay, I don't care about that. Just talk about yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
But yeah, I think I'm like, I don't know if I believe in like hedonism the same way I did. And so I'm just trying to, this is why a couple months ago I was like, am I religious? I'm like trying to find like a set of
Okay, can I interject, or can I
No, go ahead.
Let me float an idea here, and then you can try to get this right. So that thing that I spoke about the difference between having your fundamental positions figured out or not, the more figured out those positions are, the more internally driven you can be in terms of defining how you engage with the world. And the less that those positions are figured out, the more you kind of have to look externally to things for definitions or value. So like a concrete example of this might be your feelings about being a pretty woman are largely driven, or in the past have been largely driven by your engagement externally with that concept. So growing up at an early age, it might be other people saying, you're a pretty woman, therefore I'm going to hit on you at 7, 8, 9 years old. Happens with girls. And then maybe at some point, you might think like, okay, well, I'm going to use this to my advantage, but using it to your advantage was still looking for that external engagement. Okay, you're a pretty woman, I'm going to jerk off to pictures of you on OnlyFans. And now as you're leaving that, you're having a feeling where somebody might say something like, oh, this is empowering to you, or oh, like at least you did these things in a way that was positive. But it doesn't feel that way, because it feels like in both circumstances of whether you're consenting or not, your engagement with the concept of being a woman is something that you're going external yourself and subjecting yourself to other people's ideas of it. So in a non-consensual way, when you're a kid, it's other people hitting on you. In a consensual way, as an adult, it's doing OnlyFans, but both ways still feel kind of shitty, because that whole drive, that whole engine around being a woman is coming completely external to yourself, and it feels a little bit out of control. Do you think that's an okay description, or?
Definitely.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that I'm just trying to I don't know, everything feels I also, listen, I'm a Zoomer. And so I'm being like
kind of like a young millennial, but okay, go ahead.
No, I'm
you're zooming hard. That's
I'm
right,
definitely a Zoomer,
okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm getting fed like all of this information constantly, and I've had unbridled access to the online forever. So I think that this is like I think that a lot of women my age are having the same struggles that I'm having.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why that's why I want to have a platform like this, because so many women are messaging me every day and are like, I'm right there with you. I think that's really valuable.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, every time I come on here, I don't have like fully fleshed out like prescriptions for everything.
Sure.
I'm learning with everyone. And I think that that's
yeah, don't care about that. We're not even at that part yet, okay? We're just trying to get your mind mapped out here. I'm just trying to figure out, okay? So something that I said earlier.
Wait, so my values, I have strong values. Like I'm really
we're not even talking about your values right now. Just looking at this.
Dude, then what the fuck are we talking about, Steven?
Well, we're working.
You're just teaching me. You're
No,
just telling
I'm
me
not
everything that's
teaching you.
wrong
I haven't
with
taught you
me.
anything yet. I'm just trying to figure out.
Psychoanalyzing me.
I'm not psychoanalyzing. I'm trying to figure out what is going on in your
You're
head.
Dr. K-ing me right now.
I am
Max
Dr.
is
K-ing
watching
you.
this.
Do you want to cry right now?
So mad.
Lav, I'm gonna be your best friend for 2 years. Okay, you're not allowed to kill yourself until then. All right. You feel okay, buddy?
Oh,
I'll host your
no.
stream every day. Okay, so you don't kill yourself. All right. You feel okay?
Incredible.
All right. Okay. So just as a quick thing for what I was talking about earlier, because you've gotten that you have this like weird external engagement, not weird, I'm sorry, because you have like a pretty normal external engagement with what it means to be a woman, and then you're kind of unsatisfied, even in parts where you felt like you were choosing to have that engagement. Now you're searching for like a more fulfilling meaning. The thing that I'm kind of pointing you at is that it feels like all of these answers are going to be relatively unsatisfying because you're still looking external for that meaning. Although it sounds like this has been an impetus for you to think about it personally more, in terms of you saying, rather than like people like sex work because of this or people do this, you're thinking like, well, women have like a divine thing, or there might be some idea related to the concept of being a woman that now you want to explore more. You just have to make sure that like you're engaging in genuine like introspection, self-reflection, that you're having these thoughts and you're not just kind of like hearing a good idea and grabbing it and running with it, because that's only going to last as long as until you run into the next good idea, and everything is going to be just as unsatisfying as like the sex work was or anything else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also struggle with this though, because I think that part of my feminism is based in the fact that like a lot of a woman's experience is external because of the way that the patriarchy like men see her.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a hard time, because of the way I look, believing that I will ever have an internal experience that I can project that is valid.
Yeah, sure. So here's like the important thing that I would say to keep in mind for that. Okay, this is very, very, very important. If I briefly say, like, do you know the difference between like an is and an ought? Like the car is blue versus you ought to be kind.
Thank you
to
for
your parents.
explaining this to
Okay.
me.
I was explaining for the audience that didn't know. Okay.
I'm very stupid. I'm very slow. I have a woman brain. Thank you.
You don't have a woman's brain. You have a Jewish brain. So I know you're very smart. Okay.
I have an indigenous brain right now, actually.
Okay. The way that people treat you, that's going to be like an external thing, but that doesn't have to drive how you ought to be treated, or more importantly, how you ought to act. Just because people treat you in a certain way, like they might treat a woman, the problem is that when people treat you certain ways, it can override the feeling of how you ought to be. So arguably, this is where something like an internalized sense of misogyny or racism can come from. If enough men treat a pretty woman as like a bimbo dipshit, eventually the woman thinks like, well, this is kind of how I'm supposed to act because it's how everybody treats me, right? So it is true that you have like an external engagement with the world. That's necessary. You're a human being. Social engagement is part of being a human. But just because you have that experience, hopefully you can separate that from your internal understanding of what you ought to be doing or how you ought to be acting. Try not to let that like poison the other thing, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I talked about this with my therapist because she tells me the same stuff that you're saying right now. But it's I don't have the internal experience of like should or ought. Like at all. And we think it's like tied to me being autistic. But
well, if you were autistic, wouldn't you have that experience?
Oh my god. No, I don't experience the social praxis. I don't experience the this is maybe why I don't find like optics that concerning, where I'm like, I don't understand that I should I'm very like black-pilled, and where I'm just like the way that people see me is like the way that I am, pretty much.
Yeah, but do you feel like you ought to act in the way that people see you? Is that like a strong? Because it feels like you were kind of breaking away from that with the
No, I do what I want to do, but I don't like what people think of me is like none of my business. But it is my business now because I'm like a public figure. But like in my real life, I act exactly the way that I want to at any given moment. Like I'm not trying to. One of my value in life, like the thing that I build my life around, is transparency. Like radical transparency and acceptance. So, and I think that this is a lot because
what are you going to therapy for? Wait, are you borderline?
No.
Okay. Sorry,
but
you
I did have
a
I did have a narcissistic mother.
Okay.
So I have like a narcissistic wound, which
okay,
like
that's fine.
looks like BPD, I guess, but
okay, I just heard that radical acceptance is a keyword for.
It's a DBT, but people do DBT. I was in treatment for 2 years,
sure.
Residential treatment center, so they just gave us classes.
Gotcha.
And that's where I
just
learned
checking. Sure. I have a policy about associating with cluster B people, so go ahead.
I might be a narcissist, so.
I don't think that's real, so don't worry. Go ahead. We're streamers.
Okay.
We're all narcissists out here. Go ahead. Anyway,
yeah,
sorry. Keep
true.
going.
But as I was saying, my anyway, so narcissistic wound. The thing that I don't have about I don't have like the abandonment thing. I don't care if someone fucking leaves me. I'm like, okay, I'm on my own anyway, lone wolf. But that's like the only difference. But I do have a lot of the other things. But my mom, my whole childhood would like gaslight me, like constantly. Her reality was like the reality. It was like extremely confusing to me.
Okay.
So I spent my whole childhood like accuracy testing with people around me. Like, is this actually the way that it is? Like, I would do this thing with my mom all the time where I'm like, where I was like, I developed control issues. So obviously I had an eating disorder. We talked about that, but I also had I have a metaphobia, which is like the fear of vomit, because I'm scared. It's like an OCD. I'm like scared of losing control of my body.
Metaphobia?
Emetophobia.
Emetophobia.
Emeto.
Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
emetophobia.
Gotcha.
It's actually pretty common.
Do you feel this at all when you're having periods? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so if I'm nauseous at all,
Uh-huh.
I cannot do anything.
Okay.
Like I completely shut down.
Gotcha.
And like sensory deprivate and like keep myself busy. I play Tetris a lot when I'm nauseous. I have the highest score in I have the third highest score in LA. Tetris
I'm sure
Master.
you do. Okay.
Thank you. I do.
You would get
on the app.
destroyed, but go ahead. Okay.
But anyway, so it's like a control issue. I forget where I was going with that. Fuck, you ruined my train
I didn't.
of thought.
You were talking about how you hate to feel out of control of yourself, and then you started talking
Yeah,
about
so
this
I would accuracy test. So I'd be like so then my mom became this beacon of like, I'd be like, am I gonna throw up? And she'd be like, no. And then I'd ask her like every 15 minutes because I was a very panicky child. I'd be like, I also had this idea when I was like 6 that my brain was gonna fall out of my head. So I'd be like, is my brain gonna fall out of my head? She'd be like, no. Then she became like this beacon, like my god, where I'd go to her every time I was like, is this gonna happen to me? And she'd say no. But then she started weaponizing it as I got older. If she got mad at me.
Okay.
And then like her truth, because she was like my god, it started being like the truth. So then when my mom told me like, she told me that I was like evil a couple times, or she told me that I was like a manipulative liar, when like I knew that I wasn't lying, but I trusted her so much that I trusted her perception of me, and I started to self-abandon. And I have that, like I still have that, where I self-abandon like constantly when I'm like, oh fuck, like if someone tells me, I can have a firm grasp on who I am. But if you tell me like, oh, I think that you're like a piece of shit, I'm going to start to be like, fuck, I am a piece of shit. Even if I know I didn't do anything wrong. I just like internalize everything.
Okay,
like everything anyone says.
Gotcha.
Which is bad. But people don't think I'm doing that because I'm very, poker face about it.
Okay. Hold on, wait, real quick. I want to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
I'm having this conversation. Well, initially I thought it was about feminism shit. Trying to understand your mind.
We're getting there.
I'm not trying to I'm just explaining where we're at, okay? I'm not trying to go for gotchas or own you in a debate, okay?
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay, gotcha. Just making sure, okay. So if I ask you questions where I'm trying to reconcile two things, I'm just trying to figure out what's...
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So something you said here is that when people say things about you, that you internalize things that you say, right? Or that they say to you, right? Earlier, you mentioned that you feel like you didn't care about what people said. Can you explain to me like the difference between these two things in terms of what you're talking about?
So it becomes a thing where it's like when your room is so messy, you stop to care. Like you stop caring.
Okay.
So when you have like, if you have like one plate out, I think you're more likely to care and like put that in the sink.
Okay.
Than if you walk into a room and it's already like chaotic, right?
Yeah. Sorry, this fucking camera. Go ahead.
Shut up. No, but do you understand that a little bit? So I think
yeah,
that
this is
so
actually
many...
the concept of have you ever heard of broken windows policing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So it's like, it's just so much is going on that I'm like, okay. And also with DBT, I've learned a lot also. Like I'm trying to actively fix this in myself, right? So I'm trying not to internalize everything that everyone says. It means more when someone I respect tells me something. Like when Max did the whole thing where he like spazzed out and said that I was like doing whatever I was doing, that like really hurt me.
Gotcha.
And then I started to be like, oh my God, maybe I am doing this.
Okay.
Right?
I'm glad you said this because this is kind of what I was looking for, is when you start to describe that idea of you internalize everything everyone else says. I don't know if you mean that or if you really just mean that people that you respect or look up to or close to, you internalize everything they say. Because that's going to be likely for like parents doing that or loved ones or people that you respect, but maybe not so much like random strangers, right?
The thing that's crazy is that I told you I went to treatment for 2 years. So I was like locked away. I went to like a boarding school and it was a residential treatment center.
Okay.
And we had to learn skills. We had a skill sheet. Where we had to fill it out every day, and we got 1,000 points for like a whole bunch of skills.
Okay.
So the first 2 skills you get is following directions and accepting feedback, and it was like a brainwashing tactic. They've gotten rid of this since because it's abusive, but for 2 years, accepting feedback was one of the skills I had to work on every day.
Mhm.
And if I didn't accept feedback, so if someone told me something and I disagreed with it, I could say nothing, and I had to internalize it for 2 years. And I just had to say it. I just had to say okay.
Well, I mean,
And if I didn't, I wouldn't make my privileges, which means I couldn't talk to anyone. I couldn't wear makeup. I couldn't read the books I wanted.
Base.
I couldn't watch
Oh,
TV.
not that base.
Like this was like an abusive Alpine Academy. Shut it down. But but so maybe it's because I'm also brainwashed in that I think that I should just be internalizing everything because I should just be taking everyone's experience of myself into account. I don't know. It's a whole bunch of things that are leading up to like a very maladaptive trait that is me internalizing too much.
Hold on. Can I get some soy? I need to soy the fuck up. Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Typical. I guess I'll see what chat's saying. Please be nice to me, guys.
Okay. When you say internalizing, we need to figure out what the fuck this means. So let's say random stranger on the internet says, "You're a dumb bitch." Does that bother you?
It makes me think though.
That you are a dumb bitch?
Yeah.
Okay. If a person close to you or somebody that you respect, so like me obviously, calls you a dumb bitch, or like Max or somebody or some streamer looks up to calls you a dumb bitch, is it a similar feeling or a different feeling?
Different feeling.
Is it a different feeling, or is it just the same feeling but more intense, or is it totally different?
I think it's the same feeling, but also an added like hurt that you don't see me as I see myself. Like I feel unseen.
Sure. Do you feel the same way with random people, that it's an unseen thing, or is it just something that makes you doubt yourself?
I feel it less, but yeah, I guess it's the same thing. Both. I guess it's the same thing, just different degrees.
Okay. Connor, or do you like any of your parents anymore, or do you hate them all?
I don't hate them. I forgive them. They're doing they did the best they can with
you're
what
not
they
as close
have.
to your parents. Okay. Connor tells you that he thinks you're a dumb bitch. Is that similar to a
Yeah.
close person, totally different, or just a more intense feeling of the close person?
He would never say that to me.
Say he
'cause
does.
He sees me.
I'm gonna DM
but
him right
if
now
he
and tell
were,
him, "Hey, call Lav a dumb bitch. We need to see what
no, he well, I had this experience where I just lost like one of my best friends because we had like a fight or whatever. And she did this thing where she was like, everyone is leaving you because you're the problem in all your relationships. And I like told her that was like something I was like really scared of, and she like used it against me.
Oh, based friend fights where they dig
No.
into your most deepest insecurities.
No, that was like horrible.
Uh-huh.
And it fucking rocked me. I was like unable to speak for like a day, where I was just like, oh my God, like she's right. Like anyone else could have said that to me, but her knowing it made it like really, I don't know what you're asking really. I think to some degree, everyone cares more about the opinions of people they're close to. Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that like, so if I've learned anything the past month is that language sucks, or it's very imprecise. So I'm trying to figure out what you feel when you say something. When somebody says that they're internalizing something, that can mean all sorts of different things. So say somebody comes up to me and they say, "Destiny, you're dumb and you're a bad debater." And I say, well, I internalize that. Does that mean that it's making me doubt myself when I wouldn't be otherwise? Does it mean that it's hitting on a doubt that I already have, and now it's like amplifying that? Or does it just make me upset because that person sees me in a way that's different than how I see myself? Like there's a whole bunch of ways that like internalizing something can mean like just a ton of different things. Like
So I'm self-abandoning. So it's like,
what does self-abandonment
I
mean?
believe,
Explain that, yeah.
So because my mom like gaslit me so much, I'm like, I question my reality like pretty constantly.
Okay,
so
hold on.
even if
Let's
I-
get away from I don't like the gaslighting vernacular. Fuck that shit. Let's just speak in human words, okay?
Okay, well, my mom would shift the reality.
When you say, talk to me, what does self-abandonment mean?
For me, it means, okay, so when I'm alone,
Mhm.
I know myself through and through. I know my values. I know who I am. And it's not fragile. It's not. And it's like, I'm very resilient. It's like, it's very, my view of myself is stretchy, but unbreakable.
Okay.
So when someone tells me something about myself that I don't agree with, it'll hit and like stretch, but it'll bounce back. Like it's.
This is when you're on your own.
I question it. No. When I'm on my own, it's impenetrable.
It's fine.
I mean,
Okay.
it's impenetrable anyway, but it's like a brick wall when I'm on my own.
Yeah.
But then someone could be telling me something, and I'm like, okay, because my mom used to tell me that I was like the reason that her and like my dad divorced, right?
Were you? I'm just fucking with you. I'm
maybe.
sorry.
Maybe one of
Okay,
them.
go ahead.
Maybe one of them,
Okay.
honestly.
One of the divorces or for one of the parents? I'm just kidding. Go.
Yeah, no, but she used to tell me things like I was evil, or like I was like she used to say that like my eyes turned black when I got angry, and that I was like possessed or something, right? Like whatever.
Jesus.
And so I'd start to be like, oh fuck, like maybe I am, or like when someone tells you, when your God tells you that you are something so many times, like your person, your primary caregiver tells you that you are one thing, you start to be like, okay, maybe I am this thing, even if you don't feel it, you like consider it.
Sure. That's pretty normal from like a primary caregiver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. But when it's like constantly bad, it makes you like really doubt yourself because no one wants to be a bad person.
Sure. But so here's a worry that I have, okay? I'm about to stand probably in contrast to a lot of what your therapist says. So you figure the own answers out for yourself, and I don't want to take away anything they're saying, okay? Because I think I might be opposite the field on this. But something that worries me is that when people frame a lot of their current problems through past traumatic or unsatisfying interactions, the worry that I get is sometimes it's described as though the problem becomes intractable. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, okay? But I hear a lot of the framing of
I
life
talked to
related-
Brittany about this actually.
Uh-huh,
I
okay.
talked to Brittany about this because I think that Brittany's one of those people where she's like, I just gotta roll with it.
Okay.
And I'm like actively trying to unlearn this.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's good. Okay.
But it's like an explanation for, I'm like still at the very beginning of my journey, what it feels like,
Mhm.
right? Like I spent my whole life feeling very like unsafe
Mm-hmm.
because I was like alone or homeless or putting myself in compromising positions.
Mhm.
And for the first time now I'm like, I'm engaged to be married. I'm with like a very safe person, my partner. I have a very secure attachment style for the first time in my life. So I feel like I've been able to explore myself in ways that I was not able to before.
A little bit, but you're still
What do you mean?
also, a part of you is exposed to a more than average hostile environment by doing online
Sure.
stuff, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But I have
it's
a
important.
home base, which I never had before.
Sure, which is good, but it's important to know that while still trying to figure out that internal stuff, you're also subjecting yourself to heightened turmoil and
Of course.
getting in the way of that process a little bit. Not that it's bad. I'm not saying you should quit everything or whatever.
Well, dude, this is my dichotomy. It's the same thing. I'm very much like I shouldn't have to be attractive for worth, and I'm still fucking putting on eyelashes every day because I like it.
Well, you shouldn't
It's
do
like,
that. That's why we
we're
advocate for no
trapped.
makeup on this stream. You should have. Everyone here would have been a-okay with it, but you're the one that was a slave to your own internally driven desires. So
I like to be pretty. I like to be seen as pretty, and I know that I shouldn't have to feel that
Well,
way.
so like here's a. Okay, I'm digging into every sentence you say. Sorry, I know this is really autistic.
it's my
but, like,
undoing, and I also love it.
when you say I like to be pretty, right?
hmm
Do you mean I personally like to be pretty, or do you mean that you like to be treated as a pretty person?
To look at myself in the mirror and be like, oh, I look pretty today. It like brings me joy, obviously.
Is it because
Um,
you like it, or is it because you think other people will see you that way?
No, I like to look at myself
Are you
when
sure?
I'm all dressed
I'm
up.
not saying you're wrong. Have you really examined that thought? Because it's pretty important. But it could be.
Yeah.
I'm not. When I ask, are you sure? I'm not trying to say like, oh, you're wrong, and I'm trying to get you to be wrong. I'm just.
Of course, I mean, I obviously put makeup on to get on this stream. Like, I know that it's performative.
Well, but you're also saying that like
I know I get more things
Uh-huh.
when I look attractive.
Okay.
I know that people are more likely to cut me some slack if they find me attractive.
Okay, that's not happening here. Okay.
But
Do you?
yeah, like
Let's say that
treated
like
better.
when you're hanging around the house all day alone on your own,
Yeah.
let's assume Connor is gone. Do you put on
I
makeup
do.
when you're?
So it depends. So when I'm on when I do I pole dance, and when I'm
Hold on.
pole dancing.
Like on your own in your house, or like out with friends? Okay.
No, like alone in my house.
Okay.
I like to feel my like most attractive, most like feminine and beautiful when I pole dance because I feel like I flow better. Like I just feel better about myself when I'm dancing. And I can do that without makeup, but I always end up having like a better session when I wear makeup
Okay.
because I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I'm like, well, I don't know, I look like a cartoon. I like looking like a little cartoon.
Okay,
or
that
like
makes
an
sense.
enigma.
Let's get away from
Yeah.
pole dancing. Makes sense for pole dancing. Let's get away from
Okay.
that. So you're just lazing around the house. You're not really gonna do it. You're just crawling around, being a dumb bitch. You're not like you don't have like a anything ultra feminine going on. Like, would you still put on makeup, or would you just like?
No.
No.
Makeup a lot. In real life. I wear it to go on stream, but in real life I'm like I don't wear a lot of makeup. I don't wear any makeup, honestly.
Never.
When I'm not doing something like this, no.
Okay. I'm digging still. So earlier I asked you the difference between do you like to be pretty or do you like to be treated as pretty? But it seems like if you're
Well, I
on
think
your
that
own.
I'm pretty without makeup also.
Sure, but that's not what I'm not asking if you feel like you're pretty without makeup. I'm trying to figure out why
Well, I
you
like
put on makeup.
no, I put on makeup because I like to elevate it, but I still like to be pretty. Like I like that I am pretty even without makeup. Like I like looking at myself and seeing that I'm like a pleasing to the eye. Like I really like the shape of my body. I don't know if it's because other people have told me that they like the shape of my body. But I know that I do like it. Like I like to look at myself naked.
Okay.
So isn't that autogynephilia? Aren't all women kind of autogynephilic?
I don't know. Okay, I'm just curious.
I don't know either. But I do like if there's no one else in the world and there's just me, I'm still putting makeup on and looking at myself naked.
Okay, hold on. You're giving me a lot of contradictory answers because you just said that you'd go around all day in the house and not put on makeup, unless you're pole dancing.
Need it. I don't
What?
need it, but
I'm not.
I
Hold
don't
on.
need
I'm not
it,
asking
but
if
for
you need
special
it. I never
occasions-
asked, and I never asked for special occasions.
Well, I do like it, but it's like a hobby.
It's not a hobby. It's a way to change your appearance for a certain reason. I'm trying to figure out what that reason is.
No, to me it's a hobby.
It's not just a hobby. It has to do with how other people view you, right?
Well, no, if there's no one else in the world, I'm still doing it.
Okay, then why is it that when you're around the house not pole dancing, you said you wouldn't wear makeup?
Because I don't feel the need to. Like I just want to focus on things. I want to be able to rub my eyes. I want to be able to like, I don't know. It's just it's like an effort thing.
Okay.
Like sometimes, like I could, and maybe sometimes I will. If I'm like not doing anything and I'm like, yeah, I could do a little bit of makeup, do a little pick me up. It's not something that I'm like needing.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
But yeah, it's like a hobby.
Would you-
Certainly when I go out though, I'm doing it not just as a hobby. Like I want
Sure.
people, when I do it to get on stream, I'm doing it so that people view me a certain way.
Gotcha.
Certainly.
Okay, I'm just curious. All right. Where were we before this? You're talking about knowing yourself. We were
Yeah,
talking about
transparency.
internalizing things,
Yeah,
transparency.
internalizing thing, transparency. So because my mom would question my reality or make me feel like my reality was different, it was very important to me with my first boyfriend when I was 16 to start accuracy testing during fights with my mom. So I would start recording the fights that we had and I'd send them to him and he was the first person who told me that I wasn't crazy because I felt like I was going crazy
That's
with
pretty
the things that
common.
my mom was telling me.
Okay.
And so then I was like, oh fuck. So then I started accuracy testing like constantly. And I still do it with Connor constantly where I'm like, I hope I'm not being manipulative right now. Like I'll start to cry during a conversation that we're having and I'm like, you don't feel like I'm manipulating you right now with my tears, right? Like
I do.
I'm having a reaction.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be like, I'm having a reaction right now. I want you to
Uh-huh.
know that you don't have to react to this reaction. I just want you to know that this is my physical response and I don't want it to affect the way that you're telling me. Like radical honesty, I want you to tell me something even if it hurts. Even if it hurts me, I want to know about it. Because that's like consent to me. Because I want you to, that's why like I want you to know who you're with. So like this started before we like, you know, before we opened, we would like flirt. I would, we would flirt with other people. I would flirt with other people and I'd tell him exactly what happened because I want him to know the sort of person that he's with because I don't want him to be blindsided. And I would hope that the same thing happened to me. In the beginning of a relationship, something happened where he had met up with an ex-girlfriend like a month into our relationship.
Okay.
And it was completely platonic. But I was so hurt the fact that he like couldn't tell me because he felt like he couldn't, not because I said anything, or I would get mad at him, or he did anything wrong. But it was just the fact where I felt like the rug was pulled out from under me. Like I was like, I don't know you, because he had lied to me, because he had said that he hadn't seen her.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, I couldn't consent to being with you because I didn't know you. Honesty is extremely important to me. I need to know exactly what I'm getting, and because of that, I think that's why I don't care about fleshing out things, is because I'm like, I want you to see me. I want you to see me, how I'm seeing things, how I'm processing things. I want you to listen to my train of thought. I want you to be there with me every step of the way. I don't want to have conversations that are not happening in front of you. I guess trust. I want people to trust me because I want to be able to trust other people. I don't know.
Okay. Gotcha. I don't know where to go from here. Feminism. I think everything you're talking about is pretty normal. That stupid fucking camera zoom.
Shut up. Get over it.
People like to feel like their partners are totally honest with them because when you're in a certain type of relationship, you're such a stupid fucking bitch. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. You're gaslighting me right now with the fucking stupid camera movements to fuck with my head.
am.
Okay. Yeah, people like to feel like they know their partner completely because in a way it's kind of like a form of consent for them to be open and honest with you. And when they're not, there's parts of that relationship that you can't see, that it almost feels like you're not consenting to if they're hiding things from you, right?
Well, yeah, I also feel like, like I feel this way with like when friends gossip about each other. Like I'm very inclined to like when someone comes up to me and they're like, "Don't tell me what I said about this person." I'm like, "No, I'm telling them exactly what you said." Because I think that that's helpful. Like because why would you bring this up to me when they can change it if you bring it up to them? You know what I mean? Like that's another part of it.
Explain that again. What?
So like I have like two best friends and sometimes they talk about each other and they'll be like, "Don't tell this person I said this." And I'll be like, "No. Like I'm going to tell this person you said this because I think they should know."
Okay. No secrets with Lavan. Okay.
Well, no, I'll obviously keep secrets if it makes sense.
Nope.
But if it's something like I really hate the way that she said this to me, I'll be like, "Okay, why are you telling me about this? Tell her about this."
And then you'll go and you'll tell her. You'll break the trust.
Because I really value communication.
Wow.
But I won't be like, "She told me not to tell you this." I'll be like, "I think it's really important for me to facilitate a space where you guys can get this sorted." Because I don't want to be a middleman, and I don't want you guys to like breed like discontentment.
Oh, that too. Okay.
No, but I that's really important. So like if I'll tell my friends, I'll accuracy test with my friends all the time, and I'll be like, "Are you mad at me about something? It will not hurt my feelings. I need to know what you are thinking right now because I need to be able to change it. I don't want you to ever resent me for anything. I don't want you to get mad. I want you to set boundaries with me, and I want you to tell me how you're feeling about me."
Okay, that's fair.
I value that a lot. I value communication a lot. I think that's a very feminine trait.
No, that shouldn't be feminine or masculine.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be feminine or masculine, but it is feminine.
Why do you say that? No, I don't care. Actually, never mind. I don't. Agree,
no, I think women are socialized. I think that we have studies and stuff showing that like men that like babies.
No, that's kind of true.
Babies are treated softer and okay.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think that should be the case.
Okay.
But I think it just is the case.
Okay. Descriptive, not prescriptive. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that we should force feminize men. Is what I'm saying.
Is that what you want, femboys?
I don't want femboys. But I think that masculinity looks a lot different than like what Fresh and Fit thinks.
Sure.
Like I think masculinity looks a lot like dependability and understanding and like being like a rock.
Not rock hard all the time.
And being like analytical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's back up a second.
Okay.
I don't need this. Where do you what are your ideas of like male versus female role or masculine versus feminine traits? Where do those come from? Talk to me about that.
So I think some of it is like nurture, obviously. Like
No,
I
no,
think
I'm
that
not looking for bullshit buzzwords or science answers. Just tell me, like, where do you feel like you get these ideas from?
What do you like? Just in the world.
Like when I
around
ask
me?
you, like, you earlier, you speak about like there are inherent feminine qualities, there are inherent feminine traits.
Yeah.
Where do you feel like these ideas stem from in your mind? Like, do you feel like these are like divine in nature? Like you're very religious? I'm sorry, am I fucking boring you?
No, I'm just anxious and I'm not getting enough oxygen, so my body's telling me to get more by yawning.
Okay, you're trying to put me on edge by yawning at me. Okay,
I'm sorry.
You're manipulating me
Sorry.
right now.
I'm
okay,
sorry.
Stop. Okay, you can't
Oh
disarm me
no!
by laughing.
I
either.
just
That's
I had a
manipulation
moment where
too.
I had a moment where I did just self-abandon and I was like,
You
am
should
I?
have. You
But
should
I'm
have.
not,
That's
you
good.
little bitch.
All right. My goal is to make you doubt yourself as much as possible.
Yeah,
okay?
thank you.
No problem. Don't thank me for it. You're gonna hate me for it by the end of this. Okay.
What was the question again?
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep the convo long enough to delete all our DMs so you don't leak everything to your friends. Okay. Okay. The question was, where does your feeling of like masculine or feminine? Where do those come from? Like you think a man should do this, you think a woman should do this. Like talking about that for a second.
So I think I'm very like in tune with. I think what makes me like honor women so much is the fact that we can like create life. And so I think that because we can create life, I think that like inherently women are like more predisposed to be able to like take care of that life and cultivate life. So yeah, I guess it is pretty spiritual or religious. Yeah.
What do you think about a woman that is like, I want to be an engineer, I don't want to have kids?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think that that's an aberration though.
When you say aberration, are you normatively loading that word, such as like it's bad to be an aberration, or are you saying like that's probably not the norm?
That's just not the norm.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think power to that person. I think there's some men who like really want to. Obviously, trans women exist. There are some men that really want to be mothers.
Hold on, just why?
What?
I'm like watching you walk into a ditch that's like filled with like rakes. You just like stepped in all of them. Okay.
No, I think that you have.
Wait,
I have a very different view of gender and.
Maybe,
in a perfect
maybe
world,
not. No, hold
in
on.
a perfect world,
We're gonna put trans people in a box and let's not open that for a while. Okay, let's just
Okay.
not talk about
Whoa, you want to put trans people into camps? What the fuck?
Nice. I like how the camera follows around your stupid fucking like I'm in some shitty mockumentary. Okay. Are
Sorry,
you done
sorry.
gaslighting me with your jokes?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you.
I'm done gender baiting you.
Okay, that's good. I'm just trying to get you to self-abandon as much as possible. Okay. Once I've broken you down, I can rebuild you. Predisposed to taking care of life. You're okay with aberrations. You said that it's not like a bad thing.
I believe in like agency and like free choice. I don't think that you should be destined like to do something or forced into it.
Okay. How do you think we ought to view women in society, like their roles?
As important as any role. I think that yeah, anything that adds to society, such as like child rearing, making sure that a child has like a strong foundation to be like a successful person in their relationships and their job is really important.
When we say like adds to society, does this
I think it's
include-
more important. I think that women are more important than men.
I mean, you're a woman, so you would think that.
No, we can create life.
Not on your
Like
own.
we can. I mean, we're getting there.
Who, the male scientists are?
Yeah.
Yeah. Stop. Turn it down.
okay, I'll stop.
You're at a 5. I need you to bring it back down to a 3.
I'm
okay?
just kidding.
You're getting
no,
very
but I do
gender combative
really,
right now.
I do really value. Here's the thing. I think I'm overcorrecting because I think that a lot of men do not give a shit about this. A lot of men do not like honor a woman's ability to create life.
Sure.
When you think about it, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But I think that we think of a lot of things like in regards to women, where like women are not like active participants in their own experience. A lot of men are just like, because they're socialized that way. I don't think it's their fault, right? I think you're kind of immediately, I mean, even through like movies, right? Like the Manic Pixie Dream Girl.
Based.
Like I think you're just like you're like socialized to think that like a woman is just like a side character in your experience. Whereas like a woman is literally conditioned to think that she's a side character in a man's experience.
Sure. I don't disagree.
Which I have a big problem with.
Okay.
So yeah, that's my biggest problem. I believe that we really are as equal. I think that we need each other. The divine feminine needs the divine masculine, and I think that
Okay. When we're talking about things that women ought to be able to do in society, you said anything that adds to society, right?
Mm-hmm.
This includes like the arts, I imagine. If you want to do theater, music, whatever, or if you want to work a normal job.
Sure.
Okay. We're slowly walking towards the elephant in the room. Okay, sex work.
Yeah.
How do you view sexual interaction between a man and a woman? Do you think there's always like a side that is more powerful there? Do you think there's always a give and a take on uneven ends? Do you view it as like an equal exchange?
In normal sex?
Yeah, or just I'm gonna say on the whole paradigm of like sex, understanding that you can have like niche or like BDSM experiences or rape or anything like that. I'm just saying like on the whole, how do you view? How do you have a view of sex? Some people have particular views of it. Go.
How should I think it? Okay, so I can give you two separate answers. How I think it
descriptive and
exists
prescriptive.
right
Let's
now,
go for it. Yeah.
and how I think it should be.
Go for it.
Yeah. So how I think it is right now is that because of porn, because of patriarchy, because of absence of a good maternal relationship with men's mothers, I think that a lot of sex feels like it's being done to women.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of them being active participants, like I was saying earlier. I also think that there's one like inherent, I say this word a lot, difference between the two sexes, and it's that one can kill the other with their bare hands.
Based.
So I think that is are you ever, I don't want to fear monger where I'm like, are you ever truly safe with a man? But if I'm with, when I met Connor, we were like alone, obviously, and he's 6'2", I'm 5'2". He's obviously bigger than me. Like I can't, we've wrestled before. I stand no, I'm not doing any damage, right? We know that obviously men kill their partners more than women kill their partners. We know that there's a difference. So I think that there's like a power dynamic inherently that plays out, and just like evolutionarily, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe men want to like conquer women, right?
Okay.
I think that we've grown past that, though. I think that we're intelligent enough of beings so that we can grow past that. I think that, yeah, and I think that men may want to be more aggressive, evolutionarily. But again, I think that we are smart enough to understand the consequences of that.
Okay, we're getting a little bit away. So just for the original thing, you said that sex is done to women instead of them being active participants. You've spoken a little bit about kind of like these biological differences between men and women. Prescriptively, what do you think should change about that? And then let me head off and answer you again, because this is what I'm going to say when you answer this. Is earlier you speak about this concept of a divine masculinity and a divine femininity. So these idealized forms of what it means to be masculine versus feminine. And if you answer something along the lines of like, I think sex should be more of an equal exchange, my next question is going to be, can that dichotomy of divine masculine and divine femininity ever have a truly equal exchange? The answer might be yes. I'm just curious. Yeah, go for it. How should it be? What should change about that?
Yeah, I think so. So I think that, well, one thing, I'm going to say something pretty controversial. I don't believe in like casual sex, like one night offs.
Okay.
I think that we should be having more sex with our friends.
Based.
So like people that we know like honor our bodies
Okay.
and are going to like really take our needs into account.
Mm-hmm.
I've had some of my best not my best sexual interactions, but definitely better than like my one night stands were situations where I was having sex with someone over the span of like a couple years that like I didn't have necessarily like a relation. Obviously my best sex has been in relationships, but I felt the safest when I was whatever.
Yeah,
I think that can also prevent a lot of like bad things from happening.
Sure. Let me clarify real quick. So when you say casual sex is bad,
Mhm.
you don't mean like sex outside of marriage. You're specifically referring to sex with people that you don't know
That we don't
very
care
well,
about.
that you have like a one night stand. Okay, so not like sex with friends. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because I believe that it's such an emotional experience that we have to that we can't detach ourselves from how emotional it is, men and women. And I think that a lot of people are like, men can have sex without attachment. I don't think that's true either.
Okay.
And I think it's bad for you to think that you can.
Why do you think
And
that?
I think that that leads to like dehumanizing each other. If we're not, because I mean, most of the men that I've had one night stands with don't care that I'm like not orgasming, or like don't care if I'm faking it.
Absolutely based. Okay. We'll come back to that line of thought. Okay.
Yeah, the female orgasm is a lie perpetrated by George Soros.
Wait, hold on. Do you actually think women can have orgasms?
Shut the fuck up.
You're
Shut
such a
up.
femme. You've been reading way too much dumb femme shit. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. Prescriptively, what do you think should change? Let me refocus on this.
I think that hookup culture is like really gross. I think that to some degree it's like some of the prescription is patriarchy, which sucks. Right? Like I was listening to Rachel Wilson talk, and she was talking about how and I'm reading her book right now.
Oh Jesus Christ.
About how like, you know, how the homes are affected when like a father and mother aren't in the home.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, fuck. And I don't believe that it should be like a man and a woman, right? I think it can be anyone. With any gender role, whatever.
Good job.
But
Wow, very progressive. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I do think that like it's really important to have that home base, and we just like don't have it. And I think that like what's perpetuating that is like a lot of like media, and also you know, a bunch of stuff. I think it's really prevalent, obviously, in like Black communities.
Okay, let's get away from the family stuff. I'm just trying to think about sex right now. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think that you can see the most exaggerated form of this in Black communities. And I think it's why so many radical feminists are Black.
The sex thing or the family thing?
The sex thing, like just the difference in what sex looks like in that community.
Okay. So
how like a man can get a bunch of women pregnant and then like not be part of like the children's lives or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So descriptively, you're saying that sex is done to women instead of women being active participants in sex, right? And this is
I mean, I don't think this is happening all the time.
Not all the time. I'm speaking in general. Yeah. I'm not trying to.
Okay, I just don't want anyone to pin me to this because I don't want to be an extremist or fearmonger. So.
Okay, you are, but not yet. Okay.
Okay.
And a change that you would like to see for how these relationships go is you think that casual sex probably needs to go. Like things like one-night stands, probably shouldn't engage in them because you have sex with people that are friendly towards you. If that friendship is a prerequisite to sex, there's going to be like a mutual respect there that allows the sex to happen in an environment where you are like respected, cared for, and not treated as an object, essentially, right? A friend.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't believe in like a purity culture.
I'm not. We're not even at that. I'm not trying to pin you on purity.
But I just want to add a caveat that like I don't believe in
an
it.
addendum
Like
for yeah. Go ahead. Add this.
I don't believe
for
in
the lab
purity
haters.
culture.
Okay.
I don't believe in purity culture, that we should shame women or shame anyone for having this type of sex. I just think that it needs to be added into the zeitgeist in a way that it is not to honor your body. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. Okay.
Your body's a temple, men and women.
Not your body. Okay. All right. You got a tattoo, so you already fucked that up. Okay.
Excuse me.
Coming back.
There's art all over my temple.
That's sacrilegious. Okay, we call that vandalization.
Oh, jeez.
Are you allowed to get tattoos as a Jewish person?
Not if you want to get buried in a Jewish cemetery.
Damn, you're actually kicked out? What if they like remove them before you die?
You have to be buried with all your organs also, so you can't remove any skin. Then you can't cut them off.
What if you get like a mastectomy because you have like breast cancer?
You gotta keep it.
Your boobs?
Gotta be buried with
your
it.
cancer? Do they? What about like your baby teeth? Not those. You don't keep those, right?
No.
So it's pick and choose.
Some people do.
Okay.
I think the Orthodox do.
Okay.
But like, if you have to get like a spleen removed, can you remove a spleen? Or if you have to get like something removed, a lot of like Orthodox communities won't even get their wisdom teeth removed.
Damn. Do you like?
I'm not Orthodox though.
Never
I'm like
mind.
barely Jewish.
Yeah. Okay. Just when you need to use it as a shield for yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Talk to me about sex work. When we say sex work, we're going to very specifically refer to solo content on OnlyFans. I'm sorry if I'm boring you. Do you need to get a coffee, or do you want to take a break? Do you need a nap?
Coffee's gross.
Do you need
No, I'm
a
good.
tea, cigarette, some meth?
I'm good.
Okay, just making
Yeah,
sure.
I could
Okay.
use some meth.
Based. Okay. Why? Okay, so for the purposes of this conversation we're about to have, sex work is only solo content on OnlyFans. So masturbation, dildos, or whatever, but no boy girl stuff, no lesbian stuff, just solo content on OnlyFans. Okay. For that type of content, you believe that that's something that is immoral, or at least should be socially discouraged, yeah?
But I think that there's a way that it should. So I think that I was just gonna fake moan. I shouldn't do that. But I would have been clipped. That would have been a bad idea. I'm so glad I caught myself.
Jesus. Why? Stop moving your face around. This fucking stupid camera.
I'm sorry. Wow, I'm so glad I didn't do that. But see, sometimes I do think before I speak.
Nice. Try that
But
more
the
often.
fake moaning. I think that. So I don't know if I talked to you about this or if I talked to Brittany about this. I'm losing track of conversations. But I even toyed with the idea of like having not an OnlyFans, but having like some sort of thing where I like I'm really sex positive. I am really sex positive.
Okay.
But it's in the scope of like your own sexuality, and I believe that like a lot of women don't even understand that they can have an internal sexuality.
Let's dump sex positive and sex negative, because those terms are going to mean very different things to very different people, right? So let's just.
So I think if you're
trash
going
that.
to do solo,
Uh-huh.
you have to actually orgasm.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think that you should be faking for like a man to like find you sexy, right? Like I had there are quirks that I have when I orgasm that I felt very ashamed of because I didn't feel like they were super sexy. And I think that that's like really harmful. So I think we should be having like more real orgasms through porn or like through whatever. And I was thinking about starting my own thing where I like, teach women how to 1 in 4 women like have never orgasmed by the age of like 23. 1 in 4.
Based. Okay.
So I was like interesting. It's really important to me that women are like in tune with their own sexuality. Should I start a platform where I like teach women how to masturbate, or I teach women how to shave their vaginas, or I just have conversations like an older sister with these women who are not having like honest conversations with their friends because it's taboo, or not having honest conversations with men because they don't care. And I think that's like very beautiful. In the same way I think that some in-person sex work can also be very beautiful. But I think that some things can go wrong when you are like performing things.
Okay,
for
so,
And I think that men I think that men are conditioned to find certain things attractive, right?
yeah, that's probably true.
So I think that this harms men also. Like men, you're not having like a fulfilling sexual relationship if your girlfriend is like faking an orgasm every time.
Hey, listen, as long as you don't know about it. I'm just kidding.
No,
Okay.
that's not true.
Solo.
It seeps into other aspects of your life.
So if somebody did solo porn,
Mhm.
OnlyFans, but everything was genuine, is that like an okay thing for you, or no? I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is like, is the negativity
So
from
porn-
OnlyFans
porn-
the fakeness, or is the negativity just the sex work itself? Go ahead.
No, the sex work itself is like I'm not moralizing the sex work. What I have a problem with porn in general is the pipeline. Like how people are not told how this is going to change your life in like pretty big ways.
Sure, okay. Don't care about that. We're not talking about that yet. But okay.
Okay.
Other
Or
thing.
and a lot of the problem I have with porn is that it's so accessible to kids.
Sure. Don't care about that either.
Okay. Well, then I have no problems other than that.
Okay, so then so refocusing then. So when you look at like OnlyFans and stuff,
I think that porn should exist.
Sure.
Yeah,
You don't
I
have
think
to
that
virtue signal to
OnlyFans
me,
can
buddy.
exist.
Okay, I don't care.
No, I think that OnlyFans can exist. I think that the referral program
Sure.
is disgusting.
Okay.
I think
don't care.
that
Hold on.
they-
Stop.
they
We're
just-
getting
they
we're
just
getting
sent out-
we're getting way off track. I don't care about any
I'm
of
gonna
this.
kill you.
I just don't care about
murder
this.
you in your
That's
sleep.
great. Oh my god, that's so cute. You can make death threats because you're a woman and you think that that's like cute to do that. That's really cool. Nice patriarchy right there. That's really nice. I really like the cluster B women that make death threats and stuff. You don't know if they're being genuine or not. Oh my god! And you're laughing about
Don't
it.
call
That's
me
so.
cluster B.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god! Any more threats for us? Do you want to like slam shit around, break something, threaten to break something?
I might. I'll bring a razor on stream and drag it.
Nice. Okay. Jesus Christ! You can't make those jokes. Okay.
I'm
seen your
sorry,
pictures.
I didn't make it.
Okay. This is very dark. I'm trying to keep this light and bubbly. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you're okay with OnlyFans as long as they are not faking stuff, because you feel like it contributes overall to a culture of people having misunderstandings of what sex actually is or what it looks like or whatever, right?
I think that we as humans don't need the extra fluff. I think that we are literally made to breed, right? We're made to mate. Why would we need the extra fluff? The fake moans, the this is the position I like, even though you don't like it. Even like to some degree, like the speed at which sex happens, it's like it's just all fake. It's not. Maybe it works for men because men's orgasms are not very temperamental, so you don't need a lot. But I think that women do, like, on average, need like more. Like, they need to be in the right headspace. It needs to be like the right position. It needs to be the right technique. Like men aren't as fussy.
Okay. Okay. Where do you want to go from here?
Do you disagree with those things?
No. But I don't know if you agree with these things. Like the thing you're talking about OnlyFans right now, I'd say the same thing about makeup. Why do we need makeup if we're so beautiful already? Why do we need to
I think that
fake eyelashes and fake all these things?
We don't
In a
need
way,
that.
every time I look at your face, it's like you're showing me a fake orgasm over and over and over again because I don't even know what a real person looks like.
I bet you know what a fake orgasm looks like.
Yeah, your mom does them all the time. Yeah. She thinks I don't know, but I do. I don't care. I'm in and out in 5 minutes.
I'm calling the police.
Yeah, they'd come if they saw some things I did to her.
I think it's different. Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
I think it's different.
Yeah.
I think it's different in that like makeup is something that now like we can't exist in a world without makeup, right? Because now we know that like women are valued for like their attractiveness. So if you want to be valued, it's kind of just like the trick of the trade. Like you just got to do it. Whereas like with sex, there's not this like expectation to where like you need to fake moan, or there shouldn't be. I mean, I guess it's very similar, but it feels.
I was gonna say there's a lot of things that have been like sexually loaded today, where like every guy is expected to be like super dom, every woman like is expecting somebody to choke them.
Did I say that?
What?
I don't think I said that. Oh, I'm very aggressive. I'm very dominant. I don't think that that's sex.
No, okay.
I don't think that that's gendered.
What I'm saying is that I think that there are expectations that have been ramped up sexually, as a result of like.
Sure, but I think that's also perpetuated by like porn.
Yeah, but I would say the same thing is like for women's appearances, that's perpetuated by like makeup and stuff.
Sure, but I think that one is definitely like more unhealthy than the other.
Yeah, for sure, but they're both.
I think
unhealthy.
that sex is so integral to us as humans.
But they can both be
messing
bad.
with that is very different.
Like if I were to punch you as hard as I could in the arm, that would be bad.
I think they're both bad.
But if I punch you in the face, it's way worse. You'd probably die in one hit.
Oh my god.
You look like somebody that has like 2 HP.
You're trying to straw man
right?
me. You're trying to shut up. You're trying.
I'm not trying to straw man you. No, hold on.
With
Wait,
this, like,
hold
makeup
on.
thing.
You're
It's
in debate
obviously
mode. Get out of debate mode. You're out of 6. Bring it down. Yes, meditate. Yeah, there you go. Take some deep breaths.
I feel like it's different.
It is. Didn't say it was the same.
Because sex is very like integral to us, so I think it's more important.
So is appearance.
That we're more transparent with sex.
Yeah, but appearance is pretty important too. No.
I agree, but not at the same degree because it doesn't inform our life the same way that sex does.
I mean,
sex
for some people it can.
All of culture because it's so important to us.
Leave it to a pretty girl to say that like how you look doesn't matter. Wow.
Me having longer eyelashes doesn't affect anything.
And yet you still go through the effort to put them on. Don't you see
Are you
that?
trying to bait me into taking all my makeup off on stream? I won't do it. You won't do that to me.
No, I don't need to. I'm already in your fucking head right now, okay? You know that I'm right. Okay. You're going to start wearing less, and you're going to be like, fuck, you got me on this one.
I don't even wear that much.
You wear a ton.
No, I don't. I wear lashes.
And
I brush my eyebrows up.
That's it?
I'm wearing a bit of gloss also.
Okay. Nothing on your face? Nothing on your cheeks? On your nose? Nothing?
A little bit of blush.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
But that's not that much.
Yeah.
Comparatively to the way that some women wear makeup, where they change their face. I think that I don't think that anyone should change their face with makeup. I just think that you should elevate it.
What if
you
some
want.
people feel the same way about sex work? They want to elevate it with a couple fake moans.
Also,
Yeah?
wait. Also,
Oh, debate
I
mode
would
turned
like to
on.
bring up-
She's at a 6.
No, I
Go.
don't. I don't think that it should be just a woman thing. I think that men should be able to wear makeup also. Men, you groom your face to make it look like you have a jawline.
You're not funny. Okay. That's great. I like how you sit like this because your legs are supposed to be a substitute for your personality. Yeah, keep laughing, dipshit. Good one. Did you prepare that joke for the whole fucking stream? Yeah, nice. Open that mouth up real big. Looks like you got a lot of practice doing it, you fucking moron. Yeah, good one. Your mom was right at 6. Your brains did fall out of your ears, okay?
I'm so clever and
Yeah,
quick and
so
smart.
clever.
It's like crazy.
Nice job. Let me know when you're done, okay?
No, but you know what I mean? Like a lot of men do that.
Sure. So,
A lot of men. So I think it's and I think that's fine.
okay, all I'm asking is, okay, try to get untriggered. Can you put it back in the box? Because you're very triggered right now. I need you to get untriggered. Can you do that?
I am?
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I hit a nerve.
No.
Sorry, Steven.
Not at all. You're not tall enough to, okay? Put it back in the box. Chill.
Okay.
Okay. All I'm saying is, what if somebody wanted to argue that they wanted to elevate their sex work by doing fake moans and stuff, the way that you might elevate your aging face with a whole bunch of makeup?
I think you can elevate with fake moans, but I think that faking the whole orgasm is bad.
Okay. So, like, you might say, like, makeup is okay, but how do you feel about plastic surgery?
I don't believe in it.
Okay. It's like a similarity you can draw, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the next part you want to go to in this conversation?
Trans people.
Wow. Really?
I hate them.
I can stop. I don't condone any of these statements that are being said right now.
I'm just kidding.
I
really don't. Because of plastic surgery, that's why I thought about trans people. I don't think that trans people should be forced into, like, I think that a lot of like these rules about how you should look also really affect trans women. Like,
Okay,
you
wait,
see,
hold
like,
on. No, wait. We're not seriously jumping into trans women. Okay, stop.
Hey, why can't we talk
Because
about
we have
trans
unexplored
people?
stuff in the other area. Okay.
Okay, let's go back then. You lead the conversation. Use your divine masculinity.
Yeah, true. I will.
Lead me.
I am leading you. Okay. You're basically a child, I guess. So.
That's true.
When you, in the argument that you had when you were on that show with Rachel, what were your main contentions with the other people?
Well, my main contentions were like, Polly was like, for 200, or she was like, how much did you make as a sex worker? And I was like, I made a lot of money.
Okay.
And she was like, well, for $200,000, I'd do a lot for that. And I was like, gross. Like, you're like okay with just like sublimating yourself completely for money? Like, that's so anti-human.
Okay, can I suggest something here for you?
Sure.
For a lot of people, poverty is anti-human, and subjecting themselves to some things might be a better alternative. Maybe?
To some degree, but also, mo money, mo problems, right?
Yeah,
like,
but it
I'm
doesn't feel
sitting
that
here-
way when you have no money.
Sure, I'm sitting here, and
Uh-huh.
none of my problems went away.
Well,
just-
you're not
they just
poor,
festered.
at least, right?
Okay,
Mhm.
sure, but I'm sitting here, and none of my problems went away. I was still crying myself to sleep a month ago
Mhm.
because I was doing sex work. Like, yeah.
Okay,
those
hold on.
problems
I'm
did
not
go
hold
away.
on. I'm not arguing with you right now.
Plenty
okay?
of rich people kill themselves.
Yeah, listen. Okay, not to brag, but
We know that people in poverty
I'm pretty
are
rich.
actually,
I
on
understand.
average-
I know.
People in poverty.
Why are you?
on
Who are you
average
arguing with right
happier.
now? Who are you arguing with?
We know that people in poverty are on average happier.
I don't know who you're talking to. First of all, that's not true. Secondly, I don't know who you're arguing with right now. Okay.
You have nice hands.
Thanks. Your mom said the same thing. Okay. All I'm saying is that.
Blue looks really good on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. Are you trying to manipulate me?
No.
Okay. I like your red sweater. It matches the color of your clown lips. The
We're
glossies.
like a
Yeah.
we're like red versus my clown lips.
Yeah, the clown makeup you put on or whatever.
I want you to.
It's really good. It matches your black hair and your solid brown eyes, I think. Very, very good.
You're so annoying. Oh, I could
very
kill
good
you.
match on everything. Okay. What I'm asking is
Yeah.
you
What are you asking?
you fucked my train of thought.
Yeah.
Why did you derailed my cart?
Debate tactics.
No,
compliment your
okay,
opponent.
stop. I wrote sub on my thing because we were talking about something before this.
Sub?
Okay.
You want to be myself?
You said sublimate something. Oh, what I was telling you is that, like, if somebody has a given issue, you have to be very careful when you talk, even if solving that issue won't solve anything, you have to be very careful when you're talking past that issue, right? Like, if a guy's laying on the ground and his, like, knee just got snapped in half, and he's, like, crying there, he's like, I need to go to the hospital, and you're like, you kneel down next to him, you're like, listen, dude, just because you go to the hospital to fix your knee, that's not going to solve all your problems. The guy probably knows that, but that's not what he's thinking about right now, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When you talk about money, you have to be very careful about saying things like, money's not going to solve your problems, because if you're really poor, you have a lot of problems that money will solve, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that was a big problem I had with it. And then obviously these people didn't understand how, like, the existence of, like, legalizing sex work or decriminalizing sex work could also add some leeway to people who are using that for the wrong reasons with, like, sex trafficking. And they, like, just wouldn't look at it. And I was just like, how could you not look at this? Like, they would not bite the bullet. They're like, yeah, like, what I wanted them to do is just be like, yeah, some bad stuff is going to happen, but overall it's going to be, like, whatever. And they, like, wouldn't even go there, which sucked.
Okay. The sex trafficking probably isn't super relevant, is it?
It's extremely relevant. Maybe not in America as much.
Do you really believe that?
What do you mean?
Like, let's say that sex trafficking didn't exist at all if you legalized sex work. Would it substantially change your feelings about it?
Yeah. Because I also think that there are not harsh lines on sex trafficking, because it's hard to say, like, who a victim is, right?
Let me, without...
So, like,
no, wait.
No, listen, Stephen. Because there are people who are, like, sold...
Say my name to get my attention.
There are people who are, like, sold as, like, kids, like slavery, like chattel.
Yeah.
And then there are also people in, like, poverty-stricken communities that have no other choice.
We're not talking about this, okay? But I'm saying, if we could wipe the board of all sex trafficking...
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Why?
But what is sex trafficking? So are those people with pimps not being trafficked? Like, where's the line?
We'll say sex trafficking, we're going to draw the line at... So typically, when research is done and they look at countries where they've legalized sex trafficking, where they've legalized prostitution, normally, like, illegally, like, people shipped in and out for purposes of sex work, that increases. Sex trafficking increases. Not people that turn to it because of desperation over it.
On both things. We have data that it also decreases.
Oh, I haven't seen that, if that's true. Maybe there's...
It's all of that data is, like, completely useless because every study says something different. Every study.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, I love the scientific anti-realism. Like, everything can be anything. Like, dude,
well, it's hard to prescribe
based.
anything from, like, the Nordic model to, like, America because it's so fucking different that it's like,
because there are more white people there, or what do you mean by that, Lav?
No, because our population's different. We have different societal norms. We have like we have more money. We have a different economy. Like, that's obviously why it's different.
Oh, so nothing can work from one country to another?
It's hard to make a prescription. Sure.
Okay.
We can take ideas, but it's hard to make an exact prescription.
Let's back
You're
away.
Smart enough to know that.
Yeah, I know that, but we can still compare other society. But we're backing away, okay?
But it's like apples to oranges. They're still fruit, but they're just different.
Yeah, you're very fruity. Okay, back away from the edge. Okay, back away. Okay.
Trans people.
No, we're not talking about trans people. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
You mentioned the sex trafficking thing. Okay. Is this something that you... Okay. You mentioned in terms of what counts as sex trafficking, and you brought up a topic. This is something that I've heard you fight with multiple times with people about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions, okay? Are you ready?
I'm going to answer them, yeah.
Should you be legally allowed to sell your kidney if the government would buy it for $500,000? Think about it. Think long and hard. Be very careful.
I think, yeah. I'm not moralizing the selling of body parts. I just think
whoa! You ran so far ahead. Slow down, track star.
Because I know
okay?
where your
Come
argument's
back here.
going.
I'm not a fucking moron. I don't need you to head off my arguments, okay? You don't know where my argument's going, okay?
Okay, yeah, I think that you should be able to sell parts of your body if you have informed consent and, like, actual informed consent. The problem is that you cannot give informed consent at the rate which sex work is happening right now.
Okay, 2 different. You're dealing with a hypothetical, and then you're dealing with, like, real-world pragmatic issues.
Yes, because I'm trying to relate it, because you're taking me on this train.
I'm not taking you on anything. We haven't even gotten in the car yet, okay? And you're, like, trying to figure out, like, I think that he's gonna, yeah, I'm trying to, okay? I need to get the booster seat out of the trunk, okay? Chill. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go grab the booster seat, okay? So you're saying that poor people should be allowed to sell their organs, right? Can you stop doing the exorcist fucking movements over here? Jesus, are
I'm
you okay?
sorry. Yeah, they should be able to.
Okay, okay.
It should not be easy, but yeah, they should be able to if
Okay.
they really want to.
Okay. Let's say that we have sweatshops in China, okay? People work in substandard conditions compared to our country. Less than minimum wage in our country, but they produce goods and services for us. If we eliminate those sweatshops, then they go from working in sweatshops to subsistence farming, where they're just horrible. Do you think that the existence of those sweatshops is immoral? Or do you think it's a neutral thing? It's okay, because it's better than what they were doing before?
I don't think it's ethical.
Okay.
I don't think it's ethical, but I think it's a better alternative. Da. Yeah, definitely. Da.
Okay.
I'm speaking German now.
That's great. Oh, so you do know
Da.
other languages.
Russian. That's
Cool.
Russian.
So you can
sorry.
talk to the future prison guards when Nick Fuentes gets really...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we've driven around to these two theme parks, okay? Now we're going to go to the last park for the day, okay? Now I'm asking about the sex worker question. Why or why not should a poor person, assuming that they're informed about the possible upsides and downsides, should they be allowed to do something akin to OnlyFans?
So they can.
I'm not asking if they
They can.
can. I'm saying, like, do you think it's moral? Do you think it's okay?
Sure. I think if the way that they're engaging in it, if it's like, I think if the way they're engaging with it is healthy and they're completely. I think the problem is education. I don't think the problem is sex work in itself. I think that we're just not having bigger conversations about stuff like this. But I think that sex work in itself is not immoral. No.
Okay.
I think it's natural. I think it's natural for us to like want to have sex with each other and watch each other and you know, do whatever. I just think that the culture around it is pretty toxic.
Okay. If this is all true, we're leaving the theme parks now. Okay.
If true.
Why not just, if true then, why not just focus on the pragmatic parts of sex work instead of the larger societal philosophical arguments I hear you make? Because I feel like I hear you sometimes say things akin to sex work is wrong because it makes women put themselves in positions where men are going to view them or treat them as objects, which leads to the further societal dehumanization of women. I hear sometimes this broader society, and you might not feel this way anymore, but this is just an argument I've heard you make. If you believe in that argument strongly, that's a far different argument than this like pragmatic, like a lot of people get into OnlyFans and they don't really have any idea like what they're getting into, right? Yeah.
Well, because I think I want to add my opinion in the way, like I still don't think that, like you said, is it moral? Like it's not my favorite option, right? Like, I still don't. I don't think
we're
there's
not talking
anything
about
wrong
favorite
with
or
it.
anything. Obviously,
No,
the
but
ideal
when you
is
say
everybody
like, I don't
goes to
think there's
college
anything
and
wrong
becomes a
with the
computer
poor
programmer.
person doing that, but I
Yeah.
still don't think that they should do it. I wouldn't prescribe it to them.
Okay, I don't know.
I don't think that a body should be a product, but I think if the government necessitates or the economy necessitates that it needs to be because you can't make any other money, that's the problem.
Sure, but then our problem has nothing to do with sex work. Now it just has to do with like
Yes.
welfare or something.
Sure.
right?
Yeah, and I think that that's a conversation that that's in the conversation I'm making. That's in the point I'm making. There should be safety guards. There's no reason why at 18 I had to do this because I had no other options. And in a first world country, like I should have other options. UBI.
Okay.
I think that, you know, there should be better welfare programs.
I agree, but
better...
we're way past the topic.
I think my problems with sex work are my problems with capitalism, are my problems with patriarchy, are my problems with culture. It's all, I have the same problems
Okay,
with
I'm gonna gaslight you now. Okay, I don't believe you.
Okay.
I feel like there was a deeper, unless your position has changed, which it can, but it feels like you had a deeper contention with sex work, women being objectified, the male gaze, men learning to treat women as objects. That like it felt like, let's say we wave a magical wand and society is like perfectly even, anybody can do what they choose to do. It felt like even in that society you'd say, oh, I don't really think people should do sex work.
Oh, Well, no, in that society, there would be no reason not to do sex work.
You mean there wouldn't be a reason to do sex work, or?
I think in a society where women at the same rate were like abusing men in porn, I wouldn't have a problem with BDSM. Like I really it has less to do with like this like moral outcry and more to do with like just the consequences of that on society.
Okay, so
This is why I advocate for abusing men during sex.
stop. Why? Are you an abusive person?
Maybe. Maybe Max pegged me correctly.
Jesus.
Maybe he needs to peg me.
Are you okay? This camera is fucking wild. I need to story up. Hold on.
Chalky milk.
Yeah.
Chalky milk Soylent.
Yep. If I had a hot chocolate, I'd be drinking that instead, okay?
You're a freak. You're a baby. You eat like a toddler.
I would actually kill you if I had the opportunity to. If I ever see you in person, you will die in a video game.
If you have...
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So, in a perfect society where everybody has equal money, men and women abuse each other at even rates, in this world, you have no care in the world about people doing sex worker porn.
No, that was hyperbolic. That was a joke. Obviously, I don't think people should hurt each other.
Well, no. I'm when I say equal rates, I don't mean that women have started abusing men at the rate that men's abuse women. I mean that hopefully men have abused women less, right?
We need to talk about the need. I think that we need to talk about like the need to want to hurt people in the same way that it's like.
Sure, don't care. Separate conversation topic. I'm just trying to figure out right now, in terms of don't throw a fucking temper tantrum because I don't want to talk about some peripheral topic.
Stomping my feet.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Now you're gonna be breaking your boyfriend's laptop next, and okay, don't worry, I've seen it all before. Okay.
Setting the house on fire, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like something you do, and you'd be
Riding
like,
a
"Oh, I couldn't help
footlonger.
myself, you know. My mom gaslit me, and now I lit the house on fire. Yeah, that's what I do."
Is that Jordan Peterson?
No, that was.
Am I Jordan Peterson?
Lave, whatever.
That was like
the
a
fuck
really
your
good
name
Jordan
is.
Peterson
Do you really
impression.
think so? Wow, are you a
Yeah.
big fan of his? Do you listen to a lot of his stuff?
I've never listened to any of his stuff.
Isn't he? Never mind. Okay. Hold on. Back up. In a society where wealth is perfectly evenly distributed.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, continue.
You're fine. You okay?
Where the wealth is evenly distributed. Yeah.
You can take a nap if you want. We can revisit this.
I'm
in a
not.
couple
I'm just.
hours.
I just
if you
yawned.
need like a
I just
pacifier,
yawned.
a
I'm
little
sorry.
blanket in the
And you know what's
background,
kind of weird is that
yeah?
you're not yawning watching me yawn, which means that you have low empathy levels.
Actually, my empathy levels are very high, but I just don't view women as
Interesting.
human, so I don't really. Yeah, no effect on me. Sorry. Women crying doesn't affect me either.
Wow, no yawn. You don't even feel a little bit of a yawn coming on.
No, actually, when you. No, never mind. That was too weird. Okay, listen. Stop.
Okay.
In a society that is perfectly equal, or relatively equal, is approaching high levels of equality, you're okay with sex work then. You don't have a fundamental problem with sex work.
Oh.
Okay.
Perpetuates some toxicness in like the patriarchy we live in.
Wait.
It's like a symptom of the patriarchy.
Okay, it looked like you said no, but your mic cut out. So do you or do you not, in a perfect society, have problems with sex work?
No.
No.
I don't have a
Okay.
problem with it in a perfect society. No.
Okay.
I
So
think
then-
that it just perpetuates the society that the injustice that we already live with.
Okay. Do you think that that's the main driver, or do you think that there are other things that are probably more worth it to focus on?
I think it's one of the main drivers for our youth.
Because I feel like haven't men been pretty abusive towards women through like all of human history, even before
Sure,
porn?
but now, yes, but I think like rough sex is happening at rates that like it's never happened before.
Okay, is there something wrong with rough sex?
There is something wrong with rough sex when you can use it as a defense as to like why you murdered your girlfriend, which 6 people have used in the UK in the past 5 years.
Okay, but now we're talking about a whole different legal thing, not a.
Okay, I'm just talking about like how culture, obviously with people.
Okay, but that's like saying
I know that you're
I think
30,
that rough sex is bad because what if you're fucking
I know
somebody
you're-
and you find out they have a heart
No,
condition and
Steven.
they have a heart attack and they die because you're so rough with
No,
them?
Steven,
Like, yeah, obviously
Steven,
that's bad.
No, I know that you're older. I know that you're older, and you don't understand how much like the internet like informs kids. But they're soaking up all this shit like a fucking
Lev,
sponge.
I was talking to pedophiles on the internet before you were even born.
And
Okay?
okay,
You have
great.
no idea
Exactly.
what you're talking about.
And-
Okay, so calm
now
down.
Kids,
okay.
kids are watching porn for the first
Yeah.
time at 10. It's a problem.
Yeah, sure.
And it's informing their life. It's a huge thing.
Okay,
Do I think that it's the biggest problem we're facing? Probably not, but it's the one that I think I want to focus on because it affected my life pretty substantially.
Okay, that's fine. But when you make the focus of that because it personally affects you, you have to be really careful to like explain that, right? Otherwise, it feels like you're basically saying. Because I think an impression that people can get. I'm so sorry. Was I interrupting your voice with my answer to your question, or?
You can. I'll give you permission.
Thank you so
Go ahead.
much, Queen. Thank you. Wow. Thank you for letting me finish. Okay. If I'm
You're
taking up
welcome.
too much time, just please let me know and I'll shut the fuck up.
I'm a very
okay?
I'm very
Okay.
yeah.
If you want, maybe we
benevolent
can move into a
goddess.
Discord server and you can have like the mute function and just completely shut my mic down if I'm
No,
just
it's
like,
okay.
Okay, gotcha. Just making
It's
sure. I don't want to
okay.
like offend you.
But
or
you just say thank you, benevolent goddess.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the phrase that I need to use.
Yeah,
Is that what
say
your
it.
mom made you say to her
Yeah,
every time that
say
she
it.
told you?
Say it.
Yeah, if you tier 4 sub to me, I'll think about
Say
it.
it.
Okay. No, you're not gonna bully me into. You're being toxic right now. Okay. Anyway. Nah, you lost my place again.
Debate tactics. Disarm your enemy.
No, you're gaslighting and manipulating and girl
Sorry.
bossing.
I'm using my feminine wiles.
No, it's not feminine. It's autistic.
Should I show my legs more?
No. I thought the whole reason why you put the camera up. Good one, dude. Nice tattoo. All I see is that tattoo, and all I think of is after I kill you, you're never gonna be fucking buried with your family in a video game. But I'd never kill you. Okay. Just kidding. Okay. Hold on. Now I have to scroll up and remember where I was in the conversation. Okay. Perfect world. Oh. Okay. When you present these ideas, when you're on stream and you argue with people, you come across as though this is like the most important like end of the world thing that has to be solved. That like if we
hate
cure
that. I
like
hate that I do that. I don't know why or how I catastrophize. I really don't mean to.
Okay, can
It was
you...
a huge part of my life.
Sure, I understand. Maybe clarify that more, okay?
Okay. So just more caveats with like.
Here's
saying
the
like
problem.
this-
Here's the problem, okay? You feel like the kind of person that if I were to introduce you to a topic, you could have a
How do you know
very
what I feel like?
I'm what do you mean? Well, because see, you're a woman, okay? And I'm a fisherman. And when you're a fisherman,
Yeah.
you have to learn how the fish swim, all right? But as a little swimming fish, you don't know anything about the fisherman. That's how I know everything about you.
Yeah.
I can see I can see deeper into your brain than you've ever seen before, okay?
Yeah.
If you're ever
I need
confused about
you.
anything, you can
I need
actually
you.
yeah,
I need
well,
men.
as a man, yeah, that's right. I will tell you exactly what you're thinking at all points in time, okay? What you're going to think. I can tell you what you're going to think at all points in time, to be honest. Okay? Okay.
As you were.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes you take really strong positions on things and then you like scream at people and then you act smug about it. But then you later on say like, oh, I don't feel that strongly about it. And I think that's where a lot of the discord comes from. Just a feeling I have, okay?
You're right. I think I'm hot to trot.
Yeah, that's an expression that I think they used like 20 years before I was born.
I think I'm pretty hot-headed. I'm very reactionary, I guess. I have a big reaction about things that I might not care about that much because I think it's a little funny. I play it up a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't play it up.
Maybe not. Or find like different fights to play it up in to where you're not like giving the impression that you're ultra strong or combative on positions that you aren't ultra strong or combative on, right?
Sure, but I guess that's true. I just God, I don't never mind, I won't say it.
But now you kind of have to say it.
Well, I just don't want to be boring. I've watched certain streamers that are like very nuanced and like I agree with everything that they're saying, but their delivery is like so not fun to watch. That
Sure,
I'm just like,
but there's like a line you can trot where you can be entertaining. You just have to find like, what you're trying to do is you're trying to push people's buttons, but the problem is you're pushing every single fucking button instead of just finding a few good ones to lean into really hard.
I'm kind of a brat. It's like my thing.
Okay, bratty doesn't work for debate style. Okay,
Well, I don't want to debate. I want to have conversations like this.
I understand, but it works in a
I want to
one-on-one.
debate also.
Sure, it works
I
in
think I did okay in the last one, in the modern day debate. I wasn't snippy or anything.
a little bit.
I'm
It
too
our
crazy.
conversation works okay because